And welcome to Miami. Miami Beach, that is. This isn't the greater Miami area where you go way past the beach, but still show on your license plate to anybody want to be looking that you in fact are a Miami resident. No, this is Miami Beach. And that's a whole different vibe, whole different scene, whole different group of people, whole different place. It really is. Difference between Miami and the beach is, number one, the people. The people that live in this beach versus the inland place that's not. And number two, the transient factor that really is a big one when it comes to, number one, all of the people that live in each place. Now I'll talk about Miami Beach and then just understand Miami. Further inland you go is the exact opposite. Kinda slowly fans out. With each quarter mile you go inland, is each quarter mile that much different than what it is near the beach. Beginning with this being a city of plenty of cities along the beach. Miami Beach, South Beach, there's North Bay Island, there's Hullover, there's Surfside, Sunrise. All of these have an influx of constant people coming in from everywhere and then outfluxing the fuck back. And normally it's within a matter of a week that they do this. So if you go to any, let's say, restaurant or bar, beach, street near the beach, place that they sell anything, clothes, hot dogs, cocaine, duff down cocaine, people that deal cocaine on the beach, and the cocaine that you'll find floating up on the beach, tightly wrapped in waterproof containers from time to time. There are going to be places that you'll never see the same person twice if you live here. And if you live here, you try to not really go to too many of those places, especially the tourist-friendly ones. A lot of the times, being that everything wants to cater to the tourism and the people coming in versus the people already here, because that's where the big money is, and the suckers get leached. You kind of gotta have to deal with it. They're gonna be here regardless. So everybody that you think you know one night is gone the next. And this is a good thing, I imagine, for some, or a bad for others. Just depends on how you look at it. For myself, I see this as the perfect opportunity to be able to explore the person that I am, and to exercise my creative bursts of just pure impulse to kind of mess around and have fun and not worry about another person looking at me weird, judging this, talking bad about that, saying, look at that crazy guy driving around on his electric unicycle thing, delivering Peruvian food, screaming, Peruvian delivery man, watch out, over and over, in Peruvian garb, with the 360 camera, going 50 miles an hour. And now he's singing a Peruvian song about his deliveries in a opera-esque tone that I could barely make out because of the speed he's going by. And I'm left with just a scratching heads and wondering, what did they just see? You could only do that without getting pigeonholed as something you're not, or branded as something you're just gonna be for whenever you want to be it anywhere else. LA would shut you down. Same with New York. Same with Chicago. It's too cold. Be shut down when you walk out the door. But Miami, do as you please. And it's nice because when you live here, it makes it the never-ending vacation. But that's just depending on how you look at it. It's the never-ending place that you can try out your best material over and over until it hits without anybody getting bored, because you'll never see everybody again. The downside is it can be annoying. It can be very annoying, and it can just get plain out too annoying to want to deal with, especially if you're in, let's say, South Beach during spring break. You, my friend, will be quite annoyed at the fact that the entire inner city of Atlanta has somehow managed to all find plane tickets and hotel rooms and pay enough money to all get to the point where they're all twerking on your front porch. Unless you like big booties. Then, you, sir, are in heaven. But you're probably gay, because the men out there normally are. South Beach, so it's probably zero heaven. Yeah, and you're a racist, I imagine. Anyway. Well, we are on time to get on out of here. Leaving the Grow by the Bay daycare slash preschool slash, I think it even goes further than that. I don't know. I promise you I won't be paying for it by that point. On Treasure Island in North Bay Village. At the stop sign that leads to Adventure Avenue that says right turn only, with a policeman waiting right there in his car, not looking at me as I take the left illegally and make sure that I speed it up just a bit so I can catch the light for 79th Street Causeway slash John F. Kennedy Causeway, or JFK. You can tell you're on this road if you go a little further down to the right through North Bay Village on the way towards the breakers and the other bridge that leads to the lower income housing projects and the riffraff that comes with it. You'll see JFK's head, which is damn near reminiscent to looking like Donald Trump's head. And I mistaken it for that a couple times when I first started living here, until I realized, the name of the street plus that head, it can only be, and it only was, so things happen. Some are mistakes, some are the right idea. I made one of those, but then corrected it. Passing by the lights up at the gas station that lead toward apartments on the right, and the North Bay Island luxury houses on the left. The mayor lives there, of all people, and supposedly is a good person. Can't remember if it's a man or a woman, but good person is what the real estate lady told me when I was gonna buy a house right next to that person. There's no trucks on the left or the right lane as I keep on going towards the bridge here and the main hunk of where 79th gets a little more raw. The bicycles, you can use the right lane, but bigger vehicles, you gotta stay in the left because they want you to veer off and get away from my actual destination, 10th Avenue. The Pelican Harbor Marina, that's on the right and left. They occupy both sides, and if you want to do some jet skiing or boating, I'd recommend the left. Recommend if it's on a weekend, getting here early, because if you're not, you're gonna be waiting in a long line right down the bridge. And when the bridge has to go up for another party boat coming under, you're gonna be up a lot of creeks that are gonna smell a little bit like shit. So make sure you don't stink by the end of the day. And do things right, get there early, and have no regrets come time when you get home and you need to take a shower, because your wife is not gonna be pleased if that linoleum tile on the floor smells like you're gonna make it. Passing around this little bend, we have real estate for sale leading up to 10th Avenue, and this is right at the worst possible place that you could ever want to buy a house. But somebody, I guarantee, is going to purchase it, and that somebody, I imagine, would be a corporation. And go figure, even with the housing market and how it seems to be slipping and about to fall off in the direction of where 2008 took real estate in America, they'll still get a premium for it because this is Miami and people like a premium on everything. So go ahead and try to make a bid on that. I guarantee the real estate agent will tell you that somebody has already made a bid and this is just going through the motions, more or less, to give it a fair shot. But otherwise than that, unless you have 50,000 more in a bag of cash, don't think your loan is gonna do much, because it won't. Up 10th Avenue is the abandoned, but now in the process of being beautified, a house that used to look haunted, but now it's had a turn for the better, I guess, and there's a new green front door on it, pastel green. I think the people who owned it finally figured out it was time to renovate it and make a little cash. Miami Shores Village, going right in, speed limit 30. Don't you think on breaking it if you don't live in Miami Shores, because if you live outside of the shores and you break that speed limit or any law for that matter, the police in the Miami Shores will swarm on you like bees on honey. They will. They got nothing else to do. And so if you do something wrong and your license doesn't say 33138 Miami Shores residents, you better get the fuck on out and don't come back, especially if you're black. Now that is a fact. And I know that because my brother, he has a house not too far from here in the Shores, the residential area where families grow up. Kids like to play, have fun, and life lives in the way that a suburban life used to live, somewhere in the middle of America. It's a rare thing to see around here, but it does happen, I promise. People jog, neighbors know each other. All is well. It's the little place that I forgot even existed. And it does, it exists, it flourishes. And if somebody comes to stamp their mark on that in a way that may ruin the good name that it has and the aroma that it puts off, the law enforcement here will take no prisoners. They will not risk anything stopping people wanting to move to that little neighborhood right off to the left of Biscayne if you're going north. So when a young African-American gentleman had stopped at the corner where my brother's house lives and approached the front door, polite and astute, when he knocked and then was greeted by my brother's wife, who was very cautious in nature and not from America originally. Therefore, her idea about a young black man is a little more skewed than most ideas that we have here. And if we think we have skewed ideas, try to see what a person from another country says about your average American black man. He had asked if he could be allowed to search the back of their yard for a phone that a friend of his had thrown over the fence and left him alone there and without any means of communication or transportation. His phone would have given him the lifeline he needed to be able to find a way back home. She left him in the front, a little further away from their immediate porch, more like on the sidewalk, while she said, "I will take a look." When she did that, she also felt the need to call the Miami Shores police. The next thing you know, there was a helicopter outside, and the entire Miami Shores Police Department swarming and searching the neighborhood. They had the lights on, even though the sun was still out. They had it all. They put the fear of God into God when they arrived on the scene, and eventually, I believe we're able to capture this young ruffian of the black persuasion, and Lord knows at this point when he's going to be sentenced to death. I'm sure it's soon. So let's not let that happen to you. As if you would be black and wasting your time listening to me. Wahaha. Funny. Truth, but it is what it is. And I'm here where I'm at, and I gotta go where I'm going, and that's inside to continue on the life that I'm living. So I must pass on to the next moment and leave you alone and just spinning. Until then, until another time. It's a little past 7 in the morning, and I'm looking at the no fishing allowed sign. It's right in front of Miami Bay that looks like glass. Looks perfect out there. No sea monsters, no dinosaurs in the water, no sharks that I can see, just dolphins cutting right through it. Those fins got a way of adding to the spectacle that it can be if you take the time to just look and remember the days you used to be out there surfing it until you seized your engine and then realized to get another one you got to go to China, and realized, damn it, this sucks. So now you can just look from afar and wish on a star. I'm sitting behind another Dodge Ram. Looks like he goes to Planet Fitness. It's got a nice sticker on there. Tells me so. You gotta wonder about a person throwing that Planet Fitness sticker on the back of their nice white and black, a little older than mine, a little smaller than mine, not quite as cool as mine, Dodge Ram. Because it just throws off a lot of people as to who you really are. You're giving off mixed signals. I grew up to understand that a person who drives a truck is a certain kind of person. I was wrong, but a lot of people are still going to think that way. Because I drive a truck now, and I know I'm not that person that I thought everybody was that drive the truck. But at least I had one singular idea that embodied everything I thought was the man behind that wheel. I look at it now, and I don't know what's going on, because I still kind of think I know the person behind that wheel, and for the most part it is right. It's the version of a white man that isn't the exemplary one. It is it's the one that still rocks the rebel flag and is proud of it, amongst many other things. Likes to chew tobacco and his wife, she likes to make the bed. That's about it. The beer they drink is domestic. They'll be goddamned if they hang out with anybody putting their lips on anything less. You know, I'm sure your take on The drivers of these vehicles are about the same, give or take, whether you want to admit it or not. So, seeing that big Planet Fitness sticker right above Bighorn, it just crosses my wires. I can't tell you what I could imagine is doing in there. But it's something crazy that will only fit in a today kind of place, in a today kind of world, in a today kind of life. Because yesterday or the day before, somebody doing a stunt like that, sitting on that soapbox behind four wheels, be ran the hell off the road quicker than they could start doing sit-ups and roping steed. Like I said, it makes no sense. But nowadays, today, these days, that nonsensical mumbo jumbo, it's all good. Even if it doesn't register with anybody on planet Earth as something that is a solvable math problem, where in the end you can look at it and deduce on your own without any help, without any professors, any podcasters, any rhetoric or bullshit, exactly what's going on. Then you could close that book, hopefully never have to come back. Not a reread. Yeah. Planet Fitness, not being uppity, not by any means, nor do I even go to a gym. But I have been to a Planet Fitness years ago. They opened one in Colorado, and me and my buddy started going for some reason or another. And the reason why I even stepped in those doors is it was cheap as dirt. And nothing wrong with getting a good deal, but around here in Miami, I think you're really making a statement on another side of the spectrum if you're going to any gym other than Equinox. Yeah. Planet Fitness and the Dodge Ram. Will wonders never cease? Because boy, that got me wondering. Got me wondering what's next. A KFC advertising something vegan, or Ronald McDonald wearing a Taco Bell shirt, or advertisements in the Sky Mall magazine for brick and mortar malls way down in earth, or along those lines, when you're on a train, dealing with flight attendants. And when you're flying, having to negotiate your rental car in air. It's all just like driving on your fat, lazy ass, doing nothing, listening to your stupid music, playing on your stupid phone, texting your stupid friends, talking about your stupid life, saying stuff that you don't even do. Eating a cheeseburger, stupid as you are, sucking down a stupid milkshake that tastes delicious, and I wish I had one. And feeling special. Every time you think about that Planet Fitness bumper sticker that you got slapped on the back of your Dodge Ram truck. Hopefully not starting a trend, because then I don't have to get rid of my truck just to not be like you. Gotta be my own man. And this is Miami, and I'm out. The time is approximately 2:30 afternoon on a Thursday, late June. And the temperature says hot, sweaty, better have air conditioning. And if you don't, something is seriously wrong, or you just can't afford Bikram hot yoga. And this is your answer to that. By living in the free, being one with the elements, and finding solace within nature and the heat that it can provide to anyone not able to afford Bikram. Or you just have a life that's full of trauma from being a top student at Bikram for all of those years, and now that he's fled to Mexico and only runs seminars to big corporations and conglomerates of other people that weren't like you, at the top of his class and being abused. I would understand. But there's plenty other yoga outfits around here in Miami Beach, just without the Bikram. So you're getting the same hot yoga, but without Indians ravaging you. The guru in everyone lies somewhere within the place that the libido feels a spark, and man's fundamental ways to do the things that all men like to do. Biscayne Boulevard is where we're turning left now, right off of Northeast 105th Street. And if you know the other name for that, then you know Miami. That would be, for the next 120 feet, Hugh Anderson Boulevard. Nice little stretch of a bridge that quickly looks at a dead end sign, yellow. But not really a dead end, it's just a hindrance to anybody who thinks that they need to go that way for a shortcut, and Google may have told them this is the right way. Well, Google, fight that sign, see who wins. It's all about what you trust, what you know, your instincts, or advertising on dummies. And are you one of them, and who is pulling your strings? Today's trip is heading down towards the VA hospital, Bruce Carter. And we have a speed limit right now of 35 on this grand, sparkling, hot, sweaty, typical late in June, Miami Beach kind of day. As we continue our trip, as the road is our audience and guest today, I will be answering what comes in front and talking to the things that I pass. As the camel is on the right, it is a figurine of one. It looks almost real if a camel was 4'3" in height. It's right next to the Church of the Nazarene. It says Hope on there, and Reverend J. Anthony Amilcar passed. And then the writing breaks off, and It gets kind of shady after that, but it is pink with that Miami stucco. So you know that you're going to get something where after you go in, you'll be a little lighter in the pockets, whether that's for a donation or there's an actual con man in there, and that has nothing to do with Jesus, God, the saints, or a higher power. Just a man preying on a dumber group of dumber men. They better have hope. Jiffy Lube up to the left, they always seem to have a lot of business. I'm being blocked on my right to be able to talk about what I see past the Cream Parlor at Eastside Chiropractic, which has a review of sounds like that guy is just taking insurance scamming and then fitting it into his paycheck, because insurance companies like to pay for a lot of unnecessary chiropractic work. Back rubs are pointless if you read Dr. Sarno, but they don't want you to know about it because it would invalidate every last piece of every last minute that they studied for every last one of those back rubbing tests. That I'm sure I have the same education in my own life universities that give me the critical skill that you guys are able to charge and rip off so many people for. Simply by my one trip to Bangkok, Thailand, in the Soy Cowboy district over there, where you take the pick of the litter, do it before your buddies, or you're going to end up with the runt of the litter, even though some of your buddies like that. Either or, you'll have a massage to end all massages, but you'll still be coming out tense, worn out, and feel like, boy, you could really use a massage when you get home. Luckily, that's only a 15-hour flight on Thai Airlines that'll drive you crazy, mad and up the wall, especially when you're coming off of being sick on the way back. It's just not all that it's cracked up to be, but it's worth it in the end. And then being married and offering your hands. The power that they wield in them are nighttime bliss to any woman in need of a good piece of body dope that isn't ending in you climaxing too. So just suck it up and make her happy. What are you going to do? Still going down Biscayne. I got a hair salon and Smiling Pets Animal Clinic. They seem really happy to be at the doctor. They must be getting ketamine. Moshi the Great is coming past me, and you can never go wrong there. I recommend the kimchi rice. The King Motel, that follows it. You got to be a real king of the streets to let yourself end up there. And there are plenty. The same ones that would sit in the reggaeton fashion with the reggaeton beards and the reggaeton hair outside of that bus stop right in front of the hot dog shop that people actually go to. Because if you're right across the street, staying a week or two at the Saturn Motel that offers cable TV and air conditioning, you're gonna need something to eat. And damn it, you probably don't have a good car and just may be a little light on all your ends to think that you could just go to Nobu down there at the Fountain Blue every single night for the Wagyu beef and the one-of-a-kind sushi that'll put you on both your asses if you eat that Wagyu beef every night. But if you could afford that, you wouldn't be staying there at that place. So eat at the Hot Dog King. When you move around and get the money to actually finally move here, then go down a little bit and go to the Bard Italy Dorian or the other furniture store 3 blocks to your left, and then start making yourself matter. Until then, they're going to kick you out for reservations coming on whatever event's happening pretty soon, if not already now. But if it is, don't worry, right when it ends, something will be happening again, whether it's another F1 that we pump everything up for, or a tear down, a club, or a party. And the Shalimar and the Sinbad up here on Northeast 62nd Street, they have lit up red welcome signs and LEDs that say, you got TVs, LCD they boast, that's quality. Also containing cable channels. Not only that, at the Sinbad you got a microwave plus a fridge, and get this, free parking. Welcome to the Sinbad Motel. And for all the blood on the sheets that you're gonna surely have from all those wonderful women of the night you bring home and then regret it immediately but can't get them out, and don't want to pay them, Sudsies is right across, and they will have your sheets looking hotel crisp and white in no time at all. But if they kick you out because of this, Carl's El Padre Motel and the Seven Seas, they're both there, and maybe this time you can cut out the realism and the true reality that you're looking for and just go with the free Wi-Fi. Type in Pornhub, and then your wish is their command. It's not quite the real thing, but it'll keep you out of spending all that money on trying to clean bloody sheets. What are you, Patrick Bateman? Black Lives Matter is a sign that's set in rainbow at this place that I just passed, following 56th Street and going north of 54th. It's right across from a gay neighborhood that used to be really gay but isn't anymore. Anyway, enough of that. I ruined it, but Burger King, have it your way. And right next door to that is a field, still vacant. And during the pandemic, I saw that actual homeless men made encampments there, and it looked like Mad Max. I found myself to be the only one on the road during many of those days and would purposely go by that just to see what was going on. And a lot of the times it was a huge bonfire. Something more of Lord of the Flies, I guess, because something was cooking. And there wasn't no pig. We got another Publix. Rarely do I go to this one. It's next to another CVS. CVS's versus Walgreens. I used to say I was a CVS fan, but now I'm actually a Walgreens fan because they just have better deals and they're more local. The CVS's seem to be more on the wrong side of the tracks or way too far for me for ever having any reason to waste the time to actually go there. Now, this is where the freeway signs will pop up for I-95 or 195 West. And if you're going to the airport, I recommend you probably want to take a left coming up here. It's a good little way to get out of the muck and the uck that is all of this Biscayne Boulevard I'm stuck on. I got to stick around because the VA hospital, remember, that's my place. And I have to go more, deeper, harder, and definitely slower right up in all of stupid idea, but I got to do it anyway and say, hey, Midtown, you motherfuckers, it's me. I'm back again, and I'm coming in as fast as I can, but I'm already stuck at a stop. God damn. This again, it's nothing other than typical. But luckily, I get a truck that's not moving, and I almost was able to pass him and make a little... I did. I passed him. I did a move. Amazing. And I passed Northeast 2nd down Federal Highway from him slacking and sleeping on the choke. He should have put his pedal to the metal, but he didn't, and I blew by him like somebody might have been blowing him down there. How could you have such a distraction to that point that in that amount of traffic, you let it slide and me pass right by you in a Dodge Ram 4x4? Maybe it's because you have a Chevy and you're just jealous. You were starstruck in envy. You were stoned cold fucking wanting it. You were wishing you were me. You were also just lost in your own mind as the doldrums of Midtown begin to engulf us all. Starting at this Target, I cannot deny. Because if I could, I would have never gone there again in my whole life. But sometimes I always end up back there, even though I hate it. And there's nothing ever at Target that I really want. And even if I do want it, it's a ripoff compared to what I could get at Amazon. But I still end up partaking in whatever it is that a Target may have offering because I am a glutton and an idiot and going the wrong way on the wrong side of the road in the wrong place just to get over there so I can go and beat the traffic up so I don't have to go too much slower and then keep on going a little bit further and then I can get back and I'm still alive. Because that is how you handle quick turns and sharp thinking when you're hidden in the North Miami Avenue and you have no time to spare because it's 2:42. You have to be at that VA now or yesterday, but you're here right now, not there yet, and guess what? You have a son that is waiting to be picked up. Not right now, you're not going to be late, but I'm just saying you could be late if you fuck around. So don't fuck around and don't make your son wait like you had to wait when you were a kid. If you have to do that, then you fucked your son. Just like you got fucked by Not going to say who, but I'm pretty sure my parents were fucking me, not in the wrong way, but just in the way that they'd rather have me walk. But they didn't fuck me because it rather turned out quite well. If I didn't have to walk and find ways to bum all those rides, I wouldn't have made it to where I'm at now. I believe I would probably be dead, because there are many a times when I had to escape certain death and have to use those great abilities that all that walking afforded me. Yeah, this light at North Miami makes a guy want to stop talking, but I can't because I got to keep going. So, where's it going to take me? But, all right, if I must. If I can, I will say that I am still in line with where to go, but I didn't hit drive yet. Oh, no. I'm passing the Verizon store on the right, and still that vacant lot. This is Northwest 31st Street that I see, and the bums are about, and the grime is beneath me from them sleeping in the tents and living in the trash. But there's nothing new there and nothing to say, because that's just the life of a bum as a bum. I'm stuck in traffic, and the only thing worse than just being stuck in traffic is having to look to your right and see a man twice the size of you in the belly, not anywhere else I'd imagine, maybe the head, huge as it was, passing you, paying you no mind, and with those dicks, the white ones that look like iPods, coming out of his ears. Very melancholy and in a strut, just tootling along until he's gone. And I am white knuckling it, gripping that steering wheel like I would have been his neck if I wasn't stuck having to tend to this truck. So, my mind wanders elsewhere until I start going. And am I happy? Anything but. My mind is still on fuck truck and that guy sucks. So, keep going. Come on, Google. What do you got for me? I'm not thinking, I'm trying to go. I'm trying to just autopilot my way to my destination. Please, give me a sensation life. Tell me this is worth a goddamn. Here's your tour guide for Miami, coming right at ya in the way only I could. Shooting hard and spitting fat. Close your eyes, open your ears, and get a piece of Northwest 12th Avenue on Northwest 29th Street intersection. I'm taking a left. Right here in the middle of it, looking at Yo Lee's restaurant. They offer food and a bunch of other stuff you would never see me indulging in, because unless I was really, 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 really hungry and really, really, really needed something, I would go to the Quarter Food Mart on the catty corner side of the block if I was even here to begin with, and that would only be because I would have been at the food center for the craft oil job that I was having done on my old 1985 Dodge Diplomat that wouldn't be under any warranty and would be in much need of the craft oil, but their cafeteria would surely be closed because of a healthcare incident or two or three. I could only imagine, knowing this place that you're in and where I be, Liberty City. Now do you get me? Murders here run more rampant than murders in Wyoming, if that's a good enough way to put it. But murders in Wyoming, it's all relative to who you think is considered human. I feel a little better now, and I could breathe out and sigh in and taste the barbecue in the air from Hometown. That's a spot on Northwest 22nd Street that bought when the buy-in was good, when Liberty City was still a Kill Bill, shoot shack, and best place to get a good warehouse full of barbecue to do it and slang it out expensive to a bunch of white people who never would have been here if it wasn't for them, and trying to get their own little piece of how it feels to be country and almost black, except you got so much more money, and you're afforded the luxury of, they pay by the hour ex-police officers or ones working on the shift to watch your back. So no sweat, no big deal. And oh, is the breast medical center coming up? I've never noticed that sign. I wonder what they deal in. That would be under tit jobs. I doubt it, but it is Miami, so funny it would be. But funnier is the size of that old school Chevrolet I see to my left. It's a damn shame that I can't pull up beside him and start cracking jokes and making huge, funny faces, smiling and really having a huck and yuck, because I must turn left at Northwest 16th Street to engage the brake just a bit, not too much, a little bit, then engage it more. Get behind this guy who's in a golf cart, wonder why he's there. He's got triangles, but they're not out. Pass by blacks. Soon to be on the pipe, not saying it's not right. And then pulling in ever so slowly to the place where I got my knee examined after I got hit by a car. And they said, we can't help you here. This is the Bruce W. Carter Department of Veteran Affairs Medical Center, the VA, Miami. And your knee is too far fucked for any of our interns to even attempt to think they could do a goddamn thing to that, except for cut it off, because they fucked it up. And so I go into the patient visitor parking, and hopefully I can just squeeze right in right now. I'm gonna ask for ID. Shit. I got an old veteran's ID, lost my new one, but this will work. He won't care because I am still getting hot. I'm here. Just gunning it off the gas. Got to go off Southwest 3rd Avenue, and I am going towards 4th, but got to jump it into I-95, and I believe this is the exit for me so that I can get home on a one-way trip down the highway going my way. Got to hit it this way, that on this lane or that. I got to sling 3 lanes over and then go right back. I see Papa John's, and I see a bunch of street walking ladies of the night milling about under the lit up sign. There's a bum. I've met him before. He's passed out under this bridge, dead to the world, but alive in his own right. As the North I-95 freeway corkscrew begins to take shape. And here I am, right in the middle of the thick of it. Glad I'm not over 15.2 feet high, because I would have hit that bridge and I would have been done. Just like that guy's shoes on the beginning of this entrance to I-95. I wonder what happened to that man. Did he just disappear or fuse? Because he was such a good person, God gave him the gift out of this hellhole and move on to the better place where you could truly do some good work. The tour of Miami is a happening, and it's a Friday. I-95 North, it's the only direction I'm going. Right out of Brickell. Got out of there in world record time from a storage unit on the 3rd floor, talking to a man with a amount of hair that was, it appeared to be everywhere. Not to say it was a 5 o'clock shadow, just to tell me it was a everyday kind of thing and there was nothing he could do about it. But he was not grotesque, nor was he hideous. He was just a young man in his 20s trying to sell me a couple chairs. He did almost a good job, except Google got in the way and screwed it all up and left me with only one thought of him, the man that I met with for at least 15 to 18 minutes, and that is the amount of hair that was all over him and his new to Miami albino shade that seemed like something come out of Milwaukee, maybe Wisconsin. I believe there was cheese somewhere in the air also. I don't know, but the express lanes are in the way, and I'm in them, and I'm not paying for them because I have temporary plates, and that means I can kind of go wherever I want to go, and even if I get pulled over, I don't believe I will get in trouble. But there's a policeman behind me. I will get one lane over to the right and let this police officer continue on his journey and the quest of never-ending goodness and I don't know. Yeah, that's all I got on that. The cop's coming up to the left on me. What am I supposed to do? Slow down in the middle of the I-95 North freeway? I don't know. I think I get over. Or do I just back off and act like I'm going to get over? That's what I did. Because it's just a Dodge, like Caravan, which is probably the most undercover of police cars I've ever seen out here in Miami. Normally, when you see an undercover police car, it's either a Ferrari or a Lamborghini or a souped up Mustang or a GTO or anything else that you think would never happen, because that's the thing Hollywood played out for so long, and that shit never happens. It happens out here. These guys, they're out here repoing Italian dope dealers and sons of theirs and Fortune 500 trust fund jailbait reckless drivers who forget to put insurance on that $500,000 new police car that they're loving life because they still got him locked up with no way of calling out of country. And your parents are in the Riviera, going to Monaco, gambling, laughing, drinking expensive shit. And you are on the jail diet. 3 hots and a cot. And it ain't appealing until it is, because after day 1, you're gonna start to say, that food looks almost edible. Then come day 2. Well, I think I'll try a bit, just a little. Then come day 3. This, can I get some of yours? Day 4. Day 5. I'm so hungry, shivering, coming down off whatever drug in life you were staying up on. It always is something or another, and the 3-day sleep is probably still rearing its tired head, and the days trips you up in the ways that you never thought you might succumb to, as offering your orifices for a simple half a pancake in the morning to Rusty, the bucking bronco who befriended you when you got there and now is your go-to rusty trombone. You gotta pay up if you want to get that full of gluten, goodness, sugary, cakey. How is it even a breakfast? You know. I know you know. And if you don't, good. Well, look at this. I just got off I-95 and I found myself on the wrong side of the tracks. East 79th Street, and that would be, take a guess. Right when I get off, I see Coin Laundry. Another Coin Laundry to my right, another Coin Laundry to my left, a 24-hour Coin Laundry coming up, a pawn shops. Uncle Sam's, to be precise. There's ladies of the night walking in the day, looking like you'd only want to see them in the night. There's a straggler and a struggler, both tuffling along and walking in the middle of the road. I got to dodge them real quick. This one says Little River LAU space DR. That's it. Something was lost. There's 24-hour Coin Laundry. Here's another Coin Laundry. Flowers shop, a church, half burnt down, another Coin Laundry. I see a 24-hour Coin Laundry coming up, and it's coming up quick, and next door to it is a Coin Laundry. And this Coin Laundry accepts coins. It says that. There's a 7-Eleven, is an unknown gas station, catty corner to that, where I believe you could still buy bath salts if you stink too much, because you can't use all the Coin Laundries and you have to keep re-wearing the same clothes, which appears to be an actual issue around here. I don't know, maybe, but it could be. So do your Coin Laundry, spend the extra weight, and then find yourself no reason to take baths and things that'll make you want to eat faces off. Here's another lady of the night popping through. She gives me an eye. It's a crazy one too. I don't know who falls victim or is easy prey for that bait that says, here's a crazy eye with my nappy-headed hair, and I am a hoe. So if you don't believe me, ask Don Imus. And if you don't remember who that was, it doesn't matter. But he's an old guy who definitely partook in something like that, as most do, when it comes down to the time that they got to waste when in Miami and find themselves in the same position that I am, except they'd be more needy than me. As I see the Bernal construction sign hovering over a bombed out building next to the Miami-Dade Public Library System, which I never even knew was here, and it is closed to the public for some reason because nobody's reading out here. So why would we open that free door to let everybody just come on in and start sleeping? I think that's the logic behind it. And to each to win the day is to each to have his own. And the day, that is to the taxpayers. We get to save a coin or two and know where we could use it, because there's so many laundromats just awaiting for us to be coming on in. I took a left and kind of got out of there, but I'm still in the gentrified up and coming kind of place where a millennial times 10 will overshadow the bum sleeping outside of his wheelchair, looking to be knocked out, possibly dead on the ground. But he's got the shade, so at least he's got half a brain. And by saying that, I'm not saying any more than at least he's got half. Not the whole thing, nothing extravagant. Just he had enough common sense to get shade. And that says more than it doesn't about somebody lying half dead in the street in a millennial-filled area where they're sooner than later going to come over there and start asking if you need help. Next thing you know, you'll be in a food line on your way to sobriety, finding God. It was a choice they gave you when you stepped in those doors to the Salvation Army. One of the two things, sir. After you answer correctly, are you sober and ready to stay that way? You answer yes. Yes, ma'am. Okay. Well, it's either the metaphysical track where you can begin to use the word quantum in sentences and in life as if you had been a physicist for all these years leading up to the train wreck you are now. And string theories, amongst many other scientific ways, will be contemplated in your ever-pondering, oh so serious now, thoughtful mind, careful as you are as to where the next steps might take you and how it is your feet choose to make their mark. The secret will have all of a sudden, through some strange bit of luck, chance, and actual osmosis, without even you having to put that to your head, just looking at the book on the shelf being offered to you during a class, was all it took for you to understand the full meaning of what it means to be able to manifest everything that you need right now as a new being is become of you, as you now find solace in that cot they had supplied for you from the parts of you that are deep within rigorous exercises of the universe that life loosely left you to be able to turn and bend and twist as you see fit, so it molds towards a direction that may benefit your simple needs, as those needs are the ones to be manifested by you in a sobriety fueled delusional rage that could work out if it weren't you. And if it was you, well, you'd have another choice to go follow in the Jesus peace and walk in the steps of Christ, just as he did. Follow your fellow man and be reborn. Find the light and repent. Relinquish your free will, as it is no longer yours to carry. There is God now, my son, and him alone shall show you the light and the way to find how to see through it and be a part of it, and tell your fellow brothers tales of the triumph that you as a man truly are. From the bottom you crawled in, dirt, soot, stink, and sweat, parched, but found courage and mustered up the last ounce of energy left in you to stand and say, I accept Jesus Christ as my Savior. Then felt him cradle you in his arms and walk you in as a child in need. Of his parents. Sad, helpless, and defeated, you rose back up through nothing other than the glory of God. And this is all that you have told everybody new to the show, and everybody been there a while, same thing. Your way is the only way, and the only way is in his footsteps, which will be right behind your footsteps as the second coming you are. And that's by day 3. Can you only imagine where you'll be in a week? My bet, if it's like anybody I've seen, right back on the street with the mouth jacked open. And once it's full, swallow and hope you got some Listerine. Yeah, the raw deal is the deal life makes to somebody who can't eat tartare, but orders it anyway. And that's what that is. The trick right now to this day is just to get it over with. Don't eat too much, you're gonna end up a cow. Don't do that bowing down. You're not Chinese. Take your shoes off in my house and it's okay. Still like rice yesterday. Right now, too much starch tomorrow. So give me just a noodle bowl 3 times a week, and on the other 4, I don't care. Just put something more in my soup that don't wanna make me poop. So I don't have to get it up and make my mom get over here and scoop it up. 'Cause I'm the dog and she was the one being the bitch. But what was the one that made me itch? Go twitch and they'll say, this life it is I got it now. It's a sitch, snitch, stitch, and a sew is how I got to go down the way to keep going through my routine and then wake up and do it another one day after day, the day after day, the day 1, 2, and 3, 4. Can you believe I'm not blue in this and 2 more? Can't see anything other than just the reflection in me getting older with the beard going down to the floor. Do I look like Santa Claus? No, it's not Christmas or cold outside, but I still could. Could I look like the Easter Bunny if the time played the way the cake to make thee do the day and carry that and bury the eggs out in the backyard? If I had one, I would. Because next day I'll be the tooth fairy. Just don't call me the fairy, or else you get the tooth knocked out and do. Then I won't come over and visit you. Because it's just life is gonna be the dad I'm gonna be, but I don't wanna get the pop's body. So just let me get away with another way to go crazy. Think my wife's listening right now. Gotta go, baby. Yeah. About that time, and about that time is the time that we need to go. We is in me and you. If you're listening to, just check the tunes. Yep, they're there. The beat, here too. Me, right here. You, over there. Stop sign, I'm at one. Thinking, I'm on one. Until I'm not. Acting rational, if I have. Worse than that, if I must. Doing something I can't take back, if I'm pushed. Pushing somebody only if they make me push back. So, where am I at? I'm here in the middle of the day, and I'm about to go. Stuck in traffic, 2:48 in the afternoon. It's a Wednesday, I think. Yes, hump day. Other images of what that word means to me shoot in front of my eyes, stopping me for a second. But the green light and the man in front of me with his turn signal on, but going straight, keeps me alert, keeps me on my game. At least I can go right while he keeps going straight and won't have to look at that blink anymore until I go right again, or until I follow another piece of work who doesn't know about turn signals and what they do. Maybe they just like the sound of tick, 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 so they leave them on even when they're going straight. Maybe they shouldn't be driving at all, or maybe I'm taking this little moment a little too seriously and I should just brush it off. That's what they tell you, brush it off. Those are the same people that go to bagel bars and eat everything on it bagels with lox. You know what lox are? Something I've never put on a bagel, but if you're from New York, an East Coaster, then you'll know what I'm talking about. But if you're from LA, a West Coaster, like myself, you probably won't be privy to anything that needs a key to be able to access it on a bagel. Makes no sense. Same with the people like that who would back up and say I am the one who is too tense. I am the one who needs to just relax. But how is that possible if I gotta hit the brakes right now so hard, or else my insurance company is gonna start to laugh when they hear that I just hit the Bentley because I merged over too quickly. And guess what? Here's the kicker. I did it without a turn signal on. So who am I? The bad guy or the guy that just took a chance? Because I knew I would have to dance. My other hand was resting right over the crotch of my pants, holding a harmonica. Why? Because I'm White Stevie Wonder when I want to be. Why am I not playing it right now? Because I don't want to be White Stevie Wonder, and I'm holding it, cradling it in my hand above my crotch in the place where I know it will be at its most safest that any harmonica in this car could ever be, is because my son, he is my next target in this driving fiasco. That is Miami, that is every day. Every day you want to go fast, but you end up just dragging slow, almost getting hit by Bentleys next to you as they creep and crop, but then he slows down. If my son was here, he'd go and play the hell out of that harmonica, little White Stevie Wonder. He'd show them all how. I see the bay to the right and left as I cross over a pay-to-play bridge. I think it's costing me on SunPass. Thank God I don't have to bite the bullet and dish out the quarters from a sticker on my windshield because I have temporary plates. Do you know what temporary plates mean? They mean a lot when you get a tint so dark, and then you put those plates, one plate, tape it, horrible, and barely hanging on, not even legible, even if it was right in front of your face, said the cop. But now it's behind dark, black, illegal tint, and that affords me so much more than the price it would cost to have to pay the ticket for illegal tint in Miami. If anybody has ever got that ticket, that is above the age of grown-up. Because once you're there, you don't get ticketed for stuff like that unless you're a grown-up playing Fast and the Furious out there with the Bongo Fiesta and every other hard rock body out trading half Chinese, half made up by Dr. Good Hands to make those boobs so ballooned up and sought after to be put into cars or on the fronts of yachts so they could be used as either air fresheners from all that expensive couture, Dior, and fancy other J'adore they like to wear, or hood ornaments, basking out in this unforgiving Miami sun, and not understanding that if this is their first time here and it's just a vacation and somehow they ended up on this rich guy's yacht. Look, he let us lay out in the front. He supplied towels and all. Says it's okay to take our tops off. We said no. Says, would you like a drink? We said yes. Next thing you know, we're drinking with him and our tops are off, and that's not it. He's coming in. Those hood ornaments are more than just that. They can have babies, but they gotta go back to Oklahoma soon. So, too bad, so sad. It's not really his yacht, and you have no clue what that man's name is. There are too many Ramones in here and not enough Johns. But you just got tapped by both. You always remember Miami at its greatest chances to let you feel so much of a life you wish you didn't have to live to regret. And all that cost you was just being friendly and outgoing. Seems like the turn I'm taking right here on Harding Avenue could take a turn for the worse if I were forced like that and this wasn't my car. And I didn't live here and I was incoherently blabbing about thoughts that I believe might happen in my head. Big dreams, no actions, just plane tickets that got me to this place and able to rent something with four wheels to drive me around in it. But with the destination, nobody could ever know, not even me. I'd just be following streets, looking at Wikipedia on where's all the good places to see, the people doing the fancy stuff and doing the fancier stuff. And then I wouldn't know. I wouldn't know anything because I would just be tugging and pulling from what I know on TV, those old Miami Vice shows, and then what I know now on TV, those later CSI shows, and then what I know in the future on TV, more Miami than only Hollywood might know. And then I would be distracted by a woman in a bodysuit. And she's more than fit, she's thick. She has arms that look like they've been implanted off the woman version of Arnold Schwarzenegger, if they had one, but not quite as big and as grotesque. But the face, I could just tell it was of the foreign nature. Something wanted me to call her Javier, but that was a woman. Why was that? Because Javier, his garden service, will have trucks riddling the street of the richer, uppity neighborhoods, such as this one that I'm in now. Stuck at the light, and the light is green, and I'm looking right to see the street kitchen and a sign that says unloading only, 15-minute maximum. Also, if you're handicapped, you have a 15-minute maximum. It's crazy that if you're handicapped in Florida, you and a box have no real clear difference when it comes to getting out of a car, because it's not a car a box normally gets out of to be unloaded. It's something in the size, just about the right size, is the same size as a person in a wheelchair might have to be escorted out in just to say. Seems like that's a low blow. Seems like if I were in a wheelchair, I would have a gripe. Seems like I could start a war on a social media platform and really make a name of myself. As if wheels wasn't already cool enough. But I would only be able to take wheels number 1,368 from all of my buddies that I've never met, but got online sooner to try to make a mark on the world that doesn't cater too much to people that are no different than a crate of oranges being unloaded out in front of the street market. I'm distracted by the one Sotheby's signs as I keep going down Harding Avenue towards 88th and the next signal up, as it warns me. As I see that, then I think of the building that crashed down at 2 a.m. and look to my left. No more memorial. They got rid of that quickly. It was congesting up the unforgiving, like I said, traffic that is Miami and the sun and plenty of other things. It'll do that to your wallet. That word is ever-changeable, usable, and relatable. But there's still no building to the left. And the Sotheby's sign was on a house that I looked at not but 2 years ago, right before the housing market went kaboom all over the place and brought in corporations and money, and bags of it on top of that, and actual people with bags of money paying well over the asking price so that there would be no more bidding war. If you were to ever go to an open house and place a bid, you would lose. It would be like the United States fighting Guam. You are Guam, and the United States is every corporation that felt like this is the right time to come in and buy every single house in Miami. And there will be no argument or fight. There will just be Guam. Give it your best shot because we have cash. Big bags of it. And guess what? Everybody likes big bags of cash. Nobody likes Guam. And that left me looking at that sign in a house that was shit. Pardon my French, but I'm in Miami and I'm just telling it like it is. Shit. And they were asking $500,000 for it with no Sotheby's sign, but now all of a sudden, now they're partnering up with everybody against Guam, and they think they're somebody. They think they're somebody so much to be a Sotheby's somebody. That's somebody out like in Malibu. You see those signs in places that isn't this street, not Harding Avenue. You keep going down the street, guess what you'll find? Dope and rock and coke. And the girls, you don't call them that. You call them strawberries. Do you know why? They don't taste like strawberries, not anymore. They may have at one point, but now they just like to suck your dick for crack rock. It's an old played out term. I don't know if it's changed or evolved, but the same girl still lives on the same streets today. Same place, different face. All no way everywhere out. up and down, they go all around. These are the streets that America knows, and no other city is furthest from it than Miami would be. But it still follows the guidelines and lives by the rules and caters to all of the same. The same streets, the same strips, the same everything. It's the same cookie cutter idea, place, go out, thing, do, eat, fuck, sleep, everything. No different. You want the public transportation, you'll sit at the stop. You want a cookie? Guess what? Go to the cookie shop. Does it have a different name? Big deal. Same cookie, different meal. Bigger price? Probably. You want to go out and have some fries? Check to see where the local guides send you. You'll end up at TGI's Friday, even on a Thursday or a Monday, and it'll look just like the one at Fisherman's Wharf in San Francisco. And that's a lifetime away from here if you were swimming and a human, because most humans can't swim that good. Even Michael Phelps, it would probably take a year or two. You, a lifetime. And once you get there, you'll see the same. What was the point of traveling anyway? You'll find it if you take a flight, if you can afford it. And when you can, watch. You'll have a layover in Bixby, Alabama. And there, you're going to get hungry. And when you're hungry, you'll ask Google, where do I go to get something good to eat? Best eats ever. Where do they have the best ribs? In Bixby? I don't even know if it's Alabama, but I do know that the TGI Fridays will be on the top 3 of the list. And guess what? You'll go because it's familiar. It's much better than taking the shot in the dark by local businesses that paid for the advertising, so they're forced to put them on there, and they have to cater to everyone's specific little cultural, business, entrepreneurial, smoky little wannabe needs. But how many stars and reviews did the TGI Fridays receive? Much more. Way more, times 3, than any of those mom and pop rib joints that slang sweet tea and other things unfamiliar to what a TGI Fridays is known to you will always provide. And that is calm, confident, you know what you get. You've been there before, you'll go there again. Why do you travel? Nobody knows. But you're here in Miami, so why even eat? Why even sleep? That's what they say. Find yourself something that rhymes with Flo Clane and get some cocaine in your nose and make your day. What they don't tell you about it on the movies, because they'll never get it right, is that you do not want to sniff it, because this will be stomped down and cut up by a Honduran, a Bolivian, a Peruvian, an Ecuadorian, and then finally sold to you crazy late in some parking lot hours after you had your shot to do it, and then take the girl home and basically entrap her into being forced to give you a helping hand or a crack off her ass just so you can give her more of that powder that gives you the power. Yeah, but that Cuban, he would be late by 3 to 4 hours. Yeah, and if you sniff it, you're gonna clog up your nostrils when it mixed with the humidity. You don't believe me? Take my word, don't try it on your own. I live here, and I don't do it, but I live here. And that's enough to know you gotta smoke this. Get yourself in a place where you can be quiet, and then shut all the doors. I'd recommend the Case 1621 on 79th Street, right before Adventure Avenue and my son's school. It's a closed down old Mexican joint right on the water. If you can break a window or two and dodge a cop that's chilling out, having a break, then get to the back where they used to make that Mexican cake and start twisting red roses that you got from the liquor store. And if you didn't know that they were there for no other reason than smoking crack, you need to get back to reality and the fool you are, so that the rest of the world can take a bite of your sucker snack. Son, this is the place need not know how to go. This is the place. I'll show you. I am numero and uno. And this, my friend, was a taste and a twist of what can be when you take the time out just to play around and talk about everything that you might see. So I'm here at the end, picking up my son, and I will say, until we meet again, I'm gone. H out with another one. Miami. Ain't this the place to be? Right now. It's the truth. Miami. Where the knucklehead is norm, and the norm is unforgiving. Most people around you, boy, you'd have to say to yourself, same as I do to myself. When I'm on the road, why is everybody always beeping at me? And then when I'm walking, why does nobody ever say, excuse me, as you pass? Or, if on a bicycle and they're coming up, quick, time is money here. I could count the amount of times I've heard on your left on one finger. And that's the same one I'd give to them. As they try to burrow on right by me. Just keeping to themselves. The air is moist. And after June, you're living in a volcano. It's hot. Your sweat drips. It's probably one of the last cities in America to have a mall that's flourishing, booming. Because everything in Aventura spells money, and a lot of it. Biscayne Boulevard is a street you can't ignore. And if you do, prepare for being a part of the greater Miami gentrification movement that takes place on any street further out from the bay than that. Keep your doors locked and your windows up. US 1, another one of the multiple names for it, is littered with Ferraris, Lamborghinis, Bentleys, and definitely Range Rovers to the nth degree. So much to the point you're more excited if you happen across somebody driving a Toyota Tercel. One of them late 90s mid-grade models. That always comes with somebody redder in the neck than you, sucking down a Marlboro Light with the idea that they're going to live that much longer, because they do. And don't be surprised if that same car ends up your Uber later on the night if you choose to go out. Take the smart route, opting to not drive. Let somebody else deal with that. The bugs are enormous and plenty. And after it rains, they are many. A brisk walk down the street will have you running for the shower, hoping you got the soap good enough to wash everything that got stuck in there right out. You got a melting pot in America, full of piles of people, all mixed up in this stew that doesn't know how to talk like you, nor anybody else. Past the Haitian jibber jabber, Colombian nonsense, Peruvian slang, Cuban sidestep, and English minority. Good luck trying to figure out what's going on to anybody coming here from Ohio. Because that's a state Nobody knows out here in Miami. The police are everywhere. Parked on any block that in a normal city might tell you, watch out. Don't speed. Stay right. Don't want to get pulled over by the police. Not tonight. They're in full force. Everywhere. And that's true. Except only by blind eyes would one see fear from one of these policemen coming out of a car parked that they ain't in. It's all just a facade. A fantastic one that gets no jobs done but paychecks signed and sent out. And taxes, thank God they're still better than California, or else nobody would be here in the end. The traffic is much worse than Ohio's or anywhere else in America with all these new cars. The beeps you hear just come second nature and mean nothing after a mile or so. The warnings, more like, what's next? And what's next? Another red light. And after that, more traffic. And soon after, you're stuck. And when it's done, it feels like it never is. But when it finally is, you're spent. And after that, you're broke. And all you wanted was to go home and be anywhere other than Miami. You hear that? That's Miami rain. And a lot of it. About this time of year, that's what you get. A lot of rain. You find yourself caught in it. You better hope you're sitting in something waterproof. Because if you ain't, you're about to get wet. Thank God I got windows that roll all the way up. If I didn't, I'd be like one of those Miami folk you'll see more times than less. You got your eyes open, looking at the folk that walk the streets of Miami, carrying a bag or three. Down the road, I walked up and down enough times to know there's probably a bridge I could find refuge and the rest of my shit. Close enough. As I get cut off by a Maserati who just couldn't wait in line. And a policeman driving right next to me, watching the screen. He's got bright lighting up the inside of that vehicle. It looks boring, but I know it's got to be just a boss key he hit when he saw my neck cracking over right to look down on him. Now he's made it up a couple more cars than me, and I think I could see Candy Crush at full speed, illuminating where my tax dollars are surely funding. I got my wipers on full. The automatic shit, had to throw that out the window. Not with rain like this. With rain like this, you can't trust new car AI, because it just can't think that fast. Streets are flooded. Puddles of muck out here. And I just drove through a red light. Did the cop well, he did the same thing. One of us wasn't paying attention, and one of us was playing Candy Crush. And both of us, well, we're in Miami, so we know it doesn't matter. Nobody's ratting each other out here. We got places to be. Where that is, it doesn't matter. Speaking of the homeless, Had my sister out here with her husband. Let's just call them Olivia and Papa Giorgio. Man lives up to his name, let me tell you. As for my sister, her last name ain't Rodrigo, so it just doesn't make sense to a lot of people out here getting the introduction. She's bright white. Little Rodrigo in any of that. Now, as my train of thought is fucking stopped because there's two cars right in front of me stopped with their hazards on. This is Biscayne Boulevard. Busy street. And every time is a busy time to be driving on it. And you gotta have everything opposite of what busy means going on in your head. If you're gonna take up 2 lanes, not 1, but 2. On a rainy day in traffic like this, for whatever God knows reason, got you there to begin with. Because you're taking up 2 lanes, dude. Not 1. That's fucked. Thank God I did it the Miami way and just hit that turn signal and trudged on through. As I'm now following a early 90s Ferrari Spider. He riding so low to the ground. I'm watching his car get blasted through the puddle by an Audi A8. Rare. Sits a lot higher than that Ferrari. Lord knows. Be looking at some more hazards if I can see him that low. When it turns out he forgot to roll that ragtop shit sunroof back to cover. Now I'm just following him. Looks like he made it. Emblem and all. But Olivia, not the Rodrigo, Papa Giorgio, they were finishing out their last day working in the sun down on South Beach, Nikki Beach, actually. I think it's spelled Nikki. It's a real, it's a different kind of beach than most beaches out here. So I hear that thunder above me. Now it rolls through, coming right through me. The beach. Turned out wasn't the best place for them to do their work. Distractions, well, they happen. But on Nikki Beach, they're just like the tide. They're always coming in. And taking you out of any thing on that computer screen that may have required concentration. That's why the Starbucks bordering it right off Ocean Drive, that will suit most a lot better to get a job done. As this cop right behind me is driving on the wrong side of the road against traffic on Biscayne. Not even a cop, fire department worker in the battalion chief car. He's going against traffic to beat this bottleneck that I'm in right now and to meet up with his compadres in the actual fire truck I see up at the light. Maybe he's stopping there, or maybe that's just causing the bottleneck. Like something happened. Something happened hot. But on a day this rainy, seems like Mother Nature is doing the job a lot better than anybody got to connect a hose to a hydrant could ever think to do. Fuck. Shit looks like it's jammed up as hell. 135th Street. I'm going down. This Ferrari Spider lollygagging up ahead, letting people in. I got people flipping around. Do I want to do that? Do I want to... Fuck. Can I... Fuck this. I'm going to do a U-turn. This shit looks busted off. There's no way. I'm going to do a U-turn. Take my chances to go down. And I believe I can. So I'm almost positive. I get up here at a light. Hang a left. And I can take that back road all the way there. Fuck. I got a truck busted down here. Fuck. I know I can. Up at the Audi dealership. I take a left here. Shit, I gotta do a U-turn, then a left. Shit. I'll do a left at the light. Shit. I gotta get to this back alley. Shit. 134th Street. Fuck me. I'll keep going. I can't do a U-turn there, not with this truck. Not in this weather. Fuck. As I said, shit. I'll work it out. So now it looks like I'm double backing, following a bunch of fucks trying to do the same goddamn thing I'm doing. Fuck, shit, fuck. Motherfucker. Whatever. So the Starbucks it offers a place to get the job done for just a small fee, which is, I'm sure, more than what a Starbucks would charge in Milwaukee if you were to have to pay the same small fee of a couple whatever, a spot to sit down and plug away the rest of that grind with the juice of their Wi-Fi and the comfort of what umbrellas can do. In a place like this, that without them, you're stuck hot, burning in the sun and trying to suck off a chance to be productive. with your mind wandering around, because if you don't have that Starbucks comfort and that nice shade that comes with it, that nice libation you had to buy to be able to afford all that, well, my friend, as if we were, you're on Nikki Beach, trying to be like that person you see in your dreams, or on some bullshit commercial, or the movie The Net with Sandra Bullock, that's able to actually be productive on sand. The movement of the waves coming in and out, there's something you get used to. But unless you're a complete wide-eyed degenerate who's used to watching fake titties in the middle of the day bounce around back and forth, behind a hand holding a glass of Dom Perignon, and in front of face that screams nothing other than, my name is Nikki with an I, on a beach with the same name in front of it. Then you're going to have a couple hard moments of trying to stay soft and on pace with whatever product that company got you trying to push. When I got down there, I'd ridden my electric bike, which is bigger than a motorcycle and faster than any of the scooters you see out here, and falls between the lines of legal and how is this legal? And fuck yeah, I'm gonna ride that because I don't have to park it anywhere other than wherever I want, which is a lot easier than having to find a spot anywhere near this makes sense in Nikki Beach and the Starbucks. I pulled right to the front on the sidewalk, kicked out the stand, and shimmied out. so I could say hi to my sister. Hard at work under that big sunshade in that nice patio with that macchiato caramel. Patting her on the back. She said, we saw a woman parading around not but 5 feet from us with her top off. She had beautiful breasts. Must have paid a lot for those. Says my sister. Papa Giorgio, he found refuge inside. The heat. It was too much. On both sides of the stick. But I answered her, I said, paid. She gave me a look, and then I looked back. And I had a couple things to say, and ways to say it. I knew that at this point would either make or break this. So I had to say them as clever as I could, because the things I wanted to say were a lot of things about the woman with her top off on that piece of beach they call Nikki. That may have aggravated my sister. May have pulled her chain a bit, because they may have sounded a little anti-woman. They may have sounded a little like the wrong thing a person should assume. So I said to my sister, as she was turning away that job she was getting paid to do, one that, pays well enough for her to be able to come all the way down to Miami and visit us. While she's doing it. I said, what do you think that woman does for work? Because it seems like she's got it all figured out. My sister's a big pro-woman kind of girl. Same with Papa Giorgio. Very touchy about those things. They don't want misogyny. They don't want any caveman yelling bullshit. They don't want just ignorant speak. So when I asked her that, she looked up. She said, what do you think she does? What does she do? Because whatever it is, seems like she's doing pretty good to be able to afford all these luxuries in such a simple life we're all trying to get through, and doing it in such a way that she has time to tan her tits. She's living a life You and I, we could only dream to find out how it is. It's possible. Seems almost mind-boggling to find a woman like that who could work so hard just like you, but do it in such a way that it just seems like the life she's living is a luxury. And we're all paying for it. Because I don't want to say that that woman didn't work to get where she was at. I don't want to say she's not working right now. I don't want to say anything other than, who is that woman? Why was she able to push you out of your office with those perfect tits? On top of everything else. So perfect. Look like plastic. Almost unreal. What do you think she did? What do you think she's doing? And how is it all of us can't get a job like her? Or, and then my sister laughs a bit. She could see that I'm just trying to say this woman is, in fact, not a worker at all. She is what we both suspect she is. What every other woman on Nikki Beach with her top off in the middle of the day is definitely a whore. Who can barely speak English, was brought over here by someone who could barely know love. And in return, got a pair of tits, an expensive drink, and a real nice Bentley. Or she's a homeless person. Didn't even have enough money to afford a shirt. Couldn't find the dollar and a cent enough to get a decent cup of water, and had to sleep in her car the night before. Piece of shit Bentley, Maybach, the massage machine in the back seat was on the brink. Oh, the life. Yeah, I don't know. I had to tie this up. I'm finally home. The rain's stopping. And I'm just like one of the many. With a package from the Diamond Exchange. I just came back from popping in and out and getting something from my girl. Hope she'll like it. If not, just another moment in Miami. I could repeat. Hopefully this time it won't rain. Fuck, this puddle's big. King of Instagram Live, standing next to a cactus, and that would be episode number 57. And a pink bite is coming up. If you know where a cactus and a pink bite would be, then you would know that I'm in Miami, and right there, smack in the middle at Wynwood, going through. Excuse me. Gotta duck and dodge a little. I didn't mean to find myself here, but I'm here. So I'm ducking and dodging just a little, cutting through traffic and staying on course, but watching myself because you never know what's gonna come in Wynwood traffic. And that would be surprising if I get through this whole thing without this goddamn piece of shit, old ass phone that I'm using that's been through way too much drops, falls, damage, and close calls to say that it's not gonna last the whole way because it's gonna overheat because I dumped some iced tea on it while I was talking to my girl off MacArthur Causeway earlier on. About 15 minutes. You thought it would have cooled it off, but it didn't. Just left me fucked up, and now I'm like, damn it, again with it? Yeah, again with it. So I gotta cut it and grind it and go. Right behind you, man, thank you. In a way that says I gotta keep going. It's a nice breeze though, but shit, car's gonna ever stop going. Need to cut in and catch myself up on that side of the road and then pass this motherfucker. And that's how it goes. Get myself back on the sidewalk, because that shit is took. And you know that's an Amazon van right there. You know. Black and tall like that. It's an Amazon, or it's carrying Ming Chow or whatever that guy is that plays basketball but came from China, and he's the only Chinese man playing basketball. All right, enough of that. I'm not last night doing it all the rambling. I can't keep that up. That's too much. I can't even stand it. Let's stop it. Ha! All right, I was doing that, I think, just to get myself out of the nervous area of life. I'm still in it, but I mean, that's just because this street sucks. It really does. So for those of you that don't know Miami, you wouldn't know that after the Wynwood area, you get into the area that Wynwood used to be before gentrification. Guess what kind of area that is? Tough. Piece of shit area. And this right here is on the outskirts of it. So therefore, no gentrification was been done to that part of it. It's all just duh. So I'm gonna cut up here and get out of this little piece of shit so I can get back into the ooh and the ah. That is at least a better little bit of a street than that shit. Fuck that shit. We'll zoom on through just a bit, lay claim to the shit, and cut around and make great time. Because I got a couple sandwiches I'm holding on. Oh yeah, I forgot. Yeah. It's sandwich time at the house. And goddamn it, gonna be good, I think. Ugh, that bum shit stink. I didn't mean to rhyme that. I mean, literally, that bum, he had some shit there. He lives there right under the bench that people park their other butts down to wait for the RTD so they can get to the other side of town. That bum, though, most of the day, he just lives there, thinking it up and taking a shit right where I rolled on by, and I'm like, God damn it, bum shit. Fuck, at least I didn't get none of it on these buttes that I got chilling up in another box, bag and a drag of a long way to go, but I'm glad I ain't walking. Whatever. I got Vietnamese sandwiches, Vietnamese bang pie or something like that. Ching ta bang ta, bang tai toi, bang tai ta. I'm gonna start just yelling stuff out until I get the right weird syllable down that sounds so acute because it's on the high pitch. It's like you're dealing with words that don't love you. They just want to get your attention. That's what Chinese and Mandarin do to me. So that's what this sandwich is. It got my attention, got my girl's attention, and got, well, what does that make? Our attention. Like that guy, I got his attention. He wanted to keep on rolling, but I gave the glare at him, and then I yelled a bit, talking about attention. And he lifted up his soggy head and attention span that was going with it, that was stuck parked up in that Bentley that he was driving, or maybe it was just a cheap Mercedes-Benz with a knockout hood emblem on it. And he saw me and he said, "Oh, you got my attention." And I said, "Yeah, I got it. Hit the brakes." And he did, and you know, that's where I'm at now. Still alive, rocking it. It's the best way to kill a drive home. I'm telling you. You can say whatever you want. It's my own studio outside that nobody will remember who I was and what I said when they're gone. I feel a drop of rain. I think I feel another. Oh shit, I feel like 13 more. This time it's gonna pour. Fuck. Now I feel 32, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Watch out, BMW. I'm gonna get home before this sandwich goes up into soggy, soaked out, rain-drenched Miami storm you got fucked in a soggy sandwich because you were out all through it and should have stopped, but your pride said, no, you can keep going. You could do it. You thought you was Thomas the Tank Engine, but you just got an engine that says, hey, it's gonna drown out if you get it all logged up with water and slow down, but you'll still get through it. But your sandwiches, yo, they'll be fucked, man, and soaked. So unless you want to have to redo this and get to go back onto the place where coming through told that bum, yo, unless you want to have to double take that and do it again to do, I would promise you to say, hey, don't rain today, save it again until I'm home. Build it up and wait for that bum, because I saw him talking shit to the heavens. Yeah, I see that every day, at least twice. I mean, and I'm telling you truth on that someone. Ugh. These dangerous roads right here that I gotta pass. This oldie, man, going way too slow. I'm gonna speed them all fast. Coming right around on your left and your right. Thank you, sir. He's gonna get caught in this storm if one comes a hitting, and I'm telling you, that old man, he ain't gotta worry about no corona. That shit will hit him with the walking, then running, then you got pneumonia. Oh shit. Did I warn you? I did, but you didn't. You got stubborn, and now look at you, down under, sucking down with the earthworms and looking for a guy named Jim, because that's what your kids used to play on the PlayStation. And you think it's a game? No, not when you're 6 feet under. The game's over and you're fucked. So, should have listened and not dragging in the rain when you're so old. The hat and the mask ain't gonna save you from getting cold. And then it walks up on you and you got the pneumonia. And I didn't warn you. I didn't. But I mean, I was just saying it here. But you're so old, you don't listen to this shit. So why does it even matter, right? I'm just talking to air and more dense matter, even if it had ears to take in some of this blah, blah batter. How's the sandwich doing? Oh, good. Yeah, the sandwich is doing real good. Coming on through, guys. Coming on through. Check this out. I got a sandwich, this, do a jump kick too. Hold it down. See, I was triple multitasking that moment up. You know, I wasn't starving for attention, and I wasn't being no pussy faggot or cuck. Nothing of the nice of the sort. I promise you, it's the truth. I was just doing it just to do, because I wanted to see what their expression would be if I said, hey, yo, check this, I'm gonna hit you with a sandwich, one wheel, and then start doing a kick your way and leave you smoked out and then wondering like, what the fuck did he just do? 7 Seas Bed and Motel, let's move it on for the rates, cheap as shit. 64 a night is like a 1995 Motel 6 that you'd see off the highway back in the day. It always turned out to be like $49.88. But still, those taxes, man, either or. You get in there for $100 a night in this day and age, and if you're in Miami and doing it, you gotta steal, because you can also do a couple other things. Not only save a little cash for a meal, but you'll have a little left over. So whatever you're doing in Miami that brought you all the way down here, all you gotta do is go out a little further, venture down. Let me show you where it is. Follow me. Excuse me, coming right around you. I'll let you know, at least I didn't need to excuse myself, but you know, I saw a sign that says their lives matter, and she was an Indian, so fuck it, right? Same thing, difference, or whatever. It's all the same. It don't matter. Fuck it, I'll cut across and hit that shit. Like it had my name on it, and then say, get out of my way, bus. It had my name on it, not yours. It says Mike, not Butt. I'll cut it on the sidewalk and try to quit with all the glares that I'm getting, and then keep rolling on through and try to remember about what it was that I was just spitting before I started cutting and turning into the traffic and earning my time that I'm making in this lot of a trial like Mario Kart, where my life's at stake. That guy looked like what I call my dog after he got all fat at Aunt Sakura's house. I call him Husk. He looked like one. You need to keep riding that bike. Watch out of my way. I didn't want to stop, so I just kept doing it. Hey, there's your boy, Keenan Hardeman. Remember I was talking about him? If you did, you caught all that through the mumbo and jumbo and the air and the loud noise sound last night that was kicking, punching, doing, and basically all over the place, trying to ruin any audible connection that I would have had with somebody's ears, because unless you got great ears, which would be more than my ears, because tonight it's got my damn ears, and thank the army and shooting off guns for all that, but fuck it, hey. I was talking about Keenan Hardeman on the bus stops, and how all the blacks and everybody else who waits at those stops, including the bums and all of the ones that get free sandwich coupons when you go vote, they'll be doing it for Keenan Hardeman, that big black head and that juicy whatever smile that he got blasted on every one of them on. Except that represents the Thursday night Pride Gay, like that Pride group. It's got a lot of either Keenan Hardeman or Pride groups on bus stops. So either you're gay, trans, LGBTQ, or Keenan Hardeman for whatever he's running for today. And you know, that'll be a bus stop in Miami, every other one, and the next 52, I promise you that. Just check them and watch what I'm saying. Anyway, back to what I was saying about the hotel. That's what it was, yeah. Keep following me up this way, past all 15 Keenan Hardeman for whatever he's running on office today, and you'll get to 79th Street. All right, there, you gotta make a choice. It was hard to talk with all those bumps. I was going like, I couldn't think. My brain was bobbling down and bumping into a whole bunch of white noise and then road coming out fast. So hold up, bitch, get the fuck out of your turn. Didn't mean to make that parental guidance suggestive, but hey, get the fuck out of my way. Now, when you get to 79th Street, you'll just pass this place called Winewood. Don't do them no time or remember even who they are. Just if you're hungry, don't stop and eat. Because yeah, they got a good big ass burger that tastes like real ground meat and it's worth all the $25 that you're gonna spend. And if you get a sandwich, it's got a couple beets in it. It's not much, but it tastes good as shit. But remember I said but the chef, nah, I can't deal with him. The chef, he's one of those chefs that thinks he's Gordon Ramsay or the next one coming up right. And actually, if you ask him about Ramsay, he'll be like, fuck that dude, fuck Hell's Kitchen and fuck Kitchen Nightmares. That bitch don't know. I'm the real chef of the night. Tell that cop, hold up and chill it with the Pollo Tropical I'm rolling through. Like I said, rolling through, literally. Not like the ones that say, yo, I'm just rolling through, man, and you're walking. No, or on stilts or a pogo stick, like I'm gonna get my son on the day that he could do that shit. No, I was rolling through, cop, and I said, chill it out. Let me roll through. Back to 79th Street. Here's where we is. That's where it stops and where I was gonna lay down the next line that I say. You're gonna see North US 1 or Miami Beach to the right. You don't wanna go to either of them. You heard me? Go to none. Fuck that. See, now you pass 78th Street. Just keep going one more. All right? It's gonna look like shit. I should take a right towards Miami Beach. That would be the right choice. I'll take a right because that would be the right thing to do. No, you take a left towards the fucked up side of the street. Right over there. Go that way. Towards the hood. Down there. Now you make that left, you wouldn't be following me unless I'm doing a documentary on what's it like to catch VD on vacation in Miami because you were too cheap to get yourself some girls that were able to advertise on whatever place that the hookers advertise on and use technology. No, because you didn't want to spend that and you were too scared that you might get stuck in a booby trap that would be blackmail by one of them hoes, whores, sluts, or street-walking prostitutes that live in the night and prey on you, and you would rule the day. So you go down 79th Street, the opposite way of where I am headed right through. You won't see Cuba Zazabaza real estate or any of this bullshit that I'm passing through. You'll see none of it. So if this is on the way, turn around real quick. Oh yeah, and I gotta remember. Remember to do this only when it's like 2, 3 in the morning or something, you know? Around that time when the night and the morning meet and the shit has a tendency to get real thick. And that's when you're gonna find the ones that'll take your cheap ass nickel and 5 and diamond and looking for the pussy that would just get away with anything you'd offer because she need it. Because she gotta have it and you're the only way for her to stop feeling that suffering. Nickel and diamond hoeing and ass, nickel and diamond sucking. You think that's gonna get you anything other than big old cases of, oh, damn it, they got me in Miami. I'm another statistic that UHealth is gonna put to make another billboard that says AIDS is round these towns. Watch out when you getting down, going that wrong way on 79th Street when the late night and the early morning get real juicy and start to meet and fuck up everything in their way. Especially them ones who thought they could nickel and dime out a piece of that ass pussy and hairy ass coke fiending, crack needing spit holes that take anything except for the gay. Fuck it, they'll do the same thing, just gotta give them what they need and then take it to pay. That last didn't rhyme right, but I was just kicking it and not going it through and saying, oh my God, oat milk, that's what the world came to. If you see the oat milk sign, you know, wrong way on 79. There ain't no oat milk advertisements that way. You ain't gonna see no advertisements except for, we'll buy your home cash fast, or sue this person quick and get cash fast, or need money or cash fast today? Hey, we got you. Payday loans, interest rate, 2 million% over what a loan shark out the mob that would have killed you would ever charge. And without the vig though, but you'll at least get to keep your knees until you have to watch them break from not being able to pay all your other bills and them garnishing the wage that you tried to make, leaving you dead and lonely and lapping up the gutter grounds off the drain that you're sleeping in that says, oh shit, why did I go into payday loans that way and ruin my life and end up like that bum in that hut that's getting eaten every day by the iguanas who come out to sunbathe on a nice day here in Miami. I don't know, but that would be the way 79th Street could treat the one that would want a friend to come in his little hotel called the Surfside Inn that we passed earlier on that would cost less than $1. with tax, 60 before all of it, and the state gets their part, minus Bed Bath, Mortgage Beyond, and rooms in thatever.com. Rolling on through. I like to let people know that I'm rolling on through when they're looking directly at me like, yo, why'd you tell me I'm just rolling on through? Bitch, I'm looking directly at you. That's them talking to me, and me acting like I was them talking to me and just being, you know, a nice form of entertaining kind of guy of a way other than just watching a wheel roll when I talk to you. Look at that fucking view, huh? Yeah, Florida, bitch, look at that fucking view. Look at, I was gonna kick that Acme barricade, but I realized I was too old for that, and I got sandwiches. I was gonna kick that too, just to test the power of it and show my might to the world, but then I realized, no, what I do rubs off on anybody else that I'm connected to. So these days, I don't do something wrong that could fuck with you. On your left, man. Thanks, brother. That guy high stepped it out there with a jolly giddy up, I'm outie. I was like, man, you were wearing military garb? I can't believe they let you in. You must have been, anything other than combat was your MOS. I believe it now. Or you're just another one of them new military men who I hear gets air conditioning on basic training time again. Is that a Z IROC or a fucking Acura Prelude beeping at me? You remind me of a bitch that I knew who used to rock that shit in 1993. Not the girl, I'm talking about the bitch. The one of the guys that ended up with me calling him bitch because he rocked the 1993 bullshit Prelude and acted like he was real cool with it, dude. I don't think so. I was being rude back then and I'll be right now. I don't think so. I'm rude to you, dude. You rocked the Prelude and I was fucking with you. Coming across and I'm trying to beat the traffic that's coming fast in my way. I think I'll keep it in the bike lane and make myself live to the next day until I cannot, but when I can't, I'm gonna cut it on over and say this is my shit, this is my spot. And I'm rocking it down in the bridge that I'm passing through, wondering who did that. Who's the one with the horticulture degree that made all these potteries come up in the middle of JFK Causeway, who I used to think just looked like Trump, but I was out of it. Maybe I was drunk. Oh, woe is me. Can't that be? Oh, I gotta pass this. Stopped in the middle of the road and waiting to go through. I look at that cop car right there and I say, I put a Papa Giorgio sticker on the back of it. And it's still stuck there and it's funny, and I promise I'm not lying to you. He represents the message that Papa Giorgio and his sticker that I like to spray every day all over Miami today, every day, on cop cars and your car and any car that looks dumber is like a kind of a prelude that just passed me and made me have that little rhyme about the dude that used to drive that. Try to be rude, you would have still got the same fucking thing. It must be the thing about a Prelude and the dudes who drive it because they must be a high to think they can get by with it, and I'm not gonna talk it. Your fucking Preludes suck, dude. And just like you, it's the dick, so I'm out. Dude, I was trying to be rude. There's the Presidente. I want to get my girl as the new featured one to sell all their bullshit and have it on the sign on the side, but I don't think I can pull it off without her kicking my ass. So I just keep it in my head and make jokes about it, but maybe someday I'll pull it off and then she'll be like, damn, I'm gonna kick your ass. But I could take an ass kicking, I think. Just don't keep it up. Eventually she'll get used to it and be like, yo, that's me on the Presidente. Look at it. And I'll be like, baby, you're so hot. She'll be like, I know. Why would I think anything otherwise? I'd be like, yo, that's what I'm saying. That's why I know. Ooh, I'm almost home. Shit, that's fun. So I went however far that was to take my new Vietnamese bond sandwiches back to my loving wife and me and call it a day pretty much. Yeah, was gonna go say bye to my parents, but they wanted to be still weird. So no bye to them. They're very weird. Can't go to a weird house with weird people. They'll just blow up again and be weird. So I'm not in the weird kind of mood. I'm in the fun kind of mood. And if I stay that, then I'm cool with it, dude. And I'm out almost because I'm gonna get to the top and say ciao, ciao, like I'm cultured and shit, and I know that. Straight out of Compton. He was wearing straight out of Miami. I gave him the right pronunciation. Let's try this setup. Let's see how it works. Could be good, could be poorly constructed. Could be a lot of things. Could be a waste of my time. What? It could be wrong. Could be hot. Could be roasting in here. It could be dilly-dallying along. I should be ski-daddling about. A lot of things that are, that aren't, that are, that should be, that just ain't gonna happen. Put my sunglasses on though. Take a sip of this goddamn Topo Chico and hit it in reverse so I can get the hell on out of here. Where am I going? Doesn't matter. If I told you, would you care? If you cared, would I feel special? I don't think so. I think I'd just be on the road, running errands. Wish I could be more positive about this, but positivity in running errands around Miami, not my strong suit. I can't bullshit myself the way I can the rest of you. So without further ado, I would like to say that we, Small Fries and rest of the guys and people out there and everywhere and all the air, everything in the ground and things that hear my sound, I'm going over the hump. That's what they call it in Miami. Leaving my place up here on 105th Street, right on the bay. And it's a sought after view that I don't have. I get to see the parking lot and then just part of the canal. Not quite the renter's dream, but can't say that I can complain too much, because what would it do besides from pollute the air with another person spitting bull baloney, and the rest of you have to eat that junk food crapola coming out of my mouth. Not fair in any way, shape, or form. Where did I need to go? I needed to go to Walgreens. Let's go there. I forgot. I have a package to pick up. So let's take a right on Biscayne, and you'll know where I'm at if you can see the green sign in the middle of the road that says Quayside Boulevard, Northeast 107th Street. It's also known as, now get ready for this, Miami Military Academy Boulevard. Did anybody know that? I didn't think so. I didn't think so. It's coming up right before the Bayshore Executive Plaza, which is now leasing if you find yourself in need of an office space, probably for an enormous amount of cash that I don't know if you have, but if you do, lend me some. I can always use more, because in this day and age, gas ain't cheap, and I'm always driving around burning it up. Do whatever I can do to make it a little easier. A little easier on the wallet, lighter on the load. Speaking of loads, looks like somebody just got a load of bad luck dropped on them with this fire truck directly outside of the Sexy Box on Biscayne Boulevard, right north of the North 1 sign. I wonder what happened there, because Miami-Dade Fire Rescue is actually, they're not operating on a person there or saving a pussy that got lost. Not up a tree, but stuck in the Sexy Box. Neither or. They got a homeless man, looks to be in a lounging position on a bus stop that, with the heat outside, probably induced goddamn near a heart attack. Because you gotta be that crazy, as one, to be sitting out at a bus stop, sucking in these fumes and marinating like a bad steak gone homeless in the heat. Steam detailing place up on the right next to the San Suchi Boulevard green sign telling you the next signal is exactly that, is dead, as always. Busy meat takes the cake and the business, eats it, and lives the life. At least the owners. The rest of it are getting paid $1.50 an hour and happy to have your tip. But here's a tip. In this day and age, who's got the money to spend on giving people extra ends when gas is so expensive? And you gotta always be driving around wasting it. Like me right now, passing the Home Depot on the right. Watch, don't get caught stealing, or you'll get caught in the cop car that's directly parked out front, nonchalant in any way, with the lights on and the handcuffs ready to go. Got Steve's Pizza here. That's a good eat if you want to have bad dreams at night. It does that to me. Pizza's got that way about nightmares. I eat a good load of Steve's and I feel like I'm gonna have a good time enjoying this new place that my body's taking me. It's called Cardiac Arrest. And there ain't no bail out of that one, not with too many visits to Steve and too many trips to that jail. We got Techie World, Panera Bread, who goes there anymore, that's not outside of Middle America, but somehow it's existing, so some people do, I guess. And Office Depot, good place to find a good deal or something. Here and there, sometimes, if you're lucky. And almost hit a unfortunate black man still wearing a mask in front of the Walgreens. Oh, and I just missed a front row spot also. I guess I'll park in the back and walk the extra 10 to 15 feet to get where I need to be and do what I need to do and then get gone when I need to do that. See how this sounds and if it worked all right, but if not, that's a quick trip up Biscayne from 105 to 125th. Hope you enjoyed it. If you didn't, go fuck yourself, cause doesn't matter to me either way. It's my own good. Well, let's just try and hope that this microphone connects with this app. Because if it does, I'd rather use that than having to upload after the fact. You know what I mean? You probably get the idea, give or take. But I'll tell you this. We're nearing, now let's scratch that. We're rounding the bend on another Monday. And hopefully not gonna leave a crease after we come through and everything goes off smooth. And surely ends with nothing too dramatic that a good night's sleep can't make us all forget about it come tomorrow. Well, if you follow that, then follow me. Because I am going to get my son and talking about Miami on my way to do that. Which is, as I find a nice way to say, here's a piece of Miami. Like it or lump it. What my mom used to say. I don't know where she got that expression from, but it wouldn't be in your worst interest to lump it. I mean, you'd probably be better off if you listen to this and say, nah, I'm lumping Miami. I don't like it. I hear what this guy's saying, and it's making sense. It's making a lot of sense. Why would I want to waste my time over there? And I'd have to cut in. And I'd say, well, first off, you'd be wasting your money too. But that is what time is, ain't it? I got a beep at this Tesla in front of me as I take a left on US 1, otherwise known as Biscayne Boulevard. That's the one street where either or people will understand. But they'll get kind of tripped up when you say, as I am immediately on Mr. Hugh Anderson Boulevard, which came out of nowhere, but now I am immediately back on US 1 or Biscayne. That Hugh Anderson Boulevard was just a little bridge that you didn't even know it was a bridge. Because if you're not paying attention, you don't know that you just went over a little stream, waterway, or a canal. One of the three. Either way, you were over something that was so of note that Mr. Hugh Anderson, God knows what his position in this place was before they chose to make that little 10-foot stretch of road just break off and completely become something different right in the middle while you're riding on it and tell you nothing other than, all right, it must have been something that cost Hugh Anderson or his family a substantial amount of donation money in order to get that sign there. He probably had a life filled with riches beyond any of our wildest dreams, and still wasn't enough. So in death, they had to put his name on the first or best or only spot that the rest of the cash that wasn't divvied up to all them future Hugh Andersons coming up right after him chose to let go of. It could be. Who knows? He could have done a good deed. Few and far between here, but you never know, right? I'm here down 10th Avenue, the little shortcut. It stays 10th too. It doesn't turn into Jimmy Bean Causeway. No, it stays 10th Avenue. Doesn't change into anything. Doesn't change into Long John Silver's Bridge. So here you can be confident. The road that you're driving down is the road that it's going to match up on either your Google Maps, your Apple Fucks, or your old school Rand McNally, if you're rocking that. And I want to meet the person who still is. They hold a place in my nostalgic memory of the times I had to do land navigation in the Army, which were the true test of a man, because let me tell you how many people in the Army didn't know how to read a map, let alone get 10 feet in front of them if it wasn't for, hey Sarge, where do I gotta go again? These are low-income housing on the left coming up to 79th Street off 10th Avenue, and they're an assorted bunch that live there. But what used to be of note to take, you know, when maybe you were a kid walking around for places to watch out because you might get a hatchet in the throat, isn't so much anymore. They've made their mark, and now it's kind of like an old folks watching TV on the porch and collecting whatever sad sum of money the monthly check feels like spitting their way. No longer is the hatchet a veritable force to be warning your friends and keeping clear of on them wild nights when those kind of things have the good possibility of actually happening in your life. And so it's a wise choice just to stay the fuck away from those hatchet crews over there, because there's some sick fucks. Yeah. It's nice to be beyond that point. And as we continue going 30 down 79th, approaching the great North Bay Village, my old home, and I'd recommend it to anybody coming here as a place to make their home too. It is nice. It's a sleeper kind of place that people don't even realize is around until they do. When they do, they say, oh, I passed through there. Don't they have that horrible traffic? That is true. Same with everywhere else. But at least here, oh wait, no. This street also changes names. It goes by John F. Kennedy Causeway and 79th Place. So, 79th Avenue. And I think it changes actually, yeah, it branches off into something else too when it goes into 71st, when you're just driving straight down it. So it completely changes everything about it in about a mile. But I'm going to be taking a right here on Adventure Avenue, going into Treasure Island. That's a cool freaking little place for a town inside of a town. And that's where I'm going to let you go. We'll just stop that now because gotta prep up. Any time wasted is time wasted not hanging with Little Lee. I'm out. Slices of life taste bitter when cooked by most and served by the rest. So why try mine? Because you're feeling adventurous and worth a damn today. Like, today, you're gonna do something. Something remarkable. And for most, trying something even so little as listening to me might be just that. As I pass by Channel 7, WSNV, what? Something dash whatever. It's the Storm Station. It's on North Bay Island. As I drive up John F. Kennedy Causeway, otherwise known as North 79th Street. And I think of Channel 7 and all the good they've never done to me. I see another 7 News truck getting air in their tires in the gas station parking lot right next door. And I think of it again on how they've never done me any good. So I would recommend never watching them because they're putting out trash and they don't like to share a story. I know because I've been on many locations with them with the breaking news happening, and believe me, Channel 7 is the only station that just doesn't want to cooperate with a guy like me. So, to everybody else peddling out worthless news in Miami, congratulations. You did better than those knuckleheads. I see the boats on the left in the water, and some are good, but others are sinking and abandoned. In Miami, this is a fixture of many a bays. Every couple weeks or so, if you look left or right, you can find an abandoned boat just slowly sinking down to the floor. When I first saw this, I was amazed. I said, huh? Are they just leaving that there? Turns out they are. I thought it was a big find, and I was a lucky guy to be able to spot one of these that first time. And I was bummed out that when I finally got the boredom built up in me enough to say, I'm gonna go see if I can get that out and keep it for myself, get her running. It was already gone. But over the years, I've seen many and many more, and I've still wondered the same thing. Can I get one of those? Turns out, during the pandemic, when the police started to do absolutely nothing other than sit in cars and watch YouTube, that was a good question to ask one of them. While deep at work, I sped up on my electric unicycle out of the blue, startled the man, and I said, "Hey, officer, I got a question for you." He put pause on his Fortnite tournament that he was watching, wiped the glaze from his eyes, and said, "Yes, what can I do for you? I said, you know those boats that are abandoned out there in the bay? He looked at me, thought about it. Yeah, I know. Good. I thought you might. Is it okay if, before they sink, I go over there and just take it? Is that legal? He said, well, that's So you want to take one of those? Yeah, I want a boat. That looks like the best deal that I could find around here in Miami. Free. As long as I'm not stealing it and it doesn't belong to anybody, I'd like to be a captain. Sail the 7 seas. You could be my first mate. I promise. If I get her running, we'll have Wi-Fi and all the YouTube you can watch. Good one. Yeah. You know, I don't know, he says. I don't know. No one's ever asked me that before. I said, I figured that. I doubt anybody's ever asked you if it's okay to take money from banks either. He said, no, they haven't. Pretty much common knowledge. But I'm asking you now, and hoping that you have an answer. He says, son, I'm not your son. We're like the same age. You just wear lips. I got, yeah. I don't have an answer. Well, do you have an answer for this, peace officer of all the law? If you were to see me commandeering this vessel in broad daylight, as this, there is only 20 yards from us to one of those vessels right now as I speak, would you have to arrest me for doing so? Or would you just continue on with that Fortnite championship match you're watching? You know, I'll tell you this. If I saw you doing that, I'd stay right here. I don't think we can arrest you for that. You sure? Well, I wouldn't arrest you for that unless they made me. They. Yeah. What does that entail? Well, someone would have to call and say you're stealing a boat that belongs to them and have proof and be convincing enough that we believe them to send out a unit, which would be probably me. And I would head on over the 20 feet and say, sir, I may have to arrest you for this. Grand theft boat. Well, odds are, though, nobody will do anything. You'll have a boat that is sinking to the bottom of the bay. All right, good to know. Good to know. And that was that. And this was this because my time here is done. And away we go. Away we go. Away? What way? The way that takes me home quickest. Pardon my microphone, but I was adjusting. It's the way quickest I can get home is the way I'm going. Right now, that is passing the Diplomat Landing on Collins Boulevard, which is one of two streets, both dealing with Diplomat. Next one, Diplomat Resort. And I got all green lights going down, and I'm coasting. It's 1:35 in the PM afternoon, and I got a bunch of storage bins in the back of my car. About to go home, and guess what? Put shit in them and then hide them away, and then keep my house a little cleaner looking than it did the day before, or the hour before, or the moment before I did that, which will be the moment I start packing them. And that will be the last moment you're going to see any sort of clutter in the terms of whatever I want to stuff in that, not to be seen with any eyes again. As I slow down to a rolling stop and have to hit it all the way and press down as I'm touching just the tip of Hollandale Beach Boulevard, looking at the red lights and the beach club to the left. It's a multi-million-dollar condo building that has all the amenities one would ever need. I promise you. There's four-star dining establishments inside. So if you live there, that means you always got a place to eat and you never have to go anywhere. You ever heard of something like that outside of Florida? I don't think so. At least I haven't. I'm sure it is available, but you know, I didn't know anything about condos until I moved out here and realized that's all you got. If you look on anything beachfront, you're looking at condos or something way out of anybody's price range. But the beach club, it's a good one, except here's the kicker. Say you get a $800,000 condo, and it looks nice and it lives nice and it's got good views, and you feel like you caught yourself a pretty decent deal. Think again, because there's condo fees that go with that. And that's one thing people, I don't know if they know ahead of time before looking into a condo what those really can pile up to be. And in the beachfront, condo fees there, guess how much a month? Not $1,000, not $2,000. I'll save time. $6,000 a month in condo fees. Now, tack that on to the $5,000 that you'd be paying on rent, and it starts to get a little unobtainable, a little ridiculous. I mean, you're paying a lot for these amenities, but are amenities worth that much? To me, no. I would rather hang myself than have to fork out $6,000 every month on top of the bill that I was already paying just for my place for the luxury of living in luxury. Doesn't mean that much to me, especially when most of the time, and this goes the same for most of people, most of us are just sitting in our house. We're not really out doing the life that the TV or the Instagram or the fake would say that we are. We'd like to believe that we are, but really believing and doing a couple different things. And playing and acting, that's more up a person's alley, because you can do it from the comfort of your own phone or the imagination in your own head, rather than having to get off that couch, put down that old trusty best friend, the clicker, and start moving. Moving's tough. That's why we don't have to do much of it anymore. The future afforded us that luxury. We all have it. We all have the same luxury as most people would use in the beach club or any other condo that cost a lot on monthly dues. Uber Eats, DoorDash, whatever one you want to choose. Food delivery. The restaurants come to your front door, and that is a luxury. It's one that used to be only for the ones who really had it made in life and knew somebody who knows somebody else who could pull some strings and be able to get a fancy restaurant to make something just for them and bring it to their house. Up until a couple years ago, we didn't have that, but now, thank God we do. So everybody can be a millionaire in their own right. And a millionaire is now on the scale that tipped and is leveled off with the normal man. The normal man who doesn't have to pay $6,000 a month to do the same thing that millionaire is doing, watching the same TV that he's watching, and in the same comfy clothes as he's sitting in, about ready to eat that same meal that he's hungry for by the same guy that you'll never see again. And if you do, you've hit a glitch in this game of life, and maybe you ought to start playing the lotto, because something could be in your favor with the way that kind of odd number hit. And his stomach will feel the same pile of shit ready to push itself out when it's all said and done. And you'll go to the same bed, have the same sleep, only difference is, before that, one of you will probably get to have sex with a better looking whore. And I'm gonna bet it's that guy paying that $6,000 condo fee, living way up there in the sky, in the lap of luxury, with somebody who respects the little things in life and returns the favor by not spitting anything out. Swallows it all. It's the beauty of the world, huh? And in the morning, the wake up, no different. So one person is getting about the same life for a lot cheaper. A whole lot cheaper. So what does that say about that condo fee? Does it say it's worth it? I wouldn't think so. Except with that kind of fee, it better ensure that at least the condo is going to stay standing and not crash to the ground like that horrible thing that happened in Surfside, what, last year or something? Yeah. If that was the reason why you had to pay, boy, I wouldn't even go near one of those buildings. I'd steer clear and take my odds on a one-story. At least there, I know I'm not going to be sunk into a pile of rubble, taking my last breath as drug dogs seek for me, and I hadn't done anything worth a damn in years, so good luck finding the end of me. Sayonara. Looks like I'm the sucker, sucking up my last huff of life and thanking no one other than my cheap son of a bitch self for not footing the extra couple thousand to get myself a condo association with a board worth a goddamn that wanted to keep me in the good and plenty of a life lived with smiles and dreams that go beyond but never quite amount to anything more than mediocre. Just enough to make it work out in the end. So, I guess stick me in a one floor with no condo association bills. I'll pay the HOA on any community, because that has nothing in comparison to what it costs for a community to have to fix an elevator, let alone retar a roof and put some shingles on beyond that. Or don't think about if you guys need a new pool, which happens. In the old place that I used to live, the board, they voted to get a new pool, start from scratch. They ripped out the old one and put in a new one. It took a year and a half. They had been working on that. When they finally finished, it was right after that building blew up or fell down, and things started getting a little more strict, talking about codes and how you gotta build exactly to them or have to build again. And it turns out they didn't build exactly to much. So that whole pool is still in construction. It has to be ripped out, rebuilt, and hopefully this time might be able to swim in, hopefully. But that's a big hope. That is a big hope. And in the life that we lead, hope don't go far. It really don't. I wish it did, but it doesn't. So I guess without that, what do you got? Me about to get pulled over? Maybe. I hope not. These cops are really tailing on me. Like I got something to hide, but I don't. It's just me. But he's right there riding me, like waiting to get me. And it'll really put a damper in my whole game if he does. Sorry, this really threw me right here. Turns out, though, it wasn't even a cop. God damn it. I apologize for the turn of talk as it went from somewhere to somewhere completely different. Let's get back on track. We got Dean's Gold up here on the left, since we're following it on the course down Collins, and that is, as I've spoken about before, not a place that you get earrings or chains if you're that kind of guy going through a midlife crisis and wanting to feel a little more pretty. Now, Dean's Gold is a gentleman's club, and if you're not a gentleman, don't even bother parking. Just get the fuck on. Because Dean, he runs a classy joint. Real classy. He's got the finest pieces of ass on 163rd North Miami Beach Boulevard. If you don't know what that is, it's the place that's got the worst intersection I think I've ever seen on, I'm sorry, we're on Biscayne Boulevard now, not Collins. I took it over. That cop threw me. Yeah. The old Dean, he recruits all his girls from the other side of the tracks, which literally are to my right. If you're going south down Biscayne, down the numbers, you'll see the train tracks. Now what I mean by that is other side or wrong side. Well, it's a wrong side depending on where you're from. But if you think anything other than that, then you must be on the left side of a wacky world, because nobody wants to live on that side of the tracks. It's away from the beach. And if you had your choice, you'd live on this side because it's closer to, and the company that it attracts is a lot more of the class that is not going to rob you for your new PlayStation when you just get it, or still try to take your car stereo, even though it makes no sense anymore, but they're still going to try and take it. It's got the mentality that still holds real strong for the women coming up in that place, because you can either be, a 2-bit criminal, a flunky dropout, waste of space dope fiend, which is a future statistic of another person overdosing on fentanyl. You could be the next caught a case after another case of misdemeanor that landed me in county jail, and then when I got out, they put me on probation, so that only let me catch a string of cases after for doing nothing other than just being, and now the rest of my life is not even worth living. Or you could be one of the stars at Dean's Gold, and I don't know if that says much, except for that you're making an honest buck until it doesn't become so honest anymore, and you start mixing that with some vice of your own, just to be able to tolerate the gentlemen over there that fill it up, especially during the lunch rush at the buffet they have. I hear the steak and lobster is second to none. But that's just a taste of what I imagine goes on there. I've never been in. I literally thought it was a place that you bought actual gold jewelry from, but looked a little closer and figured out, no, it's a strip club, and put the rest together by myself. Further along down the line at Northeast 151 Street, which is, if you can guess, or if you already know, San Sherman Wynn Way. Jeff Gillian Way also. So it's 3 road names in one, this actually is. I don't know who buys to get their name on a spot, on 151 Street. Strange. Somebody does. You got to pay for that, I'd imagine. You got Prestige Imports on the right, and it's a good place if you want to buy a Ferrari and get ripped off, or any other luxury car and just overpay, especially in this age of the China lockdown and how hard it is to get chips and shit across the sea on a barge over to America anymore and into that Long Beach harbor. You'd be paying a premium times that. Go 5x above, and then you'd be getting realistic. On a luxury vehicle, real luxury these days, I heard people are paying over $100,000 to $200,000 more just to get behind the wheel of a Ferrari. Make no sense to me. But teach their own. They also have a nice car wash, where this car wash offers more than just that. It's a nice dining experience. You can get your wheatgrass shots. You can feel special, like a guy who owns a Ferrari, for a couple $100 getting your car washed. You want to blow some money, I got plenty of other ways to do that, but if that's how you want to do it, Prestige. They'll take all your money and leave you with some bullshit stuck in your stomach. Yeah. You got Cash for Gold coming up on 143rd. The Renter's Paradise, I talked about that before, and those chumps that work there, 2-bit con men that are trying to get their hooks in anybody who needs a place to live, and they're dying to meet you if you're coming over on a boat from Haiti or some other place where you can't really understand how this country works all that much. You just know it's a land of the free, and now that you are free, you think you can make a choice or two, and then you choose to have somebody help you with your first apartment and then realize that they got their hooks in you and you're getting squeezed every month for some bill that makes no sense. And then when you go to talk to them, you're in a big old line of other people who thought just like you. And now everything doesn't make much sense because you thought this was America, and now you got your whole block in line, all coming from the same place on the boat that dropped you off. And one guy at the top making you all stay in it and giving you no answers. Leaving you with questions in the dust. We got a 135th Street on the corner here. It's actually Ark Creek Memorial Park. Carl Merters, which is not the real park. That's just like a weird place where bums hang out. So if you take a right and an immediate right, you'll be in like this rapey feeling kind of place where it's covered in greenery and the train tracks are right next to it. There is some odd like military references, a sign or something that says it's a memorial for something to do with the army, and then just very uninviting to anyone that's not one of the homeless people setting up shop there, grilling something out. Maybe an old dead rat got killed on the tracks by the Bright Star line blazing on through, and doesn't want anything to do with you unless you feel like getting robbed or raped. And in that case, bend over or empty of those pockets. But if you're not getting out of that car, make a U-turn, get on back where you came from. You saw the park, now scram, sucker. And if you need to see again, well, guess what? Take a rock to the window. I got a jam up in here. I just pulled a move because this guy's lazy as fuck. So I was able to pull in, do a move right where I needed to be. Sorry. I was in the left lane rolling up towards 123rd Street and I got caught in the usual, oh shit, I'm in the left lane and the way I want to go is straight. But that line just kicks back so far, and before you know it, without even trying, you're already in the position where you have to make a move. You got to make a move where you're going all the way to the front and then you're going to cut right on in front of everybody and steal the spot and save the time and make your day. Now, I've attempted to do this on purpose a couple times, and when I do, I'm proud that I'm able to pull it off. But when it's on accident like now, which happens a lot because you just keep rolling and then this straight lane turns into the turning lane and then you got to make the move. So I made the move pretty good and saved some time. Anyhow, there's a car wreck right there, like 6 cop cars sitting outside the Denny's. Normally I'd blame it on the clientele that go into the Denny's, but no, I'm imagining it's the wreck that's right out front. And that lady on her phone who just got rear-ended, who was probably on her way, by the looks of her, to get the same, just not in the car. Maybe a couple chorizos and a good time on those other side of the tracks because she was turning that way. Passing Sansucci Boulevard, got a what's that chicken joint? Pollo or what the fuck is it? Pollo Tropical. Still never been there and never will go there. When I moved here, maybe 7 different people recommended it to me. Said that's the place you got to go if you're in Miami. Pollo Tropical. Really? That's what they were saying. And I kept hearing this, but it's slowed down now because I don't ask for good places to eat that I've never been to before from random people. But up until I got my own idea of what this place is and the food they're slanging, I had high hopes. Thank God I don't like chicken that much, and thank God I wasn't too much in a rush to take somebody else's recommendation that I'd never met before, catering to my transportation needs, sitting next to me in their Uber. Yeah, Pollo Tropical. It's looks like the Taco Bell of Miami, or the Church's Chicken of inner cities, or the El Pollo Loco of Inglewood, or the Dollar Tree in a neighborhood. I don't know. I guess I could compare Dollar Tree to the supermarket, but I fucked it up at the end. We got past the Northeast 108th Street signal sign that's in the middle of the road, bright green, blends right into the greenery all around it. Is still a COVID testing booth. These people are still sucking up what they can off that little scam. I'm not saying COVID is a scam. I'm saying those testing stations, that's a good racket to make some cash. You got your foot in the door there. Guess what the insurance company's got to pay out, or what the state has to pay out, that goes ending up back to you in some weird circle of mostly conning but somehow legit people that are swabbing noses and only have to pay for a tent with some poles, a couple chairs, a couple low rent employees that don't give two shits, know how to put a thing in the nose, push a button and say, hey, take a name and a number, and then the Q-tips, special ones, medical grade. Everything's profit after that. You only got to pay rent on those places you're setting up shop in. You're doing the city a favor, so they're probably paying you on top of everything else. That's like 1,000,000% profit. 1,000,000% profit. That's a good racket, and it can't be 100% on the up and up. But there's one person still holding out strong too. No lines, no nothing, just heat. Too stingy to lay out even a couple extra bucks to run to the Walgreens and get his employees one of them $39 portable air conditioning units just to get them by, keep them off the heart attack list, keep them away from needing that stretcher. No. Penny saved is a penny earned, and God damn it, I'm earning all I can get, says he. But about ready to round the last bend and find myself at home again, running up the stairs with a bunch of storage bins to fill up and make use of, have them live up to their name. So that, as always, was a piece of Miami, as this is Miami, and I am Mike, and I come to you from Miami, speaking about it as I drive through it or live with it. I tell the truth as it comes. Anything less would be everybody else. So, until we meet again, ciao. Well, you know where this is? This is a place where if you got half a brain and a mouth to go with it and a mind to use them both, There's a lot to say about it. There's a lot to talk about. In this place. This place, I don't even have to think. I could just go. Kind of like what they used to do to get you to write a little better than your illiterate dumbass couldn't do before. They say, just free write. Get a bunch of nonsense and gibberish. Nothing worth a damn. But at least it was something. Now this, kind of like it, but it's not, because we're focusing on Miami. And this is it. And I got my turn signal on, looking at Biscayne Boulevard in the total debacle that's going on right in front of me with the light system and how it's mismanaged to a point that they need to figure something out a little better with the timing than what they got now. The traffic control department, whatever that may be, has to maybe talk to CDOT, MDOT, FDOT, I'm sorry, and figure it out. Along with maybe take a look at the 2020 10-year census and then double check it from the last 2 years, because a lot of motherfuckers moved here, and subtract everybody that's gone from New York right now, and then maybe figure something better out than what's going on. Because come on, daily this debacle shouldn't be. This is like almost 1 million accidents every time there's a red light. And that's the middle of the afternoon on a Wednesday. At least cut it down to 500,000. Be responsible. I got through that though. I wasn't in the mix, just waiting to turn, so my light hit and I was gone. Passing by the Miami Shores Golf Club, and there's a fucking Jaguar cutting in front of me, but the traffic's way slowed down. We got 2 ambulances and a fire truck now just turned right behind me. This fire truck looks like it got painted. It's completely blue. Thank God the lights are off, or else I don't know what I'd do, because I'm in the left lane in gridlock at 3:25 p.m. I don't know if something's going on, or I don't know. You just can't predict. It shouldn't be like this right now, but it is. You can only predict bad, but you can't predict when it's this bad. This bad doesn't make much of any sense to me, unless everybody was just slowing down real good to see what was going on to the right there, and who might have been having a heart attack because their silly butt was trying to hit a little white ball out there, wearing too much polo, and thought, I'll do it in black. That'll look cooler. And then realized on their way out to see the white light, that actually makes things hotter as it soaks up the sun and puts them in a position that I can't feel sympathy if your vanity brought you to the place that hindered my progress in picking up my son in a timely manner. And that would be swooping him at the usual that he's used to. So I'm gonna assume that's probably what it was, and vanity was the culprit, as it generally is in Miami in one way or another. you could probably go a couple degrees back on every single bad thing that happens and attribute why it did to something just downright retarded that the person or persons did right before it. Whether that's, I'm gonna rent a Ferrari, Lamborghini, even though I barely have a license, but now I'm in Miami, so I want to look a little more cool than I usually look when I'm not in a Ferrari or Lamborghini. And so on this crowded street with all these people, all this everything, all this life, I'm gonna just rev it up a couple times real loud. Show this world who's boss, who's the cool cat, and who isn't. Who's the man and who wants to be. And blah, 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 rev that up and, well, who's now charged with 7 counts of vehicular manslaughter and drunk driving and in possession of being a complete idiot with the worst duffed down Honduran cocaine that money on the beach could ever rip off a tourist to buy. So you did, but also just for show, because you thought that would make you just a little more than you normally are. And either way, 20 to life. Torque wrench. Stuff like that. You know, you can always go a couple degrees back and find the source of the shit. Yeah. So I got out of that debacle up there on Biscayne, hitting the left on 96th, the usual way. This one, though, had traffic so backed up, and the dipshit driver in the Chrysler or something, the one who was turning left and the next to go, he just sat there and let that right light turn dead red. And he still didn't go, and he's right in the intersection. And the guy behind him, the one in this Jaguar I'm following, who's following the other guy down 10th Avenue, he was like, fuck this, because we're going to get hit by both sides of traffic oncoming now, and us going to be jackknifed in the middle. So he goes to go around him. The guy in the white wakes up, gets off his bitch, and then hits the pedal to the metal, goes straight, almost hits traffic that stopped, and then flips around. The guy in the Jaguar tries to pass him. Both the other lanes of traffic start going, and I gun it right behind both of them to narrowly make it out in one piece. Yeah. So now we're stopped at a light again. Nothing new. What's all this happenings going on this afternoon? You know, either way, I can see the tree to the left of me. It's a beauty. It's budded out, bunch of red flowers coming off of it, and it hangs halfway across this street, almost completely covers the other lane going opposite of me, and it hangs low too, real low, like I can see it's hitting cars, which I find quite amusing because anything other than the normal air in front of me, or the Jaguar impatient watching it with me, or the moron who's still up in front of him who almost got everybody jackknifed for being too slow in his whip, is okay with me. So whack away, tree. Got a couple Amazon boxes on the left of me at this house on 80th Street and 10th. We've talked about this place before. It's got barred up doors, and it ain't nothing too pretty, but it used to be something worse. And now I think a thief or two could get in there without worrying about it getting hacked off by a angry crew that used to own that spot, and maybe make good with those Amazon packages. Of course, anybody who knows that house knows it's just old OGs barely making it past the day-to-day, and anything in that Amazon package ain't anything worth taking unless you're looking for malt liquor flavored Pedialyte, which I hear comes in 40-ounce bottles, and is a real kickback to the old days and the old times when that gangster shit used to be what it was all about. No more hatchets, though. Got Lot C over here open for Pelican Harbor Drive if you're looking to follow that guy that almost got us jackknifed into the park, and use your boat to take him out on the water and drop him off right smack dab in the middle of it, so he can wake up, not do something like that again. And if you do that, tell him I sent you. Just because anybody out there dropped off about to swim with the dolphins, somebody I want to know knows my name. Yeah, so it is. Another time, another week, looking at this place in a different way. The one that just doesn't beat their horn and say, fuck, I'm driving again. God damn it. This sucks. We're back taking a right on Northeast 10th Avenue at the head of the line too, and it just turned green, so I can freely take a whole long wide beast of a turn and just have my way with that intersection. And my way I did. There's a sign that says yield up here to these traffic circles that we see. I didn't yield, nor does anybody else. The way you got to get through a traffic circle here in Miami is unlike the way that a traffic circle would work in, say, Europe. In Europe, traffic circles are respected, just like a stop sign is, or a stoplight. You know, people take the time to obey the rules of the traffic circle, and when they do that, traffic circles keep the traffic flowing smooth. Here in America, not so much. In Miami, especially. And part of it is due to the poor placement of these traffic circles here on 10th Avenue, because it comes out of the blue. It doesn't have anything to do with any of the other roads that I know of in Miami until you get way down south past Brickell and Caliocho. Then they start doing it again, and then it becomes a gigantic maze. But most people, they don't get down there. I haven't been down there since I've lived there through those traffic circles in that maze. So having one street with 3 of them that are spread out And that's the only 3 that I know of, again, aside from that other patch, it's kind of a dangerous thing to do, because right now I'm at a light. It just turned green, now I'm going. Then I'm going to be at a stop sign after that, and before the traffic circles on 10th Avenue, I was at a light, and before that, stop sign. So what I'm used to versus what they throw at you out of the blue, you know, it's understandable that people don't really pay it much mind, and you're going to take that 10th Avenue the same way you take any avenue, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, whatever, just like it's an avenue going straight, and the people that are trying to come in on each side assume they have a stop sign and they're going to wait for you to go by. So that's what everybody does. So the way to use a traffic circle is to jam in out of the sides and just get in front of everybody going their normal fast avenue speed, and cross your fingers when you're doing it, because you're going to hope for the best that they don't ran right into you and have you spinning in circles. I haven't seen that one yet, but I know I will. Just hopefully not by me, because I'm not paying those any mind. It just doesn't make much sense. I got a whole day to live and a whole bunch of driving to do, so I'm going to focus on dead-eyeing it straight through rather than wasting my time trying to pay attention who's shimmying up to the left and right, trying to get in my circle. I got no time for you. So that's a little piece. If you didn't need a piece of what? Well, it's more than shit. Because it doesn't stink that bad. It's just kind of short, but just a little dose, because that's all I had. Just a little dose. So I figured I'd flip this on, dose you up with the taste of some of that good living we do down here. Some of that real good driving. I'm out. Well, let's get out of here, because I got too many cars behind me crowding up my butt. And just because it says Ram doesn't mean anything literally. So get off and let me drive on out in a place where there's a bunch of other trucks just the same. Leaving Home Depot on Biscayne Boulevard, North Miami. And the only real option, short of Ace Hardware, that you can get anything to fix something outside of waiting a couple hours to a day on Amazon. And that's kind of the annoying part about the future that we're in. It's limited to mostly ordering and waiting, paying a little extra sometimes, getting it a little early. But not early enough. Not when you want to get something done in the afternoon. So you find yourself stuck at Home Depot again, buying some bullshit and just dealing with it. Not saying much, except for what I'm saying, what I'm thinking, which normally people are right now. But nothing you could do about it. So you want to start chopping your own trees down and figuring out how to get some lumber out of that. But it's not really effective if you're looking at the clock and the life. You won't have much left you start doing a project of that magnitude. Anyhow, I'm stuck at the light on 123rd Street, North Miami Boulevard. Either one of the two should probably work in your Google. The shopping center to the right, full of a Walgreens, and a bunch of other discount stores. Five Below, Ross, some real no-namers, Shoe Outlet. There's a GameStop there. If I still was waiting for my Super Mario Brothers 3, and it was back in 1989, I'd be pumped up to go run in and say, did it come in yet? Is my name up for this waiting list? Can I have my copy? But it's well past that. Now, discount stores, they're now a fixture in a 10-block radius anywhere in Miami. It means anywhere in Miami, you're going to see, probably in 10 blocks, discount stores. And probably the same ones you saw 10 blocks ago. And with the same lines that the other ones had when you last went in there and vowed never to go back. But since this is a new discount store opening, you figure, well, maybe you'll get the jump on the bullet and be able to pull the trigger in the gun and get you some in a timely manner. No. This is the new day and age. If you're not camping out the night before to look for that $5 off coupon that everybody else spent the night on the concrete, hunched over their phones, waiting for, then plan on just more of the same, only now you're really singled out as the one loser in the grand opening with no coupon. You moron. Why didn't you wait all night in line? Got more of the same coming up in Keystone Plaza, passing 135th. You get your floors done to your kitchen, or you could go to Popular Bank, which is so popular, it must be on that different level of notoriety that only the really elite and cool of the cool get to know about something that popular, because I never heard of it. I thought all banks were dead except for the ones that bought them all out. Isn't that weird how that works? Before you know it, all there is one or two banks. Just yesterday, there used to be about just as much as there did different kind of airlines. But now, just about the same. Right overnight, all that happened. No longer are you flying anything other than, well, you flying American? Yeah, of course. What's my other option? I don't know. Ryanair? Yeah. Southwest? If you're black. Or cheap. Definitely. But then that brings the line back into play. Seems like that's something cheap is okay with. Cheap is okay with a big old line and waiting in it so they can get something better after they do. Other places, other people, they don't stand for that line shit. It's you pay what you get and you get what you pay. And none of that has to deal with dying overnight to bring yourself there. It's the beauty of money, I guess. It affords you the luxury of not having to be with the rest of the people who don't have it. Can't say that's a bad thing, but can't say that it's the best thing ever either. It is what it is. Just passing the tennis plaza on my left, a store named Via Brazil, and then the North Dade Justice Center up on 15555 Biscayne Boulevard. And if you need justice done to you, they're not going to have a problem making that happen. Just go in there with all your stuff way out of order. Nothing right, everything crazy, and expect you're going to get your license renewed that day. Or you'll get a license in the first place. Or maybe you'll get anything that you want and think you need in a way that will make you want to go back and say, hey, look at my 5-star review I just gave on Google for that Justice Center. They were really the tip-top diggity dog. Hope everybody gets as lucky as me and has such a good time with people, play act, and police, and the rent-a-cop real police that are just want to be basically overpaid security guards looking after them. The only reason they're there doing that is they're there working a job that follows the rules and guidelines in which, God damn it, it'll piss 9 out of 10 people off. And at least 3 out of those 9 people are going to want to use an axe on the person that brought them to that point of, fucking hate this place. Just give me my license, bitch. Yeah. There's a big old banner. It says, elect Mark Blum, blah, blah, blah. I can't read the last of it. There's this Jeep under it. Mark Blumstein for Circuit Court Judge. He's got his Navy apparel on. Big smile. Nice juicy face. Re-elect him. Re-elect him? I'll tell you what I think about re-electing a judge. I don't think about it at all. You need to shift that. Get some new faces in there. Someone other than Mark. Because Mark, whoever's paying for all those banners I see of you hanging around this town, well, whoever that is, yeah, you could put that money to some better use. East Grainolds Park, right here before the 172nd Street signal. That's popping up, and that's a hidden little park. I wouldn't recommend you take your kids. It says dog park, but I wouldn't take your dog either, because I ended up in there when I was riding around in my electric unicycle, just exploring places a couple years ago. I said, hey, that looks like a nice little trail. You go and it winds through and it's covered in greenery and get a little shade and very peaceful until you finally get to the end and it breaks out in a parking lot. And I'd never seen so many parked cars in the middle of a day where people are supposed to go to work, but rather they found themselves also in those cars, in that lot, with somebody else, looked just like them, both just looking forward, like nothing's going on as I drive by them all, wishing I had a badge from the Justice Center to do a citizen's arrest on all that homo shit that goes on in that parking lot, way nestled in the back behind that secret little road that nobody's gonna go except for, all those dudes trying to be secretive about what it is they do. Dude will be a dude, right? We got 183rd Street coming up not so rapidly as the traffic came to a standstill. I'm behind a Nissan Maxima from Wisconsin. I can't trust a person from Wisconsin. I don't want much to do with Wisconsin. And on top of him driving a Nissan Maxima, looks like aftermarket exhaust. I don't know what to make of that. I gotta get over. We got a Dick on the right. I mean Dick's Sporting Goods. And guess what? It's right in front of another Ross, or next door to it. That'd be another Ross. The only difference between the Rosses in the city they are in is the class of people that live around them and will go to them most. Like, there's a Ross in South Beach. It's right there on I don't know. It's right there. It's right there in the big shopping center with the liquor store and everything. There's a Ross there. Now that Ross, it has a bunch of different kind of stuff. More, I guess, beach friendly, more more stylish, more everything that you wish you could get at, I'd imagine, a Ross like this. I haven't been to this Ross, but it's on Biscayne Boulevard, and directly to the left of Biscayne Boulevard on 186th Street are train tracks. And if you go over those train tracks, you're on the wrong side of the tracks. And you can guess who populates all the low-income housing projects that fill that up. Exactly. Same people that'll shop at Ross. This Ross. Not the one in South Beach, the one right here. Because it's most convenient and it makes most sense. And so Ross is going to have most of the stuff catered exactly for that demographic, which kind of puts it in another Ross place that I'm not going to end up, because I got enough shirts with Ice Cube's head on it and the letters Boys in the Hood just waiting for me to break them on back out in storage that I don't think anymore would be the right thing to go ahead and do. I don't think so. Passing northeast to 191st Street, and I got to do a maneuver in this truck because this is when you got to do it if you're not already in the right lane and need to be, so that you can take the causeway. And I pulled that with ease, took advantage of an old driver's slow reflexes and get up on the gas. So now I'm going to take a right on East 856th William Leham Causeway. Nice. Another name for Ann Ackerman Boulevard. Now, I saw that sign so briefly out the corner of my eye, but I turned my head all the way to the right as I was getting onto this and saw one of those other name for streets in this weird brown sign that has yellow lettering, looks like mustard on poop, reading Ann Ackerman whatever. I never knew that. I wonder if that pops on the Google. And now it's Sherman S. Wynn Bridge. So I see another one of those signs I never noticed. And this bridge that I'm going at along the same street is turned into Sherman S. Wynn Bridge. See, I don't know if it's ended or is it back to the Ann Ackerman at this point. I really don't understand. It's 3 names for a road. The number, the name we all know, and then that other name that just bounces around. Strange. To say the least. Ugh. Oh, now it's Norman M. Giller Bridge, which is the Atlantic Intercoastal Causeway. So that's 5 names for one road. Either way, I see a man walking his bike up Norman M. Gillen Bridge in the bike lane, even though it says speed limit 45. So he's clearly breaking the law, but nobody seems to be wanting to do much about it. It's 91 outside. Earlier, when I had gotten in the car, it said it was 102 outside. I don't know how legit that was, or if it could go down this many degrees in the mercury gauge, but who knows? I did drive a bit. Getting off here on Collins, and again, stuck in traffic, looking at an Amazon truck on my right, and gonna follow this guy. Looks like he's got a move or two up his sleeve to change a lane and hopefully get us all through this. The Ramada Plaza is right over there. Hey, I didn't even know they had a Ramada Plaza here. Nor did I know Ramada was of the Plaza caliber. Just got to add shit on to make it a little more tacky and a less like a foreigner in this Collins Boulevard area that we are closing in on, that now has us entering into the town of Golden Beach, where millionaires are your neighbors, and you are also a millionaire, I think multiple times over. And do you live here? That's a yes, but is your house under construction and vacant at the moment? Probably also a yes. Are you driving through it but stuck behind an interior plants and landscape design bus that has landscaping on it in the form of turf all around the whole bus, but yet done in a way that you'd think it had a landscaper for the trim around there? But I don't see any Mexicans in sight, so I don't know. But it was a different looking bus. It's got to be hot in there. There's always construction here, and there's always police just waiting. Just waiting. They have their own police department, and it's to guard those millionaires and their millionaire neighbors who are never really living here, but pay the taxes nonetheless, so they get the coverage. .477 Ocean Boulevard This is another house under construction here in the town of Golden Beach. I'm right next to the temporary traffic control, which is a truck that I believe just replaces the police vehicles that normally do this, who just sit and have their lights on. Ugh. Feel like someone's gonna turn my lights out. I'm getting tired. Damn. Could have been that beer I had earlier on. I believe it may have been. Hit me like a sucker punch. And I'm feeling it. Bicycles may use the whole lane on this road because they can afford everything but, as many rich neighborhoods can't, sidewalks. And the reason behind that is so people aren't filling up their streets looking around from the sidewalk at what they're doing in their house when they finally move in. They actually only have one sidewalk here. They kept the southbound lane with one, but I believe that's for, I don't know, probably wheelchairs or something like that. You gotta have handicap access, I think, everywhere in America, and this would, I'm sure, be one of the places. But never once have I seen a person in a wheelchair just cruising down Collins up around this point. And after the light here at County Line Road, we will be doing something we don't do too often, or realize it when we do, but leaving Dade County and entering Broward County, where the taxes are a little cheaper, as well as the people and the places that live in. Not all, but just the big picture will show you where the money is. Oh man, another light. I feel like this light at Hemispheres is the name of this road, is obviously named by the hotel or condo building of the same. Everybody's got to be important, have their own name for their own road, but probably because it was paved and made just for them, whatever they paid for it, I guess makes sense. I drift over here on the right and just veer along and off to stay on A1A, Beach One Avenue, or Collins Boulevard. I think more people than less would know it as A1A. If you're from my generation and grew up on early 90s rap music and the Vanilla Ice song that spoke of this like it was something I'd never see and realize, Ice, man, I guess it could have been like that back in the 90s, but now it sounds like you don't know what you're talking about. Come on. Anyway, I'm out of here until I'm not. I'm going to pause this and then stop because I need to be done, and that's how I be, so I'm out. As they say in New York, son with a one. God. I wasn't gonna do this, not right now, but then as I was listening to a podcast, hearing them blab away, I said, hold on, who is this lady running? That's what I'm looking at now, and that's where we'll begin. She was running like I've never seen anybody run before. And you know what? Now I've seen one. Not in a wheelchair, but I've seen one utilizing the sidewalk that runs through Golden Beach. Only on one side, and that's the side I'm going down south towards the Miami that I know, and away from this Hollandale and Hollydale and Hollywood stuff. But that's a homeless man. All right, so the Handicapped Act, or the Americans with Disability Act, that would apply to what I was saying previous to this on the reason why they still have to have one sidewalk going through the city. And that is because people in wheelchairs, they need somewhere to go. So that would make sense. Now, I didn't see anybody in a wheelchair, but I saw a lady running that fell under the same category. Even though she didn't need a wheelchair, she was up there. And without that sidewalk, she wouldn't have been. So, good for her, and good for me. Now, I find myself at the light on 193rd Street, otherwise known as Gallard Dade Boulevard, if anybody knew that. And smack dab landing myself in Sunny Isles. They're having their 25th anniversary. I'd imagine this year. They have the little signs saying that, and this is not an old city at all. If you can imagine, this was established in 1997. Sunny Isles. Before that, what was it? I have no clue, but it wasn't Sunny Isles. I don't even know how that works. You just start a new town? I guess you do. But what's there before this town? I damn sure know that it wasn't just empty land with nobody populating it except for like Indians or something. Way too close to the water for us to let Indians on it. They gotta go way out. We took a right off Collins and away from Sunny Isles onto Norman Gillard Bridge, which will hike us over the canals and waterways and right into the wonderful, beautiful land of the condominiums. And I think that's it. Aventura. Right to my right lives the great Rebecca and Ophir. I was over at that house last weekend swimming with the kids in the pool, and it was a good time. I didn't even know that part of the world existed down around there, but I do now, and I have to say, there's nothing wrong with that. Nothing at all. I wonder what the condo fees are, though. There was a lot of amenities in that apartment that tells me steep. Very, very steep. A lot of marble, too. When you see a lot of marble and nice pools with waterfalls, you're going to see some regret down the line, I imagine. Because the apartment, that cost $400,000, or condo. But the amenities, those, I bet you, are just as much rent. Just as much as rent a month. Yeah, sorry. They got thrown by a squad Ford Explorer number 204. coming out of Florida City. It's a raw deal place. That's the policeman. I let him cut me off. I did. Because if I hadn't, he would have had a reason to act on him being not too happy with me, doing my duty as a civilian of always letting cops go in front of you. When he saw that my temporary tag on the back is behind the dark window tinting that I put on this truck soon after getting it, and actually makes it damn near invisible to the naked eye. Now I'd have to get another warning telling me, you need to put that somewhere else. And I say, where? He says, well, where the license plate goes. And I say, huh? Okay. And then I don't. Then I go through this all again. I'm sitting at the light next to the man with the, looks like a bullet hole in his windshield, cracked to shit. And he's a plumber. Works for A. Young Plumbing Corporation. This is a service. They can take care of all of your plumbing needs. And then got a nice picture of a wrench, and then a crescent wrench, and then a plumbing wrench next to some plumbing bolts as it fades off into the gradient towards sand, that color. He's running a racket. All them plumbers are. Any of the journeymen today, boy, they're making their mark if they can get the call out here in Miami, because there's a lot of people with a lot of money and are willing to spend it to get a problem solved. Something as simple as, say, a clogged toilet. Take a guess on what that'll run you if you have somebody come over to unclog it. I'd say between the $400 and $500 range. And I shit you not, no pun intended. I couldn't get a light working that I had changed. It was sheer laziness that I didn't want to go back and attack the problem and fix it myself faster. But my wife said, call somebody. I said, all right, we'll call somebody. The moment they came out, he said, it's going to cost you $300 for me to get up and touch any of that light. On top of the $75 it just cost you for me to come out here and tell you that. I said, thank you, sir. I hate that I'm paying you $75. I shouldn't. If my wife wasn't right here, sitting in the other room, I wouldn't. But since it is that way and I am a family man, instead of telling you to go fuck yourself, throwing you out the door, I will give you my credit card information and be polite. Then ask, has this ever happened before? And he said, no. I always get the $300 extra just for looking and touching the light. I said, my God. He had a lip too, I remember that. You don't see too many lips around anymore these days. If you know what I'm talking about, then you grew up in my world where in every class, every year, there would always be someone sticking out like a sore thumb because they got a cleft lip, not quite all the way repaired. And he was one of them. It's better than the thalidomide babies, I'm sure, but not quite as funny when you see them out in the open. I'm here at another light on Northeast 187th Street. I've only kind of just inched forward ever so slowly from the last light. I don't even know if I'm really going, but I see other people moving, which kind of makes me wonder what's going on in my lane. Is everybody just waiting here so they could turn left and then blocking it up? Probably. Right under the do not block intersection sign, which everybody's blocking up there too. And I'll be the same problem if you put me into that area 20 feet from now and something turns red. I'm not reversing, and I'm not just waiting and being stuck at it again so I could just be back behind more people. Nope. I think not. I think not. Got a Walgreens over there to my left. Looks like they're sponsoring a donate blood truck. Sitting outside, says one blood something. It's red and white, so I guess it's kind of telling you what kind of blood they want and that they want blood from white people. Why else would you have the truck red? I mean, that color definitely signifies blood. That's what it means. So what does white mean? Well, you want people coming over there to give you blood. And so if one color represents the blood, I'm going to only imagine the other color, because it is two colors, has to represent something to do with the blood. And that clearly is that it only wants white people's blood. So that's how that was read. It's a good way to not get sued, which you definitely would if you just put it in the words for everybody to read that said, only white people blood, that's all we want. Everybody else, get the fuck out of here. Got Art De Facto in West Marine over here as I'm cruising down, not stopped at the light on my left, and then a person very small on a big electric bicycle going into Houston's. That is an establishment I have not been into. It's got good reviews, but I hear the clientele ruin it. So we haven't been. Damn shame. Always want to know what goes on over there at Houston's. I'll just have to stick with Denver's or Fairbanks or Jacksonville. You know, I guess somebody thought they were clever by putting Houston's on there and then tossing it right there smack dab in the middle of Miami to add to the nonsense that we all need more of around here. Luckily, I passed by North Miami Beach Boulevard, Northeast 163rd Street. Not a problem at all. Humane Society of Greater Miami's on my right after those train tracks. I could see them, and I can also see at this specific part of the tracks where there's a little bit of shade provided by some of these out of the norm trees that they have planted in that 2-block radius. And with every tree that gives just that right amount of shade comes with a little person who it looks like they're camping under that tree in that shade, because the shade fits it perfectly. That little one-man pop-up tent, and it's like you couldn't have planned it. as if somebody really did. Here behind a Mazda CX-9, a Lexus RX 350, and a BMW 330i. Which one you think seems out of place in this muck? That's right, because in front of the Mazda is a Lamborghini, and 2 cars up from that is another Lamborghini, and then behind that 2 cars is a Rolls Royce, and to the left, 2 lanes over, about to turn, is a Phantom. I wouldn't have been able to pick out a Phantom in a million years if it wasn't for living here and seeing them every other day. So that Mazda CX-9 is really feeling like the odd man out. As for myself, I'm in a truck, which is luxury in its own way because it provides a certain utility that can justify purchasing it, and the family that I have backs that up. So on top of what it costs, it's in the luxury range. I'm fitting in too. Mazda CR-9 though? No. Get the fuck out. Got USA Tile and Marble here. They promise wood floors. It's coming right after this Vietnamese place. I forgot the name of it. Just passed it. Can't see the sign, but I go there all the time to get pho. And it is good. Pho, I mean. And if you corrected me, well, fuck you. It's a tattoo shop, a Biscayne dental place if you want to get ripped off and have unnecessary work done to your face. You got cosmetic surgery, new face surgery center right next door. Mix and match, which is probably the parts that you get from there. You can trade them up at that. You know, look at someone new every morning. Maybe don't want to kill yourself when you get the right fit. You got the Lexus of North Miami, and next door to that is the Audi dealership. We have another car, the second, leased from Audi. And at the time, I thought, damn it, honey, you could get a better deal. You really could. $550 a month for this. I mean, it's nice and everything. Q3, you got all the premium extras and add-ons, but $550 a month, we can get this $400 a month, no problem. Come on, baby. And she said no, she negotiated that down from the $800 a month they were trying to charge her originally. And for a repeat customer, that's just insane, but she'll negotiate some shit in a way that makes me very proud of her. But I wasn't at the moment. I said, man, baby, a little steep. Who'd have thought? Right after that, pandemic hit. And next thing you know, the unheard of happened. They're calling her, asking if they could buy the lease back with interest and some extra spending cash for her troubles. I went down there to get a better read on this deal, and I started talking to the car dealership salesman. Forgot what his name was, but boy, we had a laugh at everybody who's got a lease a car there now, because that same car is being leased out for near $1,000 a month. That same exact one, they would have been making quite the profit off buying that back. And we had thought about it, but then what do? Have to lease another car and just be getting ripped off? No. So we won that round, and That's something rare that you see in life, where you are able to get one over on the car dealership, especially one in Miami, of all places. As I'm being cut off by two cars, not one, taking an illegal left turn right through smack dab 3 lanes of traffic just because we're slowed up to a stop, but we were still rolling through and the light is green. But even though the first one got through, and it should have known, that was goddamn it luck that I didn't keep inching forward to give you not enough space to make it and do that squeeze. I did. But that second one got greedy, because the balls were already used by the one that paved the way. That second one, just following, hoping and assuming that they'll be okay too. You're normally dead on correct when you do that in that situation. So even though it kind of irks me, what the fuck you gonna do? I didn't lose any time. I'm still stuck here, crawling on through, looking at the Blaze Smoke Shop on my right. If you want to have a puff or two of something they can't guarantee is going to give you cancer now, but I can guarantee down the line that'll be the least of what you got coming for you if you're sucking down on all them plastic electronic dicks every day, thinking that you're better off than just the old school tried and true, know what you're gonna get Camels or Marlboros. But everybody wants to be that special kind of smart that thinks they know more than what they really do to justify the dumb that they really are. The light here on 123rd Street finds me in the right lane and not cheating my way to the front by accidentally just coasting on the left far enough to realize it and then having to squeeze in front of the first person who's asleep at the wheel or too slow at the hit of the gas to not let me have my moment, save my time. You know, I could take a left and go to Bayshore Park, or I could go to right and end in Gwen Magnolia Center, or City Hall if you ever need to find yourself for some horrible reason in the North Miami City Hall, which I actually did find myself there one time when I was looking to get my passport and I couldn't find another place, and it was in around this time of the day, a little after when the schools were getting out, and still new to Miami I was, relatively, to the point that I'd never been over there, and was on my electric unicycle, really breaking necks from everybody who was doing what people without money do when they get out of their school for the day, and that is walk. And the whole high school and the elementary school right next to that, and some other school, probably a junior high, all placed directly enough in front of my path that it would be like a swarm of people yelling at me, because there's nothing else a kid likes to do better than yell at the person who has it coming most easy, and that would be the one white guy surrounded by all those schools and the kids in it that fill up that part of town where City Hall is located, and makes me question how anything gets done in North Miami over there. I was trying not to sound like a goddamn racist or somebody that's just against black people, so I didn't explain that properly enough. But you know, I don't have anything wrong against black people, nor am I a racist. But even I know that anything I would have said in that story to make that sound a little better and hear a little more coherently, knowing me, I couldn't avoid not sounding like just somebody I'm not. So what are you gonna do? Here, across from the homeless man in the not median, just middle of the two lanes, trying to get money, and that's not gonna happen because he's on the passenger side of my car giving me a grimy look that's trying not to be as grimy as it really is by smiling, showing me those grimy teeth nestled behind that grimier beard, multicolored that it is, full of soot, dust, age, and a lot of fuck it when it comes to personal maintenance. And the spit, little drops I can see have hit part of my window from him mouthing out loud, "Do I have any change?" No, I didn't mean to short him, but if I had a quarter, I'm gonna need that quarter because there's a shortage of change, or so says every register. So I gotta hustle to get my quarters. Normally it takes me using my son as a cute guy with his dad in the grocery store that you could never say no to because he's such a cute guy, and get my quarters. Without him, I would be, kind of just like the bum yelling at me in my window, spitting on the glass, forcing the need for me to go to Busy Bee across the street and have this washed. No, I'll keep my quarters for my laundry. That is, if I ever have to quit doing fluff and fold. And you never know when an emergency may come up. Anyhow, that's a lot of talking. It was better than just wasting time listening. Now I'm parking. On with it. Time to test this in a way that says I just assume that the test is going to pass, so I'm not going to stop the recording and put it to my ear to double check. One check is good. One check is all you need. One check is all I got. One check is all there is time for today. Because if I check again, guess what? I'm going to be checked out of time and ability to check the world and what I see in it in this kind of way. I'll be going 25 like the speed limit says I have to go. Next time. So until that time comes, this time I'm going 50. And I'm going down the road over the humps and the bumps, And nobody's gonna get me, stop me, or say anything other than, this is a tour guide right from my place on Friday afternoon. And we ain't going no 25 down 105th Street just because there's a bunch of bags of trash and leaves. And if I have beer off the road at any given time, just because maybe I'm hopped up on ding dang doodles and whack-ups, been drinking Old Crow all day, and then the night before, Old Tub. So I got a lot of old shit in me, and I'm feeling like a brand new spanking motherfucker ready to take on the world. So why not show off a bit? Why don't I just let them all know I'm here? Old Mike, full of old shit, gonna give you some new things to talk about. Boom, there's your leaves, bitch. Looks like you're gonna have to repay that Mexican again, because I ain't coming back to pick up. Remember, in my head, this is a world funnier than you could ever imagine. But what I'm really doing is just going past rows and rows of palm trees and normal trees and other trees, as Biscayne Boulevard is Biscayne Boulevard, the road that goes right by the Miami Shores Country Club. And dead smack hitting me in the face with being behind a Toyota Tundra, looking at that country club and all those old Barleys in their old Barley hats, toting around their old Barley sticks in their old Barley little uniforms, trying to make a ball into a hole on some manicured grass that shouldn't be, because how hot it is and where the sun's placement to the earth at that very moment, and how it, plus what the Indians did before we came in and raped this land away from them and stuck them way out in the middle of nowhere, which was previously thought to be the most unwanted land in the world, and only a beast could get by at a rate that we were giving them after for reparations. But them beasts prevailed, and look at the Hard Rock Casino in Miami now, Tonto. But grass grows greener there than any piece of tax-paying city lawn you'll find ever. The only greener grass you're going to see is the weeds coming up in between the median sidewalks, which is a nice change, you know, because you don't want pristine all the time. You don't want one big old brickle, because then you'll be left with one big old, where am I? What world is this? And sometimes during late July and August, I feel as if I am part of the Eloi. Or maybe just the man that traveled through time to find them and get lost in this utopian feel that a paradise would have to be constructed in a way that it would do just that. Because everything is just pristine. But on the inside, down below, where nobody goes through the doors into that place, lies the whole different truth that the Eloi refused to admit, even when it came time for one of their own to be Just another snack for those Morlocks. No, I'm back into the near suburbia field that isn't Brickell, because I'm not there, and no longer is there a median. It's just, I took a left on 96 once the light turned. The arrow hit me. It gave me my shot in the dark. I followed the unbranded car in front of me. I think a Genesis of some sort. God knows who's making that. Maybe it's Sega. And then did the reverse down 10th Street, well-known Miami shortcut that we've talked about before, just to find myself passing 90th Street and looking at all the road signs busted down the middle in the place where the two yellow lines run parallel to each other, saying, if you cross me, you're going to get a ticket, or somebody's going to die, or a kid is not going to be at blame if you hit him, because it's not the kid's fault, it's yours for crossing the line. So unless you want to die a horrible death in a horrible, boring jail, then thankfully you'd have to know you're in America, and you'd only get a little manslaughter charge. Odds of you doing time would only depend on how much money you have to throw at it. A lot of money, no time. No money, some time. Either way, you got a story at the end. The poor kid, though, that is his end. They have traffic circles here as this goes towards 79th Street, as I head right on through the light at 82nd Street, if all goes well, and it does. The traffic circles are a European fixture. In Italy, you'll see those every block. It's a madhouse full of circles that you're driving and then straight. It's a big old weird grid. And if you're in the Lake Garda area, up there past Vicenza and north of Venice, and obviously south of Germany and west of Rome and Milan, is Lake Garda, and what populates Lake Garda's roads on the outside are scantily dressed women in lingerie waiting around an untold amount of corners that are all lit subtly, just in the right mix of yellow as its lemon lit contrast shines soft around that beautiful woman in negligee, looking at every man in every car that drives by, that doesn't notice her because it's another traffic circle ahead and you got to pay attention because cars are coming through. But if he does, those eyes will say that you... Well, hola, chica. I'm walking fast and I'm hungry. I'm out of time. This is when I parked. Ran out empty. Paid for nothing. Wrong side, facing wrong way. My logic says it's easier to stress out on the way back sooner than later than do a U-turn out here. Excuse me. So I got to keep going at a fast pace and hope I can play dumb if I have to. I'm still there facing the wrong way. Right decision by me. I'll get no ticket. I wasn't worried about that. Just the tow. Pain in the ass. But I've been around enough to know how to keep myself out of most pains in the dick. Like getting a car that ain't yours anymore, even though you got the keys. Either from you doing dumb and catching a boot, or just getting somebody working in a building with the authority to call a number on a sign to say, Jim Bob's towing. If your shit ain't here, start losing dimes. We don't take collect. And Jim Bob, he answers when he wants to, which is not at any convenient time for any other person on this planet we know as Earth, unless you do what Jim Bob do and have a John Boy type name that would find a Jim Bob time to answer right up John Boy's direction. And then there'd just be a couple tow truck drivers out there yucking it up, remembering the time and telling war stories about why they didn't get a reality show when the getting was good. Now they're just stuck with playing secretary for themselves. How y'all doing? And following that up with better than the boot, ain't it? You better believe anything is better than the boot on a car. God damn. That is a tease worse than something that got you real worked up in high school. On one of them nights you were guaranteed to have a special time with her, but didn't quite. Catch the cat. And the boot is twice as worse at that. Because the boot, there's no redeemable quality about anything boot when it's put on the tire of your car and you realize it right as it won't move, as you're hitting that gas, grinding it down to the floor, screaming in your head and then out loud, fucking go. Boot stays silent. Boot is a sentinel. Boot is indestructible. And Boot won't let go until you do what Boot has already told you to do. There's no joy that comes from Boot. Even when you are lucky enough to hopefully in a timely, respectable amount of your day or night or goddamn whenever you could track down Boot's caretaker, it'll still burn for long after. I think about Boot right now, and every time I've had Boot on my car in my life, just twice, and both of them feel like I'm taking eye drops full of Clorox, piss, vinegar, and Boot. And then stabbing myself with a rake in the balls after. Grinding it through. Pissed at Boot. Yeah. At least with the tow truck, you got a human connected to it who at least will give you a chuckle, not an evil sentinel. Nothing. I'm Boot. Do what I say, or I will never leave you. Boot. Hate Boot. But I don't think they really do boots around Miami. Maybe. It's been a long time, man. And I knew they weren't going to tell me. I thought maybe somebody could be waiting out there like, dude, you parked the wrong fucking way on this road and you didn't pay or anything. And I was going to be like, oh, I'm sorry. I'm my bad. Oh, I don't know. I'm crazy. Look at me. Look at me talking shit. I'm so dumb. I'm sorry. Give those little special eyes of mine and, you know, make it work out in the end. Nothing would have happened. So, you know, I got no plate for them to even go on. It's a temporary. I just roll through. Nobody's gonna do anything near what that devil Boot, sentinel of the streets, will always do. That's Boot. Passing the northeast 11200 block up on Biscayne/George Gill Boulevard, which, who knew that this was George Gill Boulevard at this point in Biscayne, except for George Gill. I'm sure he's already long past dead. Somebody bought that for him because they were all sold out of spaces that you could put at the Mount Sinai Hospital down there on the beach. George Gill wasn't Jewish enough. Didn't have the coin to back it, or to lie to say that he might be, to get that happening. Yeah. So as I cruise through, heading right at the stoplight, San Sushi Boulevard, find myself parked right behind a Lamborghini. It's black. Looks like a Lamborghini. It's got its hazards on, and they're blinking. We're not gonna stay stopped at this. We're not really parked. You know, this is just what it is. When you go down George Gill Boulevard / Biscayne Boulevard / US 1. Oh no, we're just at the light. But he's got all those hazards on. Every last one. They're blinking, and they're talking to me. They're talking to me saying, this isn't the first guy I've seen driving a Lamborghini with all of his hazards on. Is he trying to pull me over? Does he think he's Miami PD? Is he trying to be the Christmas tree out there on the street? All those flashy yellow blinking lights? No, because they're just one color. If you were to be a Christmas tree, you would be Miami PD, with all of the lights on all the time. When you hit the brakes, shines makes you think it's December. We're only halfway there. No, this Lamborghini though, as we went through the light, now we're at Northeast 126th Street / Keystone Boulevard. If you take it to the right, on George Gillian Boulevard, Biscayne / US 1, whatever one you know it by. I don't know when it changes off George Gillian. How many blocks his family was able to buy. Oh, that looks like it's just US 1. Now, no more George Gillian, so his family could only purchase a couple blocks. I'm sure the man in the Lamborghini in front of me, though, he could purchase much more than just that. With the level that he's on. As we approach 130th / IXORA lane. I don't even know how to pronounce that. I'm not going to attempt it again. Yeah, he's still rolling strong with all the hazards on. And I'm right behind him, and I'm not giving him any indication that maybe you should have those on. Maybe I give a shit. Maybe I'm looking at you. Nothing. I don't care. Until you leave your hazards on. Then I start to notice you. Before that, you were more dust in the wind. You're bound to be forgotten in a second. But now I'm talking about you. Because you clearly don't know how to drive that fucking Lamborghini. Try to tell me otherwise, you ain't got to say anything other than turning your hazards off. So we're at Northeast 135th Street. They are still on. Blinking. Blink, 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 blink. What are you going to do in that fucking black Lamborghini? Because you're not going to learn how to use it. You clearly don't know how to drive it. But yet, you're sitting in that seat You're the one wheeling right behind it. I'd say there's an Audi dealership to your left. Maybe step down a bit and get right. Have one of those dealerships do an even swap on that gas guzzler you got, draining up all the electricity too. Shouldn't have been allotted for you in this world. So you could still sit there with the hazards on at Northeast 146th Street. I see the blacks outside the Chase Bank over there on my left, sitting outside at the gas charges $2 if you want to use it. Pay that, and then you can get on and ride the bus stop. It didn't work out too well. I got thrown by the advertisements on the bus stop seats. It's a whole thing. But now I'm moving again, following a car that could be stopping at any second. At any second, this Lamborghini, black, and with the driver in it, remarkable. Amazing. Not one of a kind, because there are plenty just like him. Suited up in full, I'm taking out my Lamborghini today kind of gear. Ready to rip. Going slower than the speed limit with his hazards on. Not looking back at me at all, because I look like one of them cowpoke party trips that he isn't into. My butt don't go twerk, and my mouth doesn't go suck. So, rather than look in the rear view and try to read my lips that are clearly talking shit about him, how dumb he is, and how typical the way he drives looks to me, and how if he was able to just quit trying to break that neck, looking for that non-existent big booty bitch, walking Biscayne coming up to Northeast 163rd Street, they might want to break her neck back, shoot it to the left or right, and say, damn, look at that stupid Jimmy Walker trying to think he's so dynamite. Far from. The battalion chief, MDFR, from the fire department, Miami-Dade Fire Rescue, I think. Oh shit. Looks like we got some. Oh, we got the police in the middle of the road also. This man is getting into the right lane to dodge the police in this huge wreck that happened. Just see, there's a guy actually crawling out of the car. He's still got his hazards on. They're still there, blinking. I follow him through the intersection. The Miami-Dade Fire Rescue, they kept cruising on through too. They caught a space ahead of that knucklehead, so they don't have to look at him like I do. As we just drive, and cruise. nothing changes. Northeast 172nd, the man's still got his hazards on in that black Lamborghini in the middle lane, just like me, except I don't have my hazards on because I'm driving like a person who understands his car and could hear that kind of sound, which he clearly doesn't, or Lamborghinis don't make. It's one of the two. But you would think if you pay $400,000 for a car, it could alert you of when you got your hazards on and you're driving down the middle lane on a packed tight street like Biscayne Boulevard on a day like this, which is no different than any other day. It's in the summer and the middle of the week at a time when it wouldn't matter because it's a main road and it's always pretty packed. And if it isn't, well, then you definitely shouldn't have your hazards on. But we passed Northeast 180th Street. You still do. Lambo man, what happens when you pick up that girl with that big butt who likes to twerk it and go suck? You think she's going to give you the respect that a swallow is going to give? If you can't hit that button that turns off those lights that keep blinking, probably she doesn't give a shit either. She's just lost in the mist that defied her, brought her into that place where she's mystified. The moment you opened the door and said, "Bitch, get in. Here's a jack. Put it on your jaw. Keep it open. I'm worth that." But the memory of you can't be fixed. That bullshit money you got. Because even after she's swallowed and it's said and done, she's dropped back off over on the wrong side of the tracks. In her head, unlike your stomach that could throw up what you left, that memory gonna remain about you. Stupid. Clicked in dumb. It's gonna end worse. Oh. Just another dude. Driving a Lamborghini. In front of me, crossing Northeast 191st Street, that didn't know his hazards were on and thought he looked cool in that $400,000 ride, that he'd have been better off leaving it home and taking a fucking Uber. Because at least with an Uber, nobody will remember you for being as dumb as you really are. And this is Miami on a Friday, crisp, perfect morning. Short of the traffic, that, as always, ain't good. Ain't smooth. Feels like you're in a log jam. You're jammed up.
Take the next left onto Northeast 108th Street.
Gonna take this next left and use GPS because we're heading away out of the fray, the mix, the jumble, the logjam, the everything that is. We're gonna go deep into the unknown, the outer limits, the Broward County. Not just over the border, like we usually do, but further than that. Today, I am venturing into the unknown, a place where I've never been before. I'm going to Markham Park. Markham Park is the destination that
Continue for 1 mile.
just forced me to run that red light because that guy in front of me didn't go fast enough. He waited until it was all the way red. Anyhow, hopefully it'll be worth it because 8:51 in the morning and it says I'll be there by 9:33. I still think it's too early, but I got nothing else going on. And this is a huge park with 666 acres of land to its name, which includes water sports. And that's the main reason why I'm headed here. To watch my brother compete in the jetboard surfing extravaganza that is going on. Thank God I just narrowly missed that train from a coming as I keep cruising down 108th Street looking at the golf course bordering me on the left, thanking my lucky stars. I wasn't stopped. Because I want to see him compete in this. And I don't think today will be able to show me anything like that. But it'll give me a glimpse into what's to come the next day, as I'll be down here tomorrow also, to hopefully see that man rocking and rolling in first place like a Hannah deserves to
In
be.
800 feet, use the left lane to turn slightly right onto Northeast 6th Avenue, Griffin Boulevard.
In the meantime, though, I'm going to utilize the 12 miles of walking paths to get acquainted with my new electric unicycle.
Use the left lane to turn slightly right onto Northeast 6th Avenue, Griffin Boulevard.
And this ain't slightly right, by the way.
Continue on Northeast 6th Avenue for 1.5 miles.
This is a full... Shit. I went the wrong way.
In 400 feet, sharp right onto West Biscayne Canal Road. Take the next right onto West Biscayne Canal Road.
Shit, there's a lot of cops up there. I seriously
Continue on West Biscayne Canal Road
took a
for half
left
a mile.
instead of a right because it didn't make sense I was looking at the street names versus what Google was telling me at that moment, and nothing clicked. The street names are so out of whack and crazy that if I would have taken a right, it would have left me not on 6th Avenue anymore. So instinctively, I just took a left because that's what the sign said, to stay on 6th Avenue. And unfortunately, that didn't lead me in the right direction, but I think I recovered and we'll be okay with the maneuver I did right after. That's assuming this brain in my car that's telling my head the ways I need to go is of the sound nature that makes ones I can hear
feet, turn
that
left
make
onto
sense.
Northeast 118th Terrace.
Shit, where was I going on 118th? Pay attention this time. Let me pay attention. 118th Street. Okay. So we'll stop. This isn't always stop, but it's only one. The stop sign is pointless.
Onto Northeast 118th Terrace.
Okay, we'll take it left here. I'm following a mobile landscaping unit who's probably trying to get the same way I'm going, but taking the speed bumps a lot slower than I do. It's because he's got a flatbed full of buckets of the black Persuasion with orange lids. Some actually white with no lids. And now we're just being left off into past West Dixie Highway / Alexander Petition Boulevard. And I imagine we continue on this. I'm going to get to the right of him, so I no longer have to deal with his lollygagging and impediments to be able to go a little quicker than he was letting me. As I sit at this light at Northeast 2nd Avenue, Northeast 119th Street, looking at the sign that says in yellow, turning vehicles to the right, and I must yield to pedestrians that will cross. As I look at this Holly House apartment complex and the sign for North Miami, Florida. Welcome, it says. If I go one more street to the right, I already thought I was in North Miami, but I guess I'd veered off and either stayed in Miami Shores to this. I didn't know it goes up. Yeah, it must be Miami Shores or El Portal that I am technically in right now, as the Cristo Rey Miami High School is there to my right. And this isn't the part of town that you want to raise kids in. Passing the Marathon gas station on North Miami Boulevard quickly backs up what I just said by the Family Dollar store that follows it and the dirt cheap supermarket that precedes that. Yet, well, no. Everything that follows is pre-gentrified trash. On the way to feeling better until the taxes kick in and force everybody out much more inland than they already are. I'm going to imagine that I'll be taking North 95, right? Towards Fort Lauderdale? No. Okay, so I just keep going straight. I'm going to hope I'm going the right way. I didn't pay attention to anything. And I very, very delicately find myself looking to and from this GPS wondering, am I going the right way, motherfucker? Because it doesn't show it on the map. For some reason, I thought I would have to jump on that highway. Hold the fuck on. It looks like we're good. I just had to hit a couple buttons on the screen to make sure my Android Auto was synced up to my car. Turns out I'm on 924 West. I got 2.4 miles of this before I'm gonna have to make a move. I don't know what that move is, but 2.3 miles after I just say this, and then we'll figure it out. There's Miami Wet, which is something that appears to be a strip bar on my left, and the Alhambra Cove apartment complex right next to it, which seems strangely out of place, especially in this neck of the woods, from the light that I'm at now, which is what the fuck is this light? Oh, I'm on Northeast 119th Street, and I'm going to 924 West, and I see the discount supply store, wholesale retail, and Key Food supermarket, and this is the telltale sign to tell you what neighborhood that you're in. A Cricket cellular phone provider. All of that, along with a Western Union, which is another telltale sign, along with the gas station that I'm at, which advertises a lot of beer, strangely enough, Bitcoin. They have an ATM, but this is Miami. And all the food that you'll need, they take EBT. So with this, the wholesale retail discount, I can't read that, discount something supply, discount food supply, something. The Cricket, another Key Food supermarket, and the Western Union, it'll tell you that you're in a black neighborhood. And sooner than later, I'm going to come up on about 18 coin laundries. And they're all going to be screaming my name saying, "You got quarters and dirty clothes?" As if you do. Oh, discount beauty supply. Yeah, there it is. There's pictures of a bunch of black women with long, long red hair. And that is not possible without a beauty supply store being able to supply that hair for cheap as the nickel it costs, times however many of them to get what you need. Normally, Koreans run that. I don't know about Miami, but in LA, the Koreans, they would make the most money off the black women and their need to have the hair that doesn't end up like Jada Pinkett, bald, and giving off the idea to anybody else, which is something I back up, that they're just plumb dumb lazy and don't want to waste the time fixing their hair. So instead, they just shave it all off and buy a wig or get weaves in it that at first glance, if not a prelude to this spectacle beforehand in life, one would think it to be quite an amazing head of hair and wonderful job, whoever it is that dressed it Truly did, because goddamn, look how long and cool that black woman's hair is. Amazing. Never seen anything like it. And then you come to the realization that you too could have that hair. All you have to do is throw down a nickel times however many more of them you'll need at that Korean joint that sells the exact hair you just thought was something magical to anybody with enough nickels to call it their own. Yeah. As we keep going through, we're at the intersection of Northwest 27th Avenue / looks like Ugly Boulevard, but I'm getting old and my eyes don't work as they used to. So it's, I don't know, something Boulevard / Carrie P. Meek Boulevard. And this is Northwest 119th Street, which is also Gragangree Road. Things change so much in Florida. You got to wonder how many people are just aching to have a piece of road to call their own to the left or right of me. And out of all those people, how many of them really didn't even have a clue that it was going to happen until they looked up 6 feet down in their grave and realized that's what their kids pissed away the majority of their inheritance on for no fucking reason other than because it sounded like a good Miami thing to do. Just like on the light that I'm stopped at, Northwest 32nd Avenue. You may know it as that, or you may know it as Old Henry D. in parentheses Coach Event Avenue. But it's not old. I think it's a different word. I have to see. I have to get a little closer. These eyes, they betray me. Miami-Dade County Rescue Fire Station number 26 is here, right to my left. And they're playing blackjack and watching Pornhub. It is not old, it is... Oh, Officer Harry D. Coach Everett Avenue. That was a tough one to read. All right, we got the West Miami 924 highway coming up here. And it's also Marlins Expressway.
Continue straight to stay on Florida 924 West.
It looks like I'm already on it. So this street, there was 15 other streets leading up to this, is now another completely different street. And
Continue straight to stay on Florida 924 West.
You better believe I'm going to stay straight, because you know what this exit is right here to these sulfur mines that I see in piles of rocks? Opalaka. And if I want to get killed today, maybe I'll roll this truck through Opalaka. And if I want to get murdered quick, I'll find out that they were actually listening to me talk shit about Opalaka and all the bad that's to be had in that town. Originally meant for something much more. It's got a lot of history. It's got a lot of whatever. It's got a lot of for lease places. It's inland enough that they thought this land would never be used, so they named it after some Indian tribe or something, just to add on to the beads they traded for the entire land, or the tobacco with the fire water. And now regret it, because it could have been something much more until the blacks adopted it and brought it to the point of it being murder capital of I think most of the United States. Shit, I think I hit that with my arm. So I was talking about Opa-locka and actually stopped the recording. Can't tell you when I did, but I think I did. And if I did it during that good little piece of information, well, then I'm a piece of shit. And get your information off somebody else who isn't so goddamn complacent with how he hangs his arm that he wouldn't think that he could not hit the stop button. I'm sure there's a lot out there that won't. Passing the mile 2.0 on this road, which means I've been on this 2 miles. I came on it from the get-go, which is a first for me. I've never started off this highway before. Toll Road 924. We have a silver alert out, and that means an old person is loose, doesn't know where the fuck he is at, or she, which is specific, I think, to Florida, because we have a lot of old people, more back in the days than now, but they're still around, and when they get loose, it's called a silver alert. That's what you'll see on the street signs saying, watch out, there's an old person, could be walking naked in the middle of the street, ready to get you a vehicular manslaughter charge and ruin the rest of your day. So my eyes remain peeled. Looks like I got 5.1 more miles on this as I look at the northeast 826 exit to Palmetto. If I stay on this 75, comes up and I'll end up in Naples with all the rich people that live there. But no, I just keep cruising. Looks like I stay right here and don't get off. Didn't give me many alerts, which is fine. Unless you don't know where exactly you're going, then you start to question it, like, you're gonna give me an alert? This 924 seems to be bridging off, and I know this intersection. This is actually it looks like I took this way to avoid the closures on the normal highway, I-95, and find myself now on North Interstate 75. Does that mean the speed limit? Nope. The speed limit is in fact 70. Don't get that confused. If you do, you'll have to dial the number I see on the billboard, perched high above the highways and the byways so all can see, saying 411 pain. I imagine you call that number if you in fact are experiencing any of it. I am not only enjoying a little bit of the country that I see out here and that big sky that it provides. Those huge clouds filling it up. A bunch of cumulus nimbus, puffy balls of moisture ready to attack me with their downfall at any time. Let's just hope it's not while I'm out and not under the cover of what this Ram truck provides. I veered off to the right, but maintained my direction, wherever that is. Looks like I'm going up I-75 north. And a big sign says express lanes. I can pay a couple extra cents to sit in each one of those and get myself to where I need to be a little faster than if this was jam-packed. Tells me not to drive drowsy and arrive early on one of the signs in the middle of the highway. Thank God I had a good night's sleep last night. If I didn't, oh shit, I am yawning though. Fuck. Now I'm starting to get scared. Looks like I got 20 minutes left on this debacle. And, yeah, you know what? I'll figure it out later. Because I'm 26 minutes in. It's about time to maybe take a little nap. And, make sure I'm rested when I get there. Because I'm tired. Feeling a little drowsy. Might be a little late. This is Miami, and I'm looking at an ambulance, 2 buses, about 6 police wagons, and I don't know, let's say too much traffic, backed up on Biscayne going north, which is right behind them, and then for some reason also on my side. And there's nothing going on my side except for a bunch of lights for everybody to look at. And what appears to be another police car. He's the supervisor and he's driving a Mustang. I didn't notice that before. I didn't know the supervisors of Miami Shores Police Department drive black on black Mustangs with a very hard to read supervisor on the front side of the hood. Incognito. I guess he would be if he didn't just want to look at that supervisor police car and say, that's what they're driving now. All right. Stuck in traffic with the rest of them. You gotta wonder what happened at that bus stop to bring all that hubbub to the world around it. Lord only knows. If I was that betting man, I'd say, put my money on person waiting too long in this weather for that bus to somehow get there on time in this traffic and get them where they needed to go before it happened, and that was probably heat stroke. Because it's hot, like a Mojave Desert that was humid out here today. How hot is it? It says 108 outside on the thermometer on my car. But that can't be right, even though it fucking feels like it. So it could be, I don't know. Your local meteorologist, I'm sure, would steer me in the other direction of probably somewhere down the line in the 90s, but who knows? Just dropped to 107, so I don't know what to believe. July is no joke. They got here 4 years ago this month, on July 3rd. And it hasn't let up. It's just got worse. You feel it driving in the car the most, even more than walking outside. Doesn't matter you got AC or not. You understand that you're cooking. And it doesn't feel good. Because you're just like the rest of everybody else. On a plate, ready to get served. There's nobody other than death. And annoyed. And this again. That are ready to eat. Guess it's just who's the lucky one that who's gonna get stuck a fork in by the one that's always watching their weight. And it's very picky. I didn't mention it. It's happy-go-lucky. Pleased to meet you. What a great day, and feels perfect outside. So just chew through the rest of this. Because a whistling's coming after. And ain't nothing wrong with that. Yeah. On the turn here from 10th Avenue to Northeast 79th Street, I'm waiting to take a left. Always waiting. And eyeing the 24-hour open every day, all day Pinecrest Bakery. They got it all, and they even deliver. If you're in the position that you can't make it before it closes, they got you covered. It looks kind of generic, shady in a, I don't know, Latino 305 cafe type of way. But they got burgers, pizza, everything else, including cakes, which I have to say aren't too bad. I'm not a big cake guy, but found myself picking one up, I think a couple years ago around the same time, for I don't know why. I don't know why anybody gets a cake short of a birthday, but it wasn't that. It was just one of those reasons that I couldn't tell you. But they were there to make it happen. Out of the blue, too. On a last minute, gotta get a cake kind of moment. Pinecrest Bakery came through. Very good looking cake. All the bells and whistles, dings and dongs, everything and more. Something that I told myself, and I think I told my wife, hey baby, Pinecrest Bakery. These sons of bitches are really coming through. Look at this beauty. Huh? Look at this cake. Her response was lackluster. But it was enough to say, yeah, we got something. So, if you find yourself in the pickle where you need some sugar pronto at any time of the day, of any week, of any year, and you're around this neck of the woods, well, in Miami, Pinecrest Bakery, they'll solve your problem. Why it is you would have that problem, though, like I said, I don't know. Short of a birthday, I'm sure you don't either. But they come up. I hope that helped you solve it. Another random piece of non sequitur in this world, delivered to you from the Pinecrest Bakery and me. Yeah. Now this lady's in front of me and this beast of a Yukon and this other guy to the left barking where he shouldn't. Blocking my way to get through if I wasn't a man that said I could squeeze this bitch through. And I did. So I'm done and I'm out. This is Miami Podcast. You know, testing it out right here. All right.
Good to see you with your helmet and everything else.
All right.
I'll give you the Biden fist pump.
The bite. What is bite? Nah, Mom. All right, there. All right. See you guys. Will do. Heading down Collins, I was just going to tell my mom to better start drinking. Get her mind off that politicking. Because I never want to do politicking. Don't matter where I'm at. Even if I was running for office, I'd say, get back to me. This is a reality. Throw your vote away on my name another day, but right now, let's just talk. Nobody likes politicking. Even in the places where you wouldn't even think somebody might know what that's meaning. In jail, you'll get in trouble for whistling while you're cooking or living, and trying to hold office. Because fun and power don't go with sentences made by men who can't spell. It's a Thursday, and a student driver is hindering my progress. Thank God for the yellow bumper sticker on his back. Because I should have seen it sooner. That's the second student driver I've ran into in one day. The first was in the morning. I was driving my truck, coming back from dropping Leonidas off at school, and it was a whole sentence of information under that, telling me to just please be courteous, cautious, thankful, and patient, because it's a student driver. I thought that was kind of neat. First of its kind I'd seen, but this one just said student driver, as I was used to, and made a right turn the proper way. Did it better than most normal drivers. And thank God took his time with it so we could still be living to talk about it. And remember the day as being a part of it. I'm going through Golden Beach, just trying to keep the thoughts and the direction in a coherent kind of connection. Don't want to let either of them deviate too much off to either side. But if one does, I'm gonna just go with what I'm thinking and letting it trail off, because I can always come back and pick it up wherever I find it might have wandered off to without having to end in a knee brace and too many surgeries to make me happy that I made that choice of not looking both ways 4 times over. And then again, we'll let the words get off instead. Everybody understands crazy, and I won't get there unless I want it to go. You could just shut that off, but if I hit big hurt on my knee from getting in a wreck again because some student driver was doing more than I should have been doing, I'm not going to be the happiest guy to listen to from here on out. Droning along in my depressed world I'd be until the painkillers kick back in, and then I'd be oh so creative again. Full of life with only one leg to live it on. And then it would all run out, and I'd be back to wishing it was 2010 again. And the docs didn't know what they did today about the joy of a opiate sandwich. If everybody's gonna stay stopped at the red light, well, you're gonna get the 2-finger nod and I'm going. Going on to William Leland Causeway. This is a good time to sing. Is it because it has anything to do with WLC? No. It has to do with nobody can hear me except for the world I put this out to, but not while I'm doing it. So, without further ado, I'm gonna stick in the bike lane and go a little less than 45. I'm gonna kick off everything that I think and put it on the table of my life as I roll through the WLC. Baby, what that mean? William Leland Causeway. I got country club drives rubbing up next to right, and I got Juan Diego gonna living down the left. I got canals and yachts and everybody trying to act like they're living mean, baby. But I got this one thing that they ain't never seen, baby. And that's a piece of me crossing across the street into this emergency hazard lane, baby. Running right at you. Running right at you. Giving the 2-4 against that without a road guard vest on. Let me get in my groove. All right. Now we're grooved up. Going door to A1A on down 55 on Lincoln Galway. Back to Rapidur, I'm on one wheel and I'm probably breaking the law. But not bad enough like I used to. So, now restart that. I'm driving through the trash on the side of the road. And it's hot as a Miami July afternoon. I feel like a Stevie Wonder album, except it ain't that hot yet, 'cause it's still July. Some days you get it, some days you don't. You know, this is all coming back to me on my studio on the road, my electric unicycle riding through Miami music studio, which I used to designate every time to myself when I'd want to go down the one of the causeways. MacArthur, that was I was a big fan of that one, because you could really belt out whatever the fuck you got on your head and just let it roll. This isn't that long though. And I don't know. I'm not used to it. I could always do MacArthur Causeway because I could go, I'm going the wrong way on MacArthur Causeway. And today I'm gonna be bad. But seems like I did that so many times. Kind of already figured myself out with it. Just observing on 192nd off William Leon Causeway, waiting to turn on Biscayne and not doing what I would used to in the days before this. Just because I'm not that dangerous anymore and I don't want to die. So I'll just wait until that turns green before I go. Look at the people going past. Watch them look at me back. Think it's hot outside. Gotta get home. So I could jump in the car. Do it all again in a lot calmer way. But I'll be going faster. Yeah, taking longer. I'm just glad I'm not in one of those scooters, because that doesn't look like life to me. I'd take a truck over that. You don't want to be the first or the last through the light. Sometimes you got to do it though. And you got to do it fast. And then take a break. Because you proved yourself by getting the jump on every single car. More than they ever saw coming. And that's about all you got on this till 30, 40 miles an hour. They kind of fizzle out. I've won the round. All right, let's bring it on back. Get in the bike lane, which is in the middle of the lane right here. Seems to be dangerous as fuck, and if you ain't done it before, you would look at me like I'm goddamn crazy for doing it in this jungle. But I too was you at one point, and then I realized just to disregard 187th Street and know that the code for homicide isn't going to tag in my back today. Hopefully no one want to split a goddamn lane, and then I'm going to run this yellow light past the cop right behind me to find myself in the clear breeze and the open and new that it provides as I ride through Biscayne at a moderate pace and thank my lucky stars I'm still available. To everybody in the world, just like you. Some days I think I'm not, but some days I guess I just am. Getting distracted from that cop that's on the left, and he can't really do much to me, I don't think. I mean, I'm a grown man. You can fucking pull me over or do whatever you want, and I'll kind of just laugh it off. But as always, nothing happens. Except for the distraction. So if the distraction came along, we'll just do our call sign and tell us where we're at and what we're doing and why we're even talking to begin with. This is Miami, and I am doing a test run or two on my helmet microphone while I'm driving through it on a electric unicycle that I said I'd never get back on, but couldn't stay away, so here I am. It's the afternoon. The traffic is flowing on Biscayne the way it always does on these things, which is it never stops. Because there are no laws when you ride on one wheel. Only ones say otherwise are the ones too much a chump to not realize all the fun that can be had while you're on it, such as doing your podcast, trying to stay on track, trying to be relevant and coherent, and basically testing your audio levels, seeing how it comes through, seeing where it can go, and figuring out a method to this multitasking micness. I got a guy coming at me on the opposite way, so we'll just barrel through, and I gave him a direction that says you can go on this side of the bike lane and I'll go on this. I'm not gonna run you off the road, nor am I gonna fucking wish your death by making you go against the grain of traffic as some have done to me. But instead of that, you didn't understand the call signal either, same as you wouldn't have understood most English I had to say, which is not saying anything other than I wouldn't know what you were talking about either. Unless you said alto or gave me something that was that obvious to let me understand that we both are in agreement on something, and that is you go your way, I go my way. Well, thank God both didn't end up dead in the middle. Or Buddha, or Yahweh, or Kwanzaa Day, or Lucky Charms, or granola bites. Vegan gods, or planetariums in the 80s, and the white dots that put us all to sleep, or finger painting with your dad with mustard. I can go nonsense all day long. Or can I? Again, I'm forcing just to see if it can be done. As I pass by the Total Wine and Beverage here on 146th, I take it slow in this bicycle lane because I don't trust what the people in the right lane might do when they're also taking it about that speed, moderate as it could be, because somebody wants to take a turn at some point, and I don't want to be the one they're turning into. So better heed my own warning and trust my gut. That's why we have it. Pass by the Renter's Paradise here on 143rd Street, and I think about that time I approached those two suckers and they tried to con me out of some bullshit like I was one of their Haitian disgruntled customers waiting in that line, pissed that they got hustled, but just happy to be an American. So dealing with the absolute con that 2-bit hack job was probably making a mint on, and wishing that I got more of it on tape and came back in the Audi with some gold shit on with diamonds. To back it up. Then he wouldn't have asked for my credentials. Well, let's see how this works. I don't know if it's picking it up or not, but I'll give it a shot. What's wrong with talking? Nothing I have never done. Over, above, and beyond, and too much as it is, so let's work out the chops. Try it a different way, though. Rather than speed talking, let's do thoughtful ways down Biscayne. Observations and what I see, and what gonna bring the flame. I gotta get on the street though. I'm old school when I'm on the sidewalk. It's weaving and whipping around me. I feel like I'm shot back and blasted into a year before this, when I used to ride those sidewalks and think I was cool, but now I know where it'll take me. I'll stick on the road and jump the curb and get a piece of Miami. This helmet on is a goddamn must. And these eyes, wide. No time to blink out here unless you want to die. So I keep them under Oakley's. Within my disguise, a big black bobblehead droning up Biscayne, catching eyes, shooting guns and taking winks and laughing them off. Trying to make my way through without dying, but the people in the cars keep getting in the way, testing me. I had to do a move, popped off a curb, against my better judgment, but since I did it, I guess that was the best judgment I could have done at the moment. So as to not have to say excuse me to two guys crowding up the sidewalk and risk my own ass. On your left. Thank you, brother. I chose not to go the bad route and get dangerous on that one. I'm not off-roading today. I'll just see if I'm excused. Bitch in a Jeep cuts me off. Doesn't even give me a hand to say I'm sorry. I'm thirsty. This fucking helmet's stopping my quench. I gotta get to my back pocket if I can. Get into that bottle of water. I don't want to stop though. That would be too smart. I should, but I don't want to. So have I evolved or stuck, stagnant, and stayed where I was? I got no spit. Thirsty. It's hot. I should stop, but I got a time limit, and that's every time, all the time. Keep going till I get where I need to get, and then get all the way back. One run. The time trial every day against myself, and I'm not even keeping time. I gotta get that water. Fuck me. I need that water. I give people the deuces and then the thumbs up for not pulling out and hitting me. Most of the time they nod back and understand. I'm appreciative for them saving my life. I don't know anybody else that does that. I've never seen it. But it feels like the right thing to do when you're driving around here doing all the wrong stuff. You might as well make people feel like you're not taunting them and you're just trying to get through the same as them, only a little different in the way you do it. So a deuces and a thumbs up seems fair. I gotta get out of this bike lane. I give a deuce to a guy. I'll stick here in the right lane. Hope it doesn't start raining. Because I don't want to slow down, so I'll just go through it. Fuck, I'm thirsty. Time to run a light. When the opportunity presents itself, take the opportunity. Gotta watch up here. If somebody's turning right, that's my ass. People don't always use turn signals. So when they're cutting in front of a guy in the bike lane, they don't even know what they're doing most of the time. I don't want to be that guy getting cut off. I'll split these lanes up here. It's a safer move, I think. And then run the red light, so just top it off and touch the green as I take first place. The saliva's coming back, so I'm not quite all the way dead, but still feel like I'm tasting a sarcophagus. Gotta run this. Got a guy coming up from Biscayne Commons. Is he cool? He notices me. Give him that thumbs up, deuce finger in the opposite direction. Let him know I love him right back. Damn, I'm thirsty. No time to actually stop and get this drink. Fuck me, man. Another green light. I almost got my drink out, but I didn't. Fuck. Is it gonna fall? I don't know. I'll let it be. See how it goes. I can always stop at a gas station. I don't want to though. You know what? I'm gonna go against my better judgment. Grab my bottle of water out while driving. Not stopping like I should. Instead, just taking the backpack off, grabbing the bottle out, fighting the wind, and now I'm gonna just let it touch my lips from through the helmet somehow. Ah, that's just what I needed. Fuck yeah. Life. Life. I'm living it now, baby. This is a big intersection on Northeast 163rd. Dangerous, man. But I seen worse. At least people respect it there. You don't want to run that light. You'll find yourself bumping coffins with the folks who caught a bad case afterthoughts that Dean's Gold can provide right next door. You catch that afterthought, you dance in that drain that's gonna feel the burn after you micturate in it. Find yourself on another one of them reasons to look up and follow what the HIV billboard says is something that'll keep you alive. Fucking around at a strip club like Dean's Gold and bumping coffins with me until I was alive again, flying past Northeast 172nd. Thanking everybody for staying stopped and not running that, getting greedy and impatient, killing me along the way. Thank God. All I do is think about death when I ride this thing. That's it. If I'm thinking about anything else, then I'm gonna be good as my thoughts that I ain't thinking. So I better think about what could, might, and would happen if anything goes wrong. All the time. Because in a split second it can. And it always does. No daydreaming, lollygagging, or pussyfooting. Just like that. Oh, close as can be. Close as can be. Fucking no signal Tesla. This is why I gotta get out of this left lane. End up dead. That was as close as it gets. Shit. As close as it gets. I gotta get out of this fucking bike lane. Now right in the middle of the traffic on a fucking Thursday afternoon where people want to be home. I got to do something about this better than this. That was a close call. I'll take it up to the sidewalk. Thank my lucky stars I was fucking paying attention. Jesus. That would not have been good. That would have hit my knee too. Motherfucking Teslas. I gotta get out of this lane and into the real world. If I stay there, people will take me for granted again. No turn signals and taking rights past lucky stars and mine. I'm counting for being in that bike lane, and fuck, man, thank God I didn't. Oh, that was a move. I don't even know how I got out of that. As I was saying. Now, has the panic hit me? I don't know. It woke me up a bit, but I was already wide-eyed, remember. And I can't say that I didn't see it coming because I just said it was going to happen. So, I better just stay on track and keep doing the same. Because I know what's coming, and I know, well, enough to know that I like to think I could read a little piece of traffic out there and the people in it by this point. When I'm going wide-eyed, don't you know I'm gonna die? Oh, it's been a long time since I did this. Got my Uconnect climbing off. Why would I have to climb it off on a day like this? I'd have to be a madman. A madman so crazy that he would keep his climate control off on a day like this. Think nothing of it, keep rolling on through it, and expect to live to see the next one. Somebody like that is the next person, I'd imagine, you could find to be featured on anything they show on that Reels network. 24/7, 365. All day, every day. And that's not anything you want to find yourself featured on. You don't want a Reels documentary to be churned out about you. Because that means your life is more entertaining in its death or pain. And a bunch of women interested in exactly those two things will be plopped on their couches, becoming the potatoes that they inevitably will grow to be as the knowledge of what you did or didn't and how it brought you to an end. Fills that hour void they got on a Sunday afternoon. Should be spent seeing how many fingers they can get in. Been a long time, I'm sure, but at last count, the record in middle school was 4. I bet you could triple that past the wrist. If I was betting against most, would have been watching a reels about someone crazy like that guy I could have been if I left that climate control off and just fucked off the rest of my life after. Starting with the day and the moments I got to control to the best I know how. Jumbling them all up in it. Yeah. I'll keep that AC on. Ain't gonna be watching nothing about me. See the world from a different perspective here in the captain's chair. Behind the wheel of my trusty steel steed, which is probably more fiberglass or some synthetic plastic shit I wish was carbon fiber, but know that at this price, impossible. Because it's American and it's Dodge Ram. It's just American. That's all I needed to know. Disregard that. I had to live for a second and break my attention off of what I was saying to finish off the double deed I was doing while driving, which was multitasking, and I didn't want to push it by trying to focus on sitting at a light again. Repeating another hour in a day. I wish I could somehow change up. Oh, wait a minute. That's why I do this. So I'm not looking like another wide-eyed deer following my own headlights with ears full of Rick D's in the morning or afternoon and Clear Channel fucking my senses all the way down that long 6 feet drop it's gonna take for me to be, well, as senseless as I would ever want to do something like that. Anyway, fuck Rick D's, fuck driving in the middle of the day, fuck running errands, and fuck Miami while you're at it. Yeah. Maybe tomorrow? I won't be sticking it all in. Just a tip to myself. Just a tip. Sometimes that's all the fucking need. I caught myself stuck in the same detour that I got caught up in 15 times last month and 22 times the month before. And I told myself at the tail end of every time that I got caught up in it too many times that I would not ever get caught up in this stupid detour ever again. Until I did. And here I am. Caught. Stuck. Wishing. Hoping. But can't do much. I don't think I can get through to here, but if I can't, I'm almost tempted to do what? Go ahead and walk over to get my son. What do you think about that? I might just do it because, fuck. Detour suck, get me stuck. Leave me up in the ground and mucking lucking the shit. No, nuck. What do I got in the car? Wish I had my wheel. Couldn't get my son back. What do I do? Fuck. Fuck. God damn, just my luck. I don't want to go all the way around here. Fuck. 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 Well, we got a green light. We got Biscayne all ours. Might as well use it to the best that we think is gonna not get us killed, but make some good time. Then thank it when it's done. I'd say excuse me, but it's just me. Them is my burps. Would you ever excuse yourself when you're alone? Only if you're extremely unconfident kind of person who believes that the society we live in is structure enough for a lone, odds are one day gunman knocking down his list to abide by what somebody else written for the benefit of anybody but all meant to abide. Yeah. So, no excuses. How about, you got a problem with that burp? Change the station, flip the channel, hit the button, move away. Because we got no excuses here. Just cutting lanes. Running into Sansucci Boulevard, hoping nobody else wants to get greedy and do a last minute. Nah, I gotta not get too greedy myself and take the second place in line. Right behind the E150. Rusted up, but the windows ain't tinted, so it tells me they're probably just doing construction or manual labor and not raping kids. This is a hairy little intersection right here I'm going through. People are always fucked through it. Might as well add to the mix and fuck it up just a little more. To be that part of Miami no one else needed, but I'm here anyway, so give me some wide eyes and then forget all about me when you almost take my life 2 seconds later, because you're in a hurry to take that right and pound me down if I'm on the bike lane because no turn signal was necessary, you fuck. Target had your name all over it. Yeah. Let's hope that doesn't go that way. Let's keep an eye out to make sure it doesn't. And when it does, even keel. Cool, calm is the bomb that you are. You've been there many a time before in near-death situation, and you don't lose it, freak out, start crying, yell, or do anything other than the best that you could possibly do to get out of it alive. It's the truth, man. I was talking about this yesterday. I'm going to talk about it tomorrow and the next day after that. Death. Because I'm always thinking about it when I'm on this. And it always is coming up quick. Whether I like it or not. So I might as well embrace it. And free up one of these hands so I can give people pieces and thumbs up as I'm cruising through. Trying not to not be late to this appointment with my wife to go look at houses in a life better than where we're at now. I gotta get out of this fucking bike lane though. I'm never going in that lane again. It's proved me wrong to think that I could get through without somebody acting a fool and wanting to go to Target more than they want to not kill me. Too many times to count. And so I'm done counting and I'm just sticking right here where I'm at. Target motherfuckers. It's not that good a deal. Now, I could have played that like an asshole and ran through that light, but I said, fuck it, I'll be the good guy so I don't have to give that bad name off for me. The only guy out here like this whose name can only be given by the actions that he, being me, do. So I better do well, not act a fucking idiot, so that if somebody gets a chance to not lay one back on me and give me that smack I won't wake up from for a fucking while, braced up and in a oxycodone dream, then, I'll give him that. Who wants to put somebody in that? Fuck that. Unless it was me getting somebody back for intentionally doing that to me. If you did that to me, I'd want my goddamn dues and proppers and revenge. But I'd get over it before I didn't. And I just talk shit because it's funnier that way. What if the bus broke down and I was the new guy? Make a quick joke to a nice piece of haggard old flesh sitting at that bus stop, turning into leather furniture, but still had a way to smile at me. Must look good under all this helmet. Must be my way about filling these pants a little more than most do in the Johnson area. All Hannah's got that problem with them. Hard to drink with this. Spills everywhere. Nah. Find myself not taking that jump. But I will now. Back up in the middle of the intersection saying, shoulda, coulda, didn't, why, don't die, coming at you. Got a smile from a black guy. Made me think of them stereotypical cartoons of Louis Armstrong back in the day, and I forgot about it sooner than I didn't because I like this happiness. Rare to see it on somebody's face in the state of that. So it gives me hope. Too bad it's lost down the wrong side of the tracks by now, and creeping up on me. Still looking my way. I'm in this goddamn bike lane again. I shouldn't be. Motherfuckers are looking to get me, whether they know it or not. It's not like I'm not doing the speed limit, so I shouldn't worry about what other people think. I'm doing faster than most. Faster than all, actually. Due on time to meet my girl. Would have been there sooner if it wasn't for all that goddamn riffraff talking to me in the lobby. Some people just can't shut up. Life ain't that happy. Really, it ain't. Yeah. Catch it right up in the middle of this. Huh. That was a dumb move, but a move nonetheless. Right in the middle of 163rd Street, looking at Dean's Gold, glad I'm not there, wishing I wasn't here. Because I'm literally right in the middle of it, in front of a guy with a big V8, and it says got a gas on it, but he's on his phone. So don't just hit the pedal to the metal when it's time to go. Because I don't want to go with it. Yeah, I tried to make up a little second or minute there, but wasted. Lesson learned. Don't fuck around with the 163rd Street and Biscayne intersection. There's no beating it unless you really know what you're doing. And that is sheer luck, really. Short of that, you kind of better just wait like the rest and get the jump when you can. Whoa! See that snake just fly out of the tree? Holy shit. A snake just flew out of the tree right there. I see you found my bag. Watch out for snakes, man. Holy shit. I was approaching a police officer who had stopped a ruffian next to a park, which I always suspect is of the homosexual nature and used as a park and blow for guys who can't get it anywhere else and got so much rocks and not enough space in them socks to just suck it up and trudge through the day like anybody normal. No, no, no. Those cheap fucks get their libations off like-minded other motherfuckers with dicks needing drained and closets ready to go back and live in. Fat wives and shit that makes you think of fish in the morning and how unappetizing that is, but some people still eat it. So what the fuck are you gonna do? If it's in your plate, suck it up and drive on. All right, is this where I'm at? I think I'm here. Shit, this is not the one. Like, I'll fucking delete this segment and I'll start over because I don't know what I was last talking about, but I'm sure it was something profound and needed to be relived again, not only on a repeat on whatever device you face fuck and call a phone every day, but say you love your bitch when you kiss her at night and fuck her on a Sunday morning past 10, but only after she's brushed her teeth and you've made her breakfast on a plate, always more wobbly than it should be, in a bed, ain't been used enough to make it worth the cost, and you would have been better off on that army cot that brought you to be the man that you are now and bed the bitch that she always is to. What the fuck? And then I get concentration broken by another traffic circle gone stupid in Miami. There's nothing other ways to do it than just stay dumb. Because the ones that are doing it right don't have the confidence to go through with it because they see the ones that are doing it their way and they far outnumber the motherfuckers using a piece of the brain. So either you let ignorance slide into I don't give a fuck and see what that outcome is, or you find yourself in a Mexican standoff with no weapons and fast cars you don't want to even touch. Another one with, because that kiss will cost you $50,000 and no Latin American is worth that for getting 1 second up on you just because he beat you in line or cut the course his way. Unless it's a Cuban and you're a Latin American of another persuasion, then it's always worth it to take one of them out and go down to the Ocho up on 8th if you're in the neighborhood and have one of their famous sandwiches. Then get your money back after you ate 90% of it because this is America and you said you weren't satisfied, so got them double up. Win the day, win the round, and win the moment, then make the story of yourself become that much more convoluted with how the person is that you present yourself to be to the ones that you know and love most. When they hear this sandwich slaughterer, Cuban bred exile, Uncle Tom, bonus, was getting them just like they did Corleone when they kicked him off the fucking island in the second Godfather. And that exorbitant amount of money that Brando wanted just to reprise that fucking mumbling character, I'm glad they didn't pay it. Because it was too before my time to get to be able to appreciate the hype and the media around it. So when Matthew Broderick and him did The Freshman, it was all worth it. To see it at the $1.50 movies with my pops one time and walk out halfway through when he starts touching iguanas in ways that iguanas shouldn't be touched. I think The Island of Dr. Moreau came after that, but who saw that aside from Val Kilmer and his cancer? He couldn't tell you now because of that cancer. He typed that shit in like a man. So you're saying Stephen Hawking was something up? Anything other but. Wind is coming up and it's getting wobbly out here because I'm getting tired and I'm looking at trash on the side of the road wondering if it's anything I should pick up and take home. I'm not that dumb and tired though, so I must be kind of only half loopy to say that's not a good idea. I'll stick to the normal and come back with what I came with and all the shit in my bag that'll make me happy or her happy, and then as they are happy, so is life, and that leads better. Simple things and small ways to do it, and then big outcomes after you make sure they're all done the way they were meant to be. No deviations or remixes. When you do that, you're taking quite the chance. Could play out or could fucking hurt. Been known to do both. Hola, chicas. Thank you. Oh, shit. What's this? What's this? This is me. This is the morning. This is my sunglasses going on because my eyes are tired. This is me popping my coffee. I'm taking the first goddamn good sip that I got to take today. And then I'm digging through my pockets, looking for stuff that I should have already had a hold on. Can't seem to find. So I'm just stuck fishing through and getting jammed up in my wallet. But I'm good now. I want to know where my harmonica is, but I'll be all right. I'm good at good. And that's all right with me. Because I give a good goddamn if I'm going to try to be something more than I ain't. I wasn't meant to spend the day feeling. If it don't come natural, then I don't come with it. I don't bet it, but I will say fuck it. Because another day gonna come, when that does, maybe that day gonna be my special one. This day is something I'm used to. Because I'm used to feeling good. It's kind of like my linear, my happy middle ground. I don't sound jolly. I don't sound sad. I just sound direct and truthful and honest and fucking me. And I'm good. What the fuck is your problem? Because you say, everything I can see, just a facade. A little makeup. Little factory that you got going on. That wasn't even thought of by you. You were influenced. You became something that you thought would make you feel great. I know a lot of people like that, but none of them I call friends, and of the enemies, most of them long since gone down that dead-end road where you saw him coming from the get-go. But every once in a while, one hangs on because he's got something different. He's got something different that keeps him going stronger than the rest and longer than most that came before and be gone soon after. Because he's gay and he rolls it up on both sleeves, almost confident with it, the way you could be, almost too much like a superhero in his mind, getting away with everything, treating the world that he lives in as a 24/7 parade. Every time he walks out that apartment door, he's perched up on sucking dick 1 floor above me. And he feels pretty special about that. He's not, though. The guy wasted his income on a place that I guess it's all right. But it's no place to sit on the high and mighty and feel entitled. But he's letting that go to his small, worked up dick and his husky way about him to just try to monopolize on being the biggest fuckhead and holding all the dick suck cards on the whole block. Man has done that. He's done that. And he's done that with an effeminate voice. Sounds like a girl when he screams at you. And that's why this got kicked off even more, because that girl screamed at me and didn't hold the elevator door when I was stuck having my hands full, dropping boxes of Amazon and Ronaldoing it in, Cristiano-like. The goal was through that fast closing door. That ogre fuck didn't want to bother to hit the open button on while looking right at me, and then freaks out because he just got fucking tested in a way that he didn't see could have happened. Because I don't give a fuck who you are. And he didn't know that. He thought he was somebody special. He thought he was off limits. No. He was just him. And he started screaming at me, telling me what to do when I squeezed on in. He was demanding that I answer to him. Who the fuck are you? Is what I told him. And what are you talking about, dick suck? And what the fuck are those shorts? I see you in every day. Just short enough to make you look that much more stupid and gay. But you're more stupid than gay. So you're just trying to pull the gay card. But can't kick the stupid, as if stupid didn't go with it. But now it's just compounded onto fuckhead. You're sticking to your guns. You never shot one, sucked a lot of them. Pistons and pulls and shafts. Took some bullets. Shot yourself plenty of time. Sick fuck, eat shit. Suck feet. Beat off on old dumpster socks somebody forgot to tend to on trash day. I know what you're up to, internet boy. Your 5 o'clock stubble could go fuck itself too, with your fat, bulbous, husky, horrible, gay head that never should have got to me in a million years, because I'd have shut it down on day one. Bitch, you've been walking around calling shots on this place like you're Attila the cunt. If you wish you were a bitch, that's what you would be. But you would still look manlier than you on that old picture. But you are old, but younger than me, I think. So go fuck yourself, child. Millennial. Get the sucking dick and quit trying to think so hard about how not to. If you were born to do, get to doing and shut the fuck up with all this spitting. This faggot is what it is. And I call him a faggot in the terms of the way I would call anybody a faggot back in the days. You're just being a faggot, and I take the sexual problem out of it. Don't PC me. I'm only talking about a stupid asshole who needs to get thrown down a flight of stairs or slapped in the face by somebody closest to a lesbian that I could find in front of everybody. He'd like that. Yeah, get him crying. But at this point, he's not crying. This guy's actually winning. he boarded up with the management team real quick, and they sit in that office taking their masks off and fucking rubbing 5 o'clock shadows together like they were made to destroy this idea of a normal life that people once had here by rustling up shit that they should just leave in the closet and fucking go be janitors at 7-Eleven or beat off at school and get your rocks until somebody figures it out and gets to cutting. No, so he actually tries to make this official. He put a letter up, sent to me and my wife, said I have to apologize to even be able to dispute this in front of a board. And on top of that, I got to pay $500 for my multiple infractions. Let me tell you something. I'm wrong a lot of times on a lot of shit. And a lot of times, that was a lot of times that I learned from years ago. You know, it's been a while since I've blown up on anybody. Or not. Been at least relatively cool. Been a long while. I've learned. Now, they're saying I haven't, and this faggot's lying about me. I can't let that die. A bitch is a bitch, and a girl need to get slapped if she's being a bitch and talking out of line and just lying. Because the people that do that, man, it's just annoying. Because I'm not bothering anybody. Neither is my wife. These people want to stick their fucking nosy faces into places that just don't make sense. I'm not doing anything. This fucking idiot. Anyway, that's life in Miami at the moment for the Miami Shores community. Most of you are cool, except for this fucking faggot and this community manager. What the fuck? These guys are retarded. Something's got to get done. Yeah. All right. That's about that. Welcome to Miami. It's early, and already the fun is afoot. Because this is Miami. And everybody's always crashing their cars. Yeah. I think that worked. But I don't know. I'm not positive I was able to capture the clever that I had in my head before it came out. Because I don't know if I fully got it either. But either way, it leads me on to 3 minutes ago, while dropping my son off at school, I got to see another one of those Miami moments that are always right around the corner and ready to happen at any second. But when they do, you realize you weren't ready for that. And your mouth is open, jaw dropped. And you just blurt out, "Holy fuck. That guy just hit that dude and kept going." It's an everyday thing here. They warn you about it when you go get your license. They warn you about it everywhere that has something to do with driving. And they'll warn you about it in small talk whenever a commute is brought up. Everybody knows it can happen. But then you forget this is Miami. And it wouldn't be Miami if both the cars took off as fast as they could when the accident happened. That's the car that was in the wrong and the one that was in the right. I was going the same direction as the guy that got hit and sped up a bit till I was alongside him. He was in a truck, not unlike mine. Not quite as new or a luxury, but it was a truck nonetheless. He had a co-pilot in there. God knows what hideous beast it could have been, but their faces were not in the form faces normally are when something bad happens to you. My face was more going in that direction than both of theirs. And if you would have put us up in a lineup and asked a random person who knows nothing about what just happened, who is it that they think just got into a car accident? And who is it that just finished watching Eddie Murphy Raw for the first time ever? They'd think somebody smashed into me and I might need to go to the doctor. They were two yucking it up, laughing faces, happy that they were getting away from something they didn't even do. I was the closest car to it all. I saw everything. And it was 100% not their fault. No part of it would find blame in those people driving that truck. Yet, rather than make any attempt to redeem their card that they were given of, you're about to get paid. Somebody hit you. And it was all their fault. They made no such attempt. It was more like I was alongside the getaway car from a bank robbery that had just happened. And comically, you could see random denominations of assorted bills flying out of their windows, caught in that 79th Street bridge that goes over the Atlantic Causeway, north towards another causeway, and eventually hitting the beach. And it make you scratch your head, if you really think about it, like we're doing now. Make you say, who's to my left and right now? And am I supposed to be here? Or am I doing something wrong? Because that just didn't make any sense to me. Goddamn criminals are afoot. And this is coming from a guy who would never call the police. So what does that say about the people in Miami today? That was another episode of This Is Miami. A true to life, live, and raw, and a real chunk of this Florida stew that the truth can never be told on TV as to what flavor knucklehead it really is. All right. Man. I'm still sweating. And back in the rain. So I don't know what's making me wetter or why it is. I don't smell bad, but think I stink and need a shower. Something now I do twice a day. Back in the day, I was a morning type of guy, bright and early, hot, get that steam going and wake myself up, because it's always cold when you're young. You can't control the heat somewhere where it snows. That's a benefit about that. Coming up, pouring sparingly. You're always hungry. And when you eat, it just makes you hungry for more. Once you're full, hopefully you get there. You you're never quite as satisfied. When the plate hits the sink, because steak every day. Starts to go in the same fashion as that new jacuzzi. 5-head shower. The boys installed in the master bathroom that had a little top off with a cherry called a Toto. $4,000 place to sit and blow dry your ass after you shit out some Japanese balls of fat. Gave you that joke. Still got a couple more rounds around the bend with it. At a dinner party or when friends are over, and they look like Sylvester Stallone in Demolition Man holding those clams. But they got a remote. Don't know what to do with it because your TV controlled through the other room. And they're scratching their head. I'm trying to think which is not the best place to work it out and find a end to that mystery. Over the toilet that got you stumbling. But periodicals of the cheap design and word used to be fixtures on those newsstands next to the porcelain. Gods, years before we came along. It says, your complex Japanese shit. It's too much for America. So that joke about you saving the planet, the tree at a time, and then giving instructions on how they can too by hitting a combination of buttons and waiting 20 seconds and finding a piece of heaven right at your house after 2 drinks. And a Cohiba. Illegally imported, not direct Mexican knockoff. the good and the hard to find. Replaced beans and ramen noodles, potatoes, and different ways to make dinner with them, and lunch the same day sometimes. And get ready to get creative again. If it's one of them months. And to Lucy off a bum sleeping on the street, write out his pack. If you could cop it, or half smoked on the street if you could stomach it, before you got wise enough to understand. There's things to do and things just to quit doing. Even a rolled up Class B bugler was a treat. You weren't picky, you just picked at whatever you could get for cheap or free. And that was all you needed. But now you're doing 2 showers a day. And there's a contrast, because you're actually sweating and soaked wet. You're still in the rain for some reason, not asking for help. Because they never will. And that morning shower is the best shower I ever had. And I could have that every day. I get in now and I just want to get out because I got better things to do. But I can't stick around with my kid and wife and expect to get love and fun in life by walking around dripping like a sweaty cheap bitch off a corner on the wrong side of this street I used to live on that saw the same instead of flashes of new cash and real estate and developing and kids that now called shots and played with their parents' money. Bunch of pussy power, needy minds, and greedy ways, stupid beliefs, and cheap things to say. Yeah. Sweating like that used to be a thing before they came along. Now, yeah. But the shower. Yeah. Yeah.
Give me the green light and let me roll.
I mean go. Fuck this red light shit. God damn it. Every time I drive, it feels like my life is stuck on a dick. And I don't like dick. Not even mine. That's why I give it away. But I'm picky choosy. Since most guys already got one, the luck is to the ladies. The size is perfect. Therefore, if you like dick, it's the perfect gift, which would make me the perfect man, because it's something I love to give, except when I don't, and that's the truth. What I hate about anytime I'm stuck sitting in front of the boob tube, banging my head against the wall, but taking a break from face fucking my phone and letting it charge up that lithium so I could suck it down again faster than Ice-T does a Slurpee on a hot day, after jamming out with Body Count, belting out Cop Killer, and then going to work on Law and Order, where he's killing it as a cop, looking for crimes against humanity and the world of women, having theirs violated, disregarding his street cred and resume that started out as a stone cold LA pimp, best told in the song Pimping, emphasizing the smack used to be a note in the song goes along with the beat. It's catchy. But fuck me as I'm screaming and limp and in my head, cause who'd listen outside of the crazy it's making me if I'm stuck watching Everybody Loves Fucking Raymond and I'm watching that pizza paya funny guy on his hands and knees every night up in that studio set bedroom chopped out of another concrete hollow block forged round the Warner Brothers lot next to the remains of 2.5 men and friends. And who gives a fuck as that pork back wife, husky chubby one, got a cute Mormon way to her face. Reminds me of my friend's mom in high school who I'd like to throw a fuck in when I was learning how to jerk off with some of my fantasies, as little I had to work with of real world women that had that way that reminded me of Marie Osmond. Ain't no different than Oprah Winfrey on any of them commercials, and she's photoshopped to shit, but still on the outside, just looking at the epithelial tissue through that lens, glossy over on the pages of a fucking diet magazine or how to cook Rachel Ray's Fat Off is that best part of a brother and sister duo that could ever came out of Joseph Smith, because I'm seeing fucking stars when I'm thinking about all of them in one big conglomerate, fantastical, messy peephole camera shot that I got planting myself in the middle of all three of them, which are one that make up the best idea of what a person would be to think of. Keep my dick hard enough to beat all night till the ring around it works out the circumcision and just makes me lean. Fucking A. But I'd fuck the B if it had more holes. But Raymond ain't fucking nothing without paying his dues, cause rent apparently, and making sure that girl he married doesn't suffer on the side of the street shaking a tin can, panhandling for nickels and dimes, or bartering for blowjobs and anal to the keys to a night at Motel 8 across the way from the highway, across from that trucker gas station that's got the showers you pay $2.79 for 5 minutes of rubbing it and tugging it out and washing off the grease that builds up in the hair from 18 hours straight of a methamphetamine fueled 80,000 pound rocket ship. You're going down I-70 with crazy pushing the gas and focused on that unthought that can never get out, holding the wheel, hoping that sometime, someday, with someone, it fucking will. All she's got to do is cook a fucking bean pie and a pot roast, some old played out shit, maybe some spaghetti, who knows. That fucking mom, golden girl, gray-haired, horse-tooth talking, wanna be funny, nagging ragging bitch, probably makes up for half of the workload anyhow. Don't gotta give up nothing. But old Harry Spice, chunky chocks, childbearing hip giving under the right light could look nice, but to Raymond, it's every possible chance that Raymond sees is a chance that Raymond's gonna beg to get into some of that, have him a slice. And she always plays down Raymond like, nah, Ramond, not tonight. And that's what I'm saying about it. I don't always want it. And if my wife played me off like that, you'd think I'd keep asking? Or I'd start beating, not her, myself, right next to her. With the good grace of the internet and it being available on a TV that's planted right in front of my fucking huge bed, smack dab on the middle of my big white wall, contrasting it with that big black flat fucking screen that says UHD is some high detail shit that you couldn't even get with the girl next to you who ain't giving it up. So get ready your remote hand and have handy your beating lube, because you're going to want to get in detail and take that zoom in as far as she'll go with that pixel count past the number of stars we think we got in this galaxy. Maybe not the next, but wait until I get a fucking wormhole and show you what's up. Right now I'm just looking at the HPV signs I can see got cut out when she was 15 on the up-and-comers new Tasty Teen title I'm TikToking it to now. Just before 20 shows signs of at least 100 dicks from what I can imagine, and I'm sure 100 more before she'll either bed it down and get bought or call it quits and go back home. Start selling drinks down to a shit bar crowd, people with cowboy hats, and get her done, ready to run her down the line. First chance, they get one. Run it down and run it through. Then I realized that's just crazy entertainment and not to be paid attention to. Only problem is, figure that out by the time it's too late and you wasted your whole life thinking it was reality. Times were gonna work out like that and a pop-in lifestyle was gonna be a happening for you. Where's my Kramer next door? All I got is nobody texting me anymore because I broke all those bridges down, burned any chance of them being rebuilt by moving on and getting right, finding myself, chasing the truth, and reaching a piece of life. Redo nothing, learn from and gain. Take what you did and then grow until you're too big for your own britches. Then sit and marinate in your own fantastic bowl of you until you meet the right person, and then let them take a bite out of life. See what you're really made of. Odds are they'll like it. If you let that taste go to someone at that point, it was gonna be the right one, and she'll give you what she made back in thanks. And the return is round 2, marriage. Now you gotta make it work for both, and now you gotta learn to love the other person and keep your mouth shut when they do all the stuff you think is crazy and would never touch with a 25-foot crazy pull made out of fucking psychos and schizos, whittled together and woven by the withdrawals of witches and worrywarts, and the cream is the concrete of crackheads and crystal methamphetamine chasers that'll do anything for a puff of that white crystalline life Jesus can get for them on the corner down 2 blocks from the wrong side of the tracks over that place that you're just not supposed to go fucking near if you enjoy having all your limbs intact and usable as they always been known to be using. Others call him Jesus, but if he's in America, I'll speak the English and go with the J. And he's their savior, most to them, but he cost just as much as any other one. Could be Ramon, could be El Guapo, could be Charlie, 2 doors down from where your parents stay at in the old folks home, who gets it from his kid, Charlie number 2, or little Charlie, when he come down once a month. On them weekends, he's got the kids just to get some free babysitting time and moments to just daze off and watch the paint peel off the wall, if not only for a bit. And most of the time, nobody ain't even painted, and the wind hasn't blown fresh through there since it was put up, but a lock-in feeling gives you that numb place that eventually, after a couple minutes through the front door and hearing it creak, cluck, clack, crack, and then lock behind you, right past the security guard, big, fat, and black as they always are if they want to make a mark in fear, and putting it in the God's eyes as people look through them and then question their religion, their very self, and who they are as a man, woman, or anything, because compared up to the size, stature, and magnitude of that behemoth juggernaut, charcoal brick, making Wesley Snipes look like Pharrell, and Pharrell looked like Michael Jackson after that condition, was a skin like midnight, and at that Catholic home that offers prayer as a way to find refuge into that lone soul that used to be with so many, but now is just another blip waiting to bloop out and then blop over and die, silent, nameless, and forgotten as the last of anybody who ever knew was he or she, and there was where they rested. And he, Mandingo's pride and worker in a field one day, but forced to be reckoned with and sought after cuckold bull today, guards your parents, and it's not cheap, just over minimum wage, but at least you ain't tipping past the thank you and a sir if you're really feeling subservient on the back end of life, how it goes and flips it all in ways like it is today. Anything to make the man appreciate who he is and know that his life too mattered. White batter beaten up, bitchy bullshit, bombed out, once men, now okay, yes men, silent, quiet, feline, pussies, stray, waiting to be taken in, alone in basements and dark, dingy dorm room that their parents still drop down the deuce and a dime on rent, keep them in the free and clear and right and nice that society always provides to the one that can pay to live the livable life. And expenses, more and more it gets. You gotta be richer and rich, and if it was 1996 and I looked at the price of a bowl of rice, I'd say I can never afford rice ever again, because that's as much as a steak top shelf off Morton's rack with a cigar to go with it, and my own private little wine cellar half full. Fucking fancy grapes. Too expensive for me to hate, but that's it. You ever walk down the road and spot a used condom somewhere on the side, just thrown away, and you think to yourself, ugh, you move a couple steps from it and get the fuck gone. And then some other times, out of nowhere, an otherwise delightful day full of good moments and memories gets unexplainably interrupted and shattered when a dirty diaper pops up somewhere that ain't a diaper paper bin or trash can and right in your fucking way. Goddamn. Is God damning anybody, or are you just damned to be? Because driving down the road is okay, then you pop a tire, and now it's not. Now that drive turned into a shit fuck right in the face. Might as well flush this one down the toilet too. Or the times you go to use the bathroom, when you're looking down at the urinal, all you see is long strands of lost pubic hair and dark yellow, orangish, thick drops of pee tattering up that white porcelain shit. Should have been made for something else. And then something else pops along. You find yourself stuck when you were going 15 minutes ago and you thought would have been like that all the way to the end. But now you got a whole nother day ahead of you, sitting there, out of your control, not able to move, not able to do, and don't even understand to take the time and notice how it's gonna change you. Things like that stay twisted and keep us bent if we let them. It's real easy to find yourself back to the bad. For some, simple as wake up, jump out of bed and ready a big bowl of Cheerios, Honey Nut, start off their day right. But all they got is no milk and tap water that's gonna light off a bad fuse for anybody bumping into you till you're back in bed. Others, somebody cut them off, start yelling on the way to church to praise God and give them big ups to Jesus for what he done, change their direction right after that random license plate hinders your casual speed into a get up and go, bump and run, stay alert, gas and brake kind of morning. Gone is the sun, out is the racist epithet ways. The next 15 comments that'll come out of your mouth have a way of embodying. And now the misery takes over until it wants to leave. Ain't no damn time soon. You go out to eat and you're hungry, and they say the wait's gonna be 55 minutes. It's less than an hour. Your optimistic half full size cup of life and bullshit tries to guide you into pleasantly thinking and responding in a swell kind of way that is a good definition of how to be polite and stay in the right when in society's pincushion, feeling the start of a poke. But after an hour and 20 minutes, you realize you're still hungry and wedged in a synthetically made to look rustic piece of wood shit from China side bench, jammed in between a fuckload of flair and shit travel garb on the wall and a bunch of crap that looks like a fisherman, a fucking tour guide, and some avant-garde wacko interior decorator came together and brought all this shit around just to catch you. Not in a smile. You're done with that. Now it's an hour 30 and your glass is not full. When you see it, it's damn near half empty and evaporating quick. Cause now you see 2 hours you've been waiting. Like a wedge of cheese stuck in between a loaf of hoagie rolls out for their family fun night on a Friday. Fat fucking freaks. Kids boogering up under their seats and spitting stupid, silly, and bunch of words you can't even figure out cause you're so out of touch with anything more than your stomach. When it finally starts vibrating, you look at your wife and watch her jump a bit like a post-traumatic moment you could only surmise was one that happened when you were gone on business and she was home with 12-inch, long-lasting lithium, spending all night deep in a Friday freaky fuck herself fest, watching fuck videos and tipping thunderstorms and hurricanes to Midwestern cam girls for rights to get one-on-ones and private chats and little chance to freak out, taste the other side of life with a handle that's at baller status more than most old men ever thought could have handled. Was your wife wet ass, loose, fucked up pussy just ready and waiting for you to get the fuck back on a business trip and sell a magazine subscription to some sucker with his mouth open ready to kiss up and lap through on your ends? Meet this. Sit down at your fucking booth. You wanted a fucking table, but your twosome didn't qualify you for that elite status. Instead, it got given 15 minutes earlier to that fat fucking family found out of the future fucking loser category they got in life, waiting for that freak fest to finally be freed and let loose into society. Yeah. You tried to get the awesome blossom or the freaky Fritos. They were all out. So you were stuck with just normal chili fries that you didn't want, but your wife likes them, so that's what you got stuck with. And the chili never agrees with you after, but fuck you, you got stuck with it. So order a burger and be happy they fuck it up and give you an impossible piece of shit. Some Bill Gates money grab, try to change the world and fucking delete the dicks off the next generation coming up. And after them, a boy's never gonna be men. Your wife says just take a bite. You say, I'd rather give a punch. She's enjoying her chicken salad and you're enjoying the thought of what that punch is gonna feel like when you hit that cook, waitress, bellhop, manager, owner if the bitch is there. Faggot probably isn't, and everybody else you could find out look like they work here. From bartenders bartender to guy that takes out the trash, cleans the shit in the toilets. Your knuckles are white, fists red, balled up tight, about ready to explode. Landmines all in there. Wait for that connection. Then your wife gives you that look like, don't fuck up, not again. Just suck it up. So when they come over and ask if it's all good, you just chump up and say, yeah, swell, thank you. And then you have to fucking tip for what? For yourself. That's just another moment. You should have been you, but now you're about to explode. At least it ain't like when you get in your car and you're out of Freon and gas. But you never think about Freon. You just expect that to work all the time. When it leaves you fucking sweating on top of going nowhere, gives you double the fun to want to get up and say, fuck, real loud so people run. Fuck. Yeah, say it like you mean it. Not like a bitch getting it. Not like it was attached to your mother. Just say fuck, like fuck. God damn it. Put some emphasis in it. No different than if you gotta flip a bitch and you do it illegally. But you gotta do it because you always do and everybody else does. But you're in a truck and you didn't gauge the turn you needed to take. And now you flip your own bitch because you went from being a cool guy to bent over, about to get stuck like a little girl when daddy's coming home because you're blocking that policeman while you're doing your reverse 3-point U-turn that's about to put a $1,000 ticket smack dab right on your pretty little ass. You go to the Jiffy Lube to get your oil changed and they say faster than anybody else and you get your car back tomorrow. You go to public storage to hide some of your shit you don't want to look at anymore, but still know that it's there just in case someone needs a good cutting, different kind of fucking, or whatever else you fit in that 5x7 box, heat tank, $200 a month before additional expenses, manhole that you got to pay to lock that cover because fuck, if you don't, you just realize the public storage is housing more vagrants than you've seen under the bridge downtown. Every time you look under that and say, God damn, there's a lot of fucking bums stinking up the good space under that bridge used to be before they came to who they are, grew them beards, brought them flies, and developed some sort of new smell that you could taste also, and are probably one big patient zero for the next outbreak of something that will make coronavirus look like a dick in the dirt and limp, just dusty and does no harm to a damn soul. But not to be approached unless you're soulless. Like the folk renting you out that Connex so you could Tetris in all your secret bullshit and then come back after spending 2 years rent trying to maintain it only to see it's ridden with flies, somehow has drops of gay and incest leaking all over it from your neighbors that were living in that box same amount of time since you moved in and only realize now, shelter yes, shower no, funk goddamn, lessons learned, fuck no. You just go to another one and pay them. I see so many fucking police cars parked around my community, you'd think this was one big old public tax-paying lot where all them spaces are on my good grass. Nobody even asks, is that okay? They just fucking park on my grass where my dog isn't allowed to take a shit because what? It'll get on the cop's tire? He ain't even in the car, nor does he wash it. They got a service for that and a chauffeur for him. That dude's sitting at his house, fucking off thinking about Freudian ways he could do to his mom and getting that poison out before he ends up another front page story from a fucked up arrest. And still nobody brings it back to how my grass used to grow so green, but now got patches of police tread ripping all through it. Gas prices is up. Too many fucking people on electric vehicles ruining it for anybody who wants to try to save $1 and a cent and still not look like one of those fucking idiots driving all them goddamn electric vehicles that would be good if they didn't fucking drive them and act like an idiot do. Motherfucker. Why do I have to say good morning to you? Even if it's great and everything's swell. Why am I the guy who you're thinking better get going on his way down to hell? After I started my day by just walking past you. But if I was wearing something jamming up my social skills that looked like two white limp dicks, that cost more than the real thing woulda, made by Apple, and zoned off in my own private mystery that unravels just about the same in everyone's head, that does no different. When holding on to two limp dicks out in the open. And keeps quiet. 'Cause shutting up is the best way to act like it never happened. While holding on to that pass the rest of the world gave me for ignoring them and minding to my own piece of I'm scared to exist. So don't blame me for taking you to fuck you land while I'm here. And coffee ain't cocaine. So how good a morning could it possibly be? Having to see someone the likes of you waiting for me to make them feel special. Every day we begin. Don't get me started on the afternoon, 'cause next I'll have to be wearing a top hat just to tip it when the time tells me to talk. Because it's half past the shade of getting dark. And you're in my way again. waiting to pull that half-assed judging trigger. You got on a hairpin. If I forget to leave my remark about the status of the day. Cock-a-doodle you. Say the rooster to the farmer. To begin his day too. I'm not a cluck. Or a cock. And this ain't a farm. Life keeps finding us on to meet. But you ain't gonna catch nothing, so close your mouth. Ain't no shot, 'cause the rooster I am not. To drop a cock on you. Doodle doo. B. We us all see. None of our dumb. Just the others. Which is everyone and anyone making us feel none. That one would be my last one. A tip or just more bullshit. or me having some fun.